Computer is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's been quite a long break actually since round 1, but we are back with another round here of the Endurance Edition in 2026. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo. We're going to be your voice as we take you guys through these next 4 hours of racing we're going to be having here. So, Ammo, it's great to have another race again here today, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I think there'll be a bit of an asterisk on the longest waiting period because this ain't the longest. It's actually quite short in the grand scheme of things because only 3 weeks since the first round. I'm actually quite excited to get it going again because it's just consecutive races all the way up to around May. So we're gonna get it thick and fast as opposed to waiting almost half a year for the next round. So can't wait to see. And personally, one of my favorite tracks of all time, but we'll get into that after this.
Yeah, we'll get into that for sure. So let's go ahead and have a look of what we have in store for this season here. We already completed round 1 back in March of 7th. That was at Watkins Glen. This time, we're going to the Red Bull Ring on this March 28th here for another 4-hour session here for the Endurance Edition. So that's we have also here the other two tracks we're going to be running, the other 2 rounds that are going to be proceeding after this. One's going to be in April 11th and the other in May 16th as well. So make sure you guys have those have your calendars marked for those dates in particular. So let's go ahead and have a look right now at what else we have here. This is going to be the Red Bull Ring. It's a 4.318 kilometer long track, a clockwise, a very fast track here with only 10 corners, but it's also extremely fast. And it does feel like laps does tend to fly quite quickly on this track, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure, especially the fact that the average lap time is under 90 seconds. And the distance that they measured is actually the old one, 4.318, but the current one, because somehow maybe there was a bit of a geographical change, it's 4.326, but we'll follow what ACC has told us because this is the old scan of the Red Bull Ring. But nonetheless, it's still a pretty good track, and I'm personally one of my favorites, even though it is a little bit truncated compared to the old Oostenrijk Ring that used to run up into the Styrian Mountains, which is by far one of the most god-epic tracks ever made. But the one that replaced it is still not that bad. It retains some of its character, especially with the beautiful mountains. And in fact, today is such a beautiful day on the circuit. I can't wait to see how we're going after this.
Yeah, exactly. So let's go ahead and move on to the next set of graphics here, the race format. So this round here, we're going to be running with these championship points here. It's going to be a familiar format, I think. No points going to be given qualifying. Teams will have to complete 75% distance. If the race is halted, we're also going to be giving them truncated points here. But I think an important rule that everyone has to keep in mind for this Endurance Edition is that points scored every round counts towards the championship. So there's no drop rounds in this particular format, isn't it?
Yep, and that has caught some teams out because I spoke to a few drivers who are part of other teams in the championship. They said that would there be any drop rounds, or they were actually willing to say, okay, we're going to drop this round. Told them that, well, there are no drop rounds this season, so that's going to scuff up their plans. But the thing is, they can console themselves with the fact that some teams may have had not the best first round anyway. So at least they can try to grab it back in the final 2. But regardless of that, it is quite interesting for the championship permutations because we don't have to worry about drop rounds. We can just count it all together.
Yeah, it's going to be very straightforward as far as the championship is concerned here. Now, let's go ahead and have a look at our next set of graphics here for this Endurance Edition. While the drivers are currently getting underway with their qualifying, yeah, we're going to be having a look at the highlights from our previous round of the Endurance Edition. So go ahead and enjoy, you guys. And green is go. Enzo Isan tries to launch off here. Ima Ryan already putting an attack around the outside here.
Pack of cars are close together. Oh!
It was a spin!
Oh, that's a bad spin there from Zohaib Hussein. How did he save that? That was full frontal, full commitment, and he doesn't have the benefit of front wheel drive to save that one. Oh!
Actually bumps into the side of Shamin. He was looking to get a move, and Shamin unfortunately turns into a spinning top here.
By 15 minutes, you see it clean it. Oh! Ramadan runs it wide. Ramadan has actually gone through wide after the shoot. Behind him is Adam Hakim, and that is actually for position. No! Adam Hakim has dumped into the barriers, and we thought it was going to be a clean maneuver, and he gets whacked a second time from Zaman behind him. Zubair Zaman for the Bengal team. At all as Mulyono. Mulyono tries one, and he does get the better of Hata, but then can he get the move done around the outside? Hata got spooked a bit by the fact that Mulyono was looking like he was going to dive, but it looks as though Hata has had enough momentum to get around the inside, but which becomes the outside. Mulyono will have the inside line. Side by side they go. A touch was almost imminent there, wasn't it? Because the door was being shut, but Mulyono had the momentum to come through.
Not in time, we'll still have the slipstream. You also see Aprilino also just behind it. Sorry, that's a different car.
Azim, oh!
Bit of bump in
yes,
the back there.
Azim just bumped into the back of him. I think he was just checking up on that incident.
True, Jay Ratnam.
And that's a team play. Look at that.
Yeah.
Jay Ratnam actually might be doing this to help out Adrian Tan, and he nearly does so.
Oh boy, it almost caused a collision there. They're actually trying to block Zohaib Hussein, but he unfortunately will have to yield now. He will outside, but hanging off of the curbing there is going to slow him down, and Chandramauli Anandan gets a little bit of tap for good measure, but he is going to be ahead of Ung by the time to get to the S's.
And where is there it is!
Oh,
there it is! I was about to point that out just now.
He's caught up here.
He clattered the barrier. He's clattered the barrier somewhere.
He did.
The car is well and truly scuffed right there, and Chandramauli now gets up to 4th place.
Another 2.5 hours ago. That's Ferdy going way too wide here. Wilson pounces on the attack in the final corner. A bit of a slide as well as the two cars come into contact wheel to wheel.
So early in the race, because otherwise you would actually let it be.
Oh, look at that, though.
He burn away, and look at that. Around the outside he goes, onto the back straight. Juiceman with a better run, and looks so unfit.
I think probably didn't expect this into 6th place. Freddie Ramadan, though, still hanging on, gets a bit of crash. Oh, Wilson Woon almost gets into a car that stopped on the side of the track there. Had to make evasive action. Won't be able to get up in front. Wilson Woon and Chakra both come into contact, and Wilson goes into the tire barriers.
But, again, oh, that's a big one.
Oh, that's a slide as well for the Technoburst car. I think he wants to get to the transition point, but nope, he will be able to get it done in the braking. Does a little bit wide on the exit, and Sultan is able to fight back and take the position back as Daniel goes over the curbs and loses control.
Daniel out to dry and says thank you very much, but he hits the back of Tanzila Mahbub, and Tanzila goes into the barriers.
Under braking here in order to get the apex on the next turn, and leaves Zach Jensen on the outside for
oh,
and the two of them come into contact. Shazwan is being held up a bit by traffic, and that's probably helping Chandra at this point. Oh, look at that, losing control again.
And there's another car stop there. You can see stopped on the side of the road.
Contact between the two of them as they try to separate, but no, comes into contact with each other and forces Shazwan Shafiq into the wall. So
we have a car. Oh, no!
That's not like that.
Yeah, not like that. And Wicked Look gets involved. Back 4 cars. Justin rolled death. Justin's involved as well. Would you believe that? But he spun it around and kept it going the right direction.
And actually goes past. Sansara still on track there, right at the pit entry. And again, wheel to wheel.
Whoa!
Wow!
Whoa!
He's now coming around that final corner. And boy, oh boy, celebrating hard. The checkered flag is out, and LOR Racing wins. Amir Naim taking the checkered flag to confirm his 2nd place finish. Shazwan Shafiq comes across the line. All right, let's have a look here. These are the previous championship winners for all the previous years of running for the Endurance Edition, going from all the way back in 2020 to 2025. And as we have a look on the next page as well, we're going to be seeing who are the leaders currently for the year 2026. We're in the pro class. We got LOR Racing's number 21. In the silver class, we got Pepega Jingle Tingle, car number 8. And for the amateur class, we got Hobby Culture Nova coming in here. Leading the pack here is car number 388.
And a bit of a note that Aiden Tan might have been driving that one, but he has actually changed to the car that he won last year. Hobby Culture as well, but same teammates with Will Hammond, so we'll get into that after this with the Spotters Guide. But getting to the action for qualifying right now. In fact, we are going to go run, a couple more graphics before we get into that. This is the last one before then, as it's results after round 1. Standings as well, to be exact. LOR leading the way by 7 points because they got the fastest lap ahead of Apex Racing Brunei and GSL Esports number 732. While in the silver class, it is pretty much close because the team that got the fastest lap actually was not even in the top 3. Balapan Remnant getting it there, but Pavega will be looking very smug having 2 cars in the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, Auto Gaming Rebels and BRM also tied with points currently. Here's for the Amateur Championship. Hobby Culture Nova also earning the fastest lap point, allowing them to also enjoy a 7-point lead, this time against LOR Ascent, while BRM's amateur team here having 16 points, putting very squarely in that 3rd position. So, with 4 minutes left in qualifying, we're going to be joining our drivers on the track, where currently Moreno Pratama is currently leading the board here with a provisional time 1:27.1.
And that is a really, really fast time, all things considered, because we were expecting mid to high 27s, but low one. The track is probably gripped up quite a lot, as a couple of drivers actually went off there. That looks like one of the Over Me cars into turn number 1, and then the sister car came on track. What if it is? Here's Moreno Pratama, and he's looking really good here. Car number 21, winner of the first round after quite an early challenge. Now, let's see then what they can do here in round 2. They want to build on the championship advantage, but out of our sights, 2nd place has been taken by the sister car in the AM class.
Yeah, Jaden Liao coming in nicely here with a 1:27.3, enough for him to get ahead of Iman Ryan, who is off the silver class at this point. So again, nice to see both LOR cars dominating very early on here in the Red Bull Ring. Let's see if anyone else is going to be joining them on that list here. Let's have a look at Iman Ryan currently, who is still out on track, just gotten past the first turn as well, taking the Porsche. I did hear you mentioning just before we started streaming that they're planning to do something with this Porsche, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, and we're not going to divulge to it because I think a lot of people might be listening to that later. So we'll just leave it up for when the race comes. But I can assure you that if anyone watched last year's races, they will know that some cars have better fuel mileage than others. So I can actually give that
I think that's already quite
as a small hint on that. But regardless of it, let's see what this particular crew can do, especially with Iman Ryan's blistering pace we saw in the global edition, especially that banzai maneuver in the very last round of the season to win the gold class championship. How he's up for it here in GTs, but it looks as though he's taking it like a duck to water. It's very fast in the pro class, and he is already on the podium. It's just that let's see if he can crack a win on this one as he comes out of the final corner then onto the start-finish straight. Some traffic along the way, but it should be a problem as he crosses it now. No improvement.
No improvement.
So
yeah.
still stays it. In fact, he has dropped the P4 because Will Hammond leading the way in the silver class, or I think it might be silver class, it might be M class, because sometimes the teams, when they try to register their cars, they don't put their proper classes properly. So hopefully that Hammond and Aiden Tide, if they put their classes here, they are leading away in silver, but I'm pretty sure they were still in the M class last we checked.
Yeah, regardless, that is 3rd fastest overall here for Hobby Culture Racing Evil's car number 23, so that successfully dethroned Iman Ryan's car 323. Will Hammond is driving sideways at the moment, at least according to his camera.
Yeah, and it's quite ironic because he's the man from down under, so he's going up.
Up into the into the high life here, I suppose, for Will Hammond.
I mean, he's driving the wrong way up.
You know, he needs to traverse around the side of the globe, you see, in order to be able to make it all the way up here in Malaysia. But
Austria.
Austria, yeah, actually.
We forgot, yeah.
Very cold, actually. Early on during practice, it was 16 degrees in the air. It's actually jumped up to about 18 degrees Celsius now as we enter our qualifying session.
Yeah, but I see Hammond coming around the final corner. Then it's actually a bit of an off lap because He's readying it up for one last try. Across the line he goes for one last lap as JD Liao then is looking pretty good. In fact, among all the sectors, he's the one that's actually about a 10th up.
Yeah.
So this will be interesting now to see if he could dethrone his teammate and take overall pole position, not just the M-class pole position.
But the difference between him and Pratama's time right now is more than a 10th of a second, so he needs to find more gains along the lap. But like the good news though is that he's only just in the first sector, so there's still plenty of corners going up ahead here for him to find the extra time. But the Delta is looking good so far, still in that green, still hovering above the 1/10 of a second. So let's see whether or not Jaden will have enough here to dethrone the bigger LOR team here for overall fastest.
Yeah, we've got to go on board. He is. Oh, he goes wide!
Oh, no.
Just as we were going on board then. Well, that's his time out of the way. In fact, we can see it on our live timing monitor. He lost more than half a second, so there you go. Just as we were trying to get good shots while the cars are going on, it is done. So, pretty much qualifying is done here. Pratama once again on pole position, and it will be him looking quite smart. Here's Jaden trying to finish off the lap, so at least he just wants to get more mileage in just before the race.
Yeah, just a little bit of warm-up here before the actual 4-hour-long endurance race we're going to be running here. Checker flag's already out for the track here. Still got a few more cars left to finish their times, but as far as the top 10 is concerned, I don't think we're going to be seeing much improvements, at least based on the deltas we're seeing out of everyone so far. So, yep, looks like that's going to be pretty much the top end of the grid already settled here after this qualifying session. And, well, it's going to be after the races from this point on.
Yep. As unfortunately we cannot get establishing shots of the drivers in the pit lane, because you can see that because there's 49 cars in this race out of the 69 that registered for the championship, and luckily we had to do pre-qualifying because some cars didn't have the proper licenses. So again, that kind of old stinging problem of do you want to get the licenses in? Unfortunately, no, we just couldn't get it. Well, whatever it is, we are now getting ready for the race afterwards. So, top 3 then are some of the faster drivers in the region going at it here, with Pratama 27.1, 0.2 of a second ahead of Jaden, and then Will Hammond with Aiden Tan in P3, Iman Ryan 4th, and Ethan Lau in 5th place in the new car for this round. One of the Paprika cars, and I forgot, God forbid, what was the name of that particular food item that they use on their car. But the Paprika boys are also coming on quite strong here up at the front. In fact, top 20 separated by just above a second. That's how close it is.
Very close qualifying here. So that's going to be the end of our qualifying session. We're going to let them set up for the race. We wish all of you guys who are joining us in the audience here Selamat Hari Raya. It's been a great month so far here in 2026. Hello here to Valdi GR, who's joined us in the YouTube chat. Hopefully going to see more of you guys joining in for our live streams. We're coming up on YouTube as well as Facebook at the same time. So make sure you guys leave your comments down below so that we can give you guys a shout out. Certainly will appreciate the company as we take you guys through all the action that's about to unfold over the next 4 hours.
Yeah, but unfortunately right now the server's taking a while to take over. Unfortunately, just like unlike our global edition, we cannot actually go through and do a livery check.
Oh, I mean, you could actually, but never mind. We'll just let everything set up here. We just got information that Jaden actually is in the amateur class also.
Yep.
Yeah, but but the fact is that he did manage to get himself up into P2. Here's a spotter guide here for round number 2. As you can see, all the liveries are very nicely loaded in this time around. So it's great to see it's so much representation out here. I also was particularly surprised to see ST Powered has actually a livery here this time around, and that's surprising. That's actually ST Wangan, one of the racing garages.
No, that's not the same ST Wangan.
Oh, sorry, not the one?
Yeah, it's in Singapore. So
the Singaporean one, right.
It's not the same ST Wangan that you know of here.
Yeah.
You have experience in the Toyota Gazoo series here. So same name, but different altogether. But anyway, a couple more cars have actually loaded up deliveries for this one, and change of cars too, especially for GSR Silver Stallions. They moved on from a Ford, so they became a Ferrari. How ironic.
Yeah, so here's a little bit more of that Velocity Pantera downshift, having a nice purple and black livery here. Red Pack Asia as well, with the iconic, at this point I consider it iconic white, black, and red highlights there. Entropy Racing as well, with their fade lining. Hobby Culture with their very nice pinstripe yellow on a blue background here. And of course, the Sri Lankan cars here, of course, looking so beautiful with the Aston Martin wing emblazoned on the side. alongside ABG Motorsport from Bangladesh, having Toto Wolff right on the side of the door. Very, very nice.
Yep. And of course, over me with their symmetry with the liveries, because even though they're different base models because of, trying to put together a car on different base skins, they can still manage to keep it symmetry with the branding as the rest of the other cars. Team Aitan as well. Love the orange and white coloring they move in. I think if they went for a day glow color, it would have looked a bit like tobacco sponsorship.
I think that's kind of like what they're trying to reference here, but making it a little bit more distinct to stand out from the crowd. And look at how crowded it is out here in Red Bull Ring as we have a look through all the grid of cars who are lined up for the racing start, the rolling start, I should say, as we normally do that for endurance racing here. But it's great to see all these guys here set up and ready for racing.
Now, we're focusing on this car because in particular, not just on the enemy Tasha, but the one driving is Chloe Chu. So how on earth did she actually put it up there in P8? That is impressive on its own. But it looks as though she might have changed drivers before the start then for car number 88. So we'll keep an eye out how that particular instance goes. But yeah, great to see that there's good female drivers on the grid here this year as well, as we now go through the rest of the entire field of 49 cars, might we add. It's stretching it on the pit lane box a bit because I think there's about 50 grid slots for Red Bull Ring alone. So we're on the cusp of doing pre-qualifying, but luckily they didn't come to pass as more and more cars are now joining this season. As I said before, 69 cars, are registered for the season.
69 cars indeed, but I believe we got only just over 40 cars that are actually checked in for this race itself, but it still makes it very crowded here on the Red Bull Ring. So I do wonder how this increased level of traffic is going to play into the racing as we get into the session start later on. Here's a view from the back of the grid.
Yeah, Need for Speed Most Wanted moments.
Oh yeah,
look at that. Yeah, that's a nice reference as well. As we now go all the way to the back and we swing our camera around to start now what should be our road formation start.
Yep. So just wait for that light to go out. Moreno Pratama is going to be leading these pack of cars now to the obligatory formation lap here. And by the time they come around here again, it's going to be green light racing. And for the next 4 hours, we're going to be seeing who's going to jostle around for those positions, who's going to end up in front. We got 2 LR cars who are vying for that front row here, and that's going to make it very, very spicy indeed amongst these 2 sister teams. You got a hobby culture car as well. Real Hammond, of course, being able to qualify his car up into P3 puts him alongside Iman Ryan for this rolling start.
And we can confirm that it is a silver car. So the pole sitters are also in the top 3. How about that? That is actually a very good. That's a good indicator of how fast these guys are, and compared to the rest of the field. Shout out as well to a car that we kind of missed out while talking about this, is the number 403 Ceylon Motorsports car. And in fact, they're not running the same green and white base that they are known for, but I think because they didn't have enough time to submit liveries or they ran something different anyway that we didn't notice. But regardless of that, that is quite a good qualifying session for Seshan Guna Sekera and Sharanya Mendes. And that's another female driver, by the way, Sharanya Mendes. So 2 good female drivers in the top 10 with Cherry Chu, sorry, not Chloe Chu, Cherry Chu, who's beside Chong Jin Bin. So yeah, it will be interesting to see how the girls will fare in the field of drivers that, come from varying different backgrounds and varying different experiences. And let's just hope they are going to have a good one. You can see that they're actually starting line and stern to each other, 8th and 9th respectively.
And that's one of the nice things about ERGP here is that we get representation for many different backgrounds, many different regions, and of course many different genders as well. So it's great to see that so many of them are able to fully utilize this platform really to actually gain that, not only that racing experience, racing against other drivers from other countries, but also to really brighten up the field, as it were here. This is, it's very encouraging to see year after year the level of participation that we're getting from all these different countries, all the drivers coming in, and this year, being special. Oh, that's
championship leader. Those are the championship leaders in the AM class in the pit lane. So Jet Lim might have actually missed the start, as well as another car. It's Chai Wangsa. So a couple of missing cars on the grid here. That will definitely be an interesting point to gather up after this. But for now, we're going to get ready for the start.
Yep, so, oh boy, that's a little bit of bad news there for car 388 for sure. As the cars are now coming around, headed towards that final turn. They got to line up, line is third now for the race start. 2 LOR cars in front. So we got a Hobby Culture as well as the Apex Racing car just behind them as well. This is going to wait until they get across that control line before they're going to be able to get started with racing. So, on your marks, gentlemen. It is going to be round number 2 here of the eRGP Endurance Edition 2026, and we are go. Moreno Pratama already trying to pull up ahead. Even Ryan trying to squeeze his way through, trying to get between the 2 LOR cars, but might not be able to get them in time here for the breaking point. But look at that, Jaden Liao already pulling ahead, and the Hobby Culture car gets sideswiped here and spins off, drops several positions down, and Will Hammond is out of the top 10.
Yeah, but of course, that will be looked at into this because we have live stewarding not only just on the Discord, but also live on site with us. A couple of MEM stewards here, so they'll be watching that with great interest. But for the time being, though, up in front, it looks as though Pratama's got the start that he wanted and just jumped his teammate, even though Iman Ryan was looking extra punchy trying to come through. And he has come through now. Yes. Meanwhile, it's gone from bad to worse for Hammond and the gang. They've actually been spun right at turn 2 as well.
Oh no, they're completely out of it now. Unfortunately, it's Iman Ryan now still battling side by side here. Rear Pratama trying to confirm his second position, trying to close that door, just barely does so as he enters the inner section of Red Bull Ring. Now Iman Ryan up into P2. Jaden Liao is taking this opportunity to build up a bit of a gap ahead of him here to hopefully stay as far away from that Porsche as possible. But Iman Ryan is coming in extremely hot. Great start here for the driver in the only Porsche on the grid.
Yeah, good point there. Actually, yeah, one of the very few Porsches that have been in the last few seasons. But looks as though Iman Ryan and his teammate Amir Naim are doing good with this car, even though it's not having the most advantage in the other places. But it looks as though this track might just suit it. We'll wait and see how the strategy plays out. But for now, he actually made quite a punchy start. You saw that he was trying to come in between the both of the LOR cars coming to turn number 1. He only managed to nick off one, but he's in the fight as Ethan then, right behind, ready to fight too.
I saw that in the rearview mirror there. Ethan Lowe is looking to try to bring some racing action here again, but this time onto Pratama, so Pratama's going to have to play a bit more defense this time around. I mean, he's playing defense since the first lap of the race itself, and unfortunately has lost that battle to Iman Ryan. Now he's going to try to bring that battle here to Ethan Lowe as they enter turn number 3, still keeping himself barely ahead, but Ethan's inching closer and closer. Now it's going to be a bit of a stretch here before we get to that downhill braking section. Where will Ethan try to mount his attack?
Let's see then. It's not an obvious overtaking spot, but he can try. He's trying. He's gonna go on the inside, but look at the Pratama and his wily old ways in his experience. Just leaves a bit of room, trying to give a bit of an opportunity to Ethan to try and pass. But Ethan knows full well that he's gonna have to go the long way around once the next corner comes out, which is a left-hander, and that brings Freddy Ramadan into play, as well as Chakraborty, Ramdani, and the rest of the other field fighting behind him. Yeah, and
all that defending that Pratama has done is actually allow Iman Ryan and Jaden Lau to pull further ahead. Here comes Ethan Lau alongside here. This time he will be able to close the door until Pratama moves up into 3rd place. Well done here to Ethan Lau coming around the final corner.
Wow, wait, how much momentum did he get to just squeeze Pratama like that? Not anybody has the opportunity to do so, but Ethan has done it, and he is on the podium in a car that by right is a Pepega run car, but they call it the most generic name possible. Look at the team name, Ali Mutu Tang. Almost all the John names in Malaysia put into one. We can call it John Malaysia now.
John Malaysia, indeed here. So Ethan, while Ethan is going that, Iman Ryan now putting the moves onto another LOR car. Jaden Liao is going to try to do defense, but Ryan goes around the outside, side by side now as they go along this long stretch. Which one will be the first one to chicken out in the braking zone?
Oh, this is going to be really spicy, isn't it? Iman, we know that he loves to pull the outside moves as a couple of cars have triggered yellow flags. Here they come now up to turn number 5. Who's going to blink first? It looks as though Iman has to yield here. Okay, gets dumped onto the gravel, but I think because he had nowhere to go anyway, Jaden just did his best to give as much space as possible, but Iman's fired up. You can see on the camera as well. He's smiling a bit. He's actually enjoying this battle, but he knows full well that it's not doing well for his strategy that he's trying to implement here, the game plan.
I mean, he's enjoying it. We're enjoying it here in the booth as well. Iman Ryan couldn't quite make that get that move done this lap, but he's certainly showing his intention very clearly here for the race lead. Jaden Liao is going to have to pull every trick in the book right now to keep this very fast Porsche behind. Let's see whether or not he'll be able to do so in the next lap.
Yep. Coming out of the final corner then, onto the start-finish straight. Can you believe it? 5 minutes went by so fast. We had so much already for the highlights as well, so our editors behind the scenes are definitely going to have their work cut out. As much as we want to focus on the other cars and classes, the battle for the front is looking way too good. Between 2 Ferraris and a Porsche, in between Jaden Liao, Iman Ryan, and Ethan Lowe, all young guns up in front. The average age between these guys are only just about 21.
Oh yeah, it's very, very young front of the grid here. Ethan Lowe is actually taking full advantage of this right now, trying to close in. And look at that, it's already right up against Iman Ryan, so this is quickly turning into a 3-way battle for the lead here, though Jaden Liao has been able to successfully keep this lead since the first lap. It looks like the 2 new challengers might be putting a very difficult one here. So here we go, coming true. It looks like Jaden's still able to keep Iman Ryan blocked out at the moment. Ethan Lowe is still biding his time, still waiting in the bushes, as it were, here, waiting for the right moment to strike.
Waiting in the bushes or waiting high up in the forest here. As you remember the F1 shot where there was a couple of climbers who made it all the way up to the mountains to see the race. Yeah. Had an entire group the next day because they found a free vantage point to watch the races. So he's probably doing that right now, just scoping. But he's very, very close to the back of Iman Ryan. And I wanted to point out just now that there is a car out of our sights crashing out. And guess what? It's Cherry 2. After such a promising qualifying, she's right at the back now. So commentators blind as finest, isn't it? We just highlight the good car, and suddenly the races are not going as well for them.
I have to wonder sometimes for the drivers, do they get nervous when they listen to the broadcast and hear the names being mentioned? Like, is that an omen for them? Well, it might be omens up ahead here for Iman if he's not able to do so. As Ethan Lowe, whoa, look at that, chocolate milk.
No, that's a trophy.
Oh, that's his trophy. Okay.
that's his good. That's a bronze class. No, that's a 3rd place trophy from few seasons. I can't make out which one is that, but actually now kind of think of it, you're not wrong on it looks like chocolate milk, but I think Royal Slung will be happy to make a kick out of that.
Yeah, certainly just putting it very prominently right next to his floor fan right there. But yeah, that's a nice little placement there for Ethan Lowe, just showing that, you know, he has achievements to boast off here, when he's certainly trying to go for another one here as he continues to be locked in this battle with Iman Ryan, still keeping it very close though. And I don't think either driver is really yielding at all in this battle here.
Indeed. And while we are just, cycling for cameras, in fact, there's a bit of a move going on between 2 Indonesians. These are from completely different teams. Balap Random versus Bigo, and is the Bigo car with the Toyota sponsorship actually just getting the better of that. All the while then, Chandramali Anandan, he is actually wanting to have a piece of the pie as well.
Yeah, Anandan a little bit wild behind there in that Mustang, but unfortunately lost a bit of time, so that's going to allow the 2 Indonesians to focus on their individual battle. Want to see what Ramdhani is going to try to do here. He's certainly gained quite a bit in that last sector coming to this final corner here. Ramadan is going to have to try to figure out how to break the toe, or unless Ramdhani is going to be able to catch him in the braking zone to turn 1. This is going to be tense now. 2 Indonesians fighting here for the 6th position. Freddie Ramadan still ahead, still able to keep his car ahead. Ramdhani tried to go for a peek, didn't go for the move, instead decides to stick with him for the next few corners.
And this is the battle for the silver class lead, mind you. So because of Will Hammond and Aiden Tan's car being out of the picture completely, this has now become a straight fight for the win as they come up now to turn number 4. This could end in tears if they could get it completely wrong, but Ramdhani had the line and Ramadan had to yield to Shawwal.
Yeah, getting a little bit nudged out to the edge, onto the sausage curve for good measure. Ramdhani moves up into the lead of the silver class, and Ramadan is just going to have to follow back. And is he going to try to counterattack? He's going to round the outside here as we go downhill. And watch out for Chandramali Adnan as well, giving a little bit of a love tap behind onto the Bigo car, forcing Ramadan to react to that and back out of that attempt to move onto Ramdhani.
I was wondering how comfortable is that position for Ramdhani, because looks like he's sitting on a deck chair with a wheel bigger than his arm stretch. But let's not question how people drive. They find it comfortable the way they are. But certainly, I felt my neck in pain watching that. Anyway, this is Chandramali, and look at that. He's got the plaster on his nose once again to help him breathe. So that is quite a signature marker now. And, he looks like an NFL player.
If he added like the extra, what is it, like the little liner behind under the eyes there, that was certainly complete look for him. But yeah, especially you look at the Cobra style like Racing Cherry has. This is such an imposing presence he puts on the camera, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he is quite a bulky guy in real life. I've met him before, but he looks bulkier when he's sitting in that kind of seat. So really, aura farming to the max. But let's see then if his camera can cooperate with us rather than being
it's running.
PowerPoint slide. Yeah, it's a PowerPoint slide right now. So not much in the way of trying to give his live reactions.
It's okay. Like,
Yeah.
at least he saves all the FPS for his game right now. So that's all that really matters in this moment, because he's really locked in a tight battle here with Ramadan. Still not able to find any gaps, though, to exploit. So he unfortunately could not find a way past Ramadan, at least for this lap. And unfortunately, will back out of it a little bit now, entering the fourth corner here, going downhill. Ramdani, in the meantime, seems to be very comfortable up in front, though. Not really facing too much of a challenge here, as I think 30 Ramadan is a little bit more focused on trying to keep that Ford Mustang behind.
And shout out as well to the car that's actually chasing up to them, Seshan Gunasakera. He is actually doing wonders here. That's the other car that we highlighted on the grid just now, with Sharanya Mendes as his co-driver. Let's see how she will take over the car after this, because he's actually stayed where he was from the start, but running very well. In fact, there is Gunasakera on our camera. We know it's him, but it's just that a bit of a distance. In fact, I'm not sure how he can drive quite well with the monitor being that far away.
I'm just more worried about like how stable is his base.
Oh!
I think it's a fleet seat base. Oh, Anandan goes off on the grass, almost loses control, but managed to keep it together on the straight. Does lose out a bit of time. This could open up the door now for Gunasakera to go for the attack. Under the braking now, Gunasakera does close the gap here, but still not enough to make the pass yet to happen on the Pepega Racing Team car.
And once again, Chandra's reaction is not live, so we can only just see what happened in the interval, about 5 seconds at least. So he probably had the fright of his life that going onto the grass, the car was almost out of control, but yet somehow kept it in control. But he is bringing Gunasakera and now Savi Rathnayake into play. That will get the Ceylon people up, because the Sri Lankans are now both in the top 10 and fighting here for potentially a podium in their respective classes.
I think you can even see from the face, from Chandra Mauli's face, a bit of tension and also a bit of relief as well that he somehow managed to save it on the straight. But now he's going to have to focus on rebuilding that momentum there while the two Indonesians continue to fight on ahead. Now Ananda is going to have to keep the Sri Lankans, the two very fast Sri Lankans, I have to say, behind him as well. So
Yeah.
right now, I think he's just going to have to think about the long haul.
Yeah.
So let's see what else is going to be unfolding out of track here. Imran Ryan still stuck behind Jaden at the moment. Chakraborty is actually catching up to Pratama. So I do wonder,
Yeah.
car number 21 experiencing some issues here, because it seems that Pratama is not going as fast as we expect to see him this early phase of the race.
And of course, they're going to run a bit more fuel at the top of it, so maybe Pratama is trying to do a bit of a cheeky strategy. We cannot put our fingers on the button just yet. We'll wait and see until it all plays out by the end of the first hour. But if they are going long, we know they're going to actually pit past the hour mark, way past the hour mark. They're going to try to stretch as much as they could. But Chakraborty then, teammates to, of course, our server master, Fahad Ghafoor, both from, well, one is literally in Bangladesh, the other one hails from Bangladesh, but he's now become a naturalized Malaysian. But it is a Bangladeshi team that's racing here and doing very well for themselves up front. We know Chakraborty is very good. He can try to actually just get up to Pratama and do it, but let's see what he can do at this point in time. There might be a battle for the lead.
Exactly. I was about to mention that Imran Raya was actually getting closer and closer to Jaden Liao in that last lap. Now he's already getting alongside, may even be ahead of him now, entering to the intersection of RBR. Jaden Liao at the moment tries to go around the outside here, but Imran Ryan has successfully wrestled his way into the overall lead of the race. The one Porsche in this race is now the one leading the rest of the cars here in this endurance round number 2.
Yeah, but the battle's not over, because look at that. Jaden actually is still sticking onto the rear of that Porsche, and then some, because he's getting a bit of slipstream. Tries one here at turn 9. Can he? Through rim curve, but no.
Oh.
That is optimistic at best. A long way out, even at most. But because of that, the resulting bog that he had is bringing Ethan Lowe really into play, and that might actually trigger the opportunity for Iman to make a beeline for it.
That was what I was about to say. Like, Jaden Liao has to thread a very fine line here, because if he messes up, Ethan is already ready in position. Oh, he just slits out a little bit here on the exit of turn 1.
Whoa, behind!
Time and big contact behind his Chakraborty, and Pratama gets into contact, and Pratama
no!
in contact with more cars behind.
Oh my word! And he ran into his own countryman. Ramdani, through no fault of his own, he was running an excellent race, has been derailed by Pratama with his own mistake, ×2 when he ran into it. Oh, that is disaster for both of them. I feel for Ramdani, because he really had nowhere to go, because Pratama should have held the brakes, wait for the field to come by, and just get on with the business. But now they have scuffed up both of their races.
Yeah, scuffed up not just his race, but even Chandramauli Adnan as well. As unfortunately, Gunasekera and Ratnayake, who managed to come out of that relatively unscathed, ended up in front of Chandramauli Adnan. So he's lost a couple of positions due to that incident there. While in the meantime, certainly things are a lot worse here for Ramdhani, who is now fallen all the way down to 13th place. Unlucky number 13 here for the Indonesian.
Yeah, in fact, while we were focusing on Chandra because he actually had a bit of the impact. You can see the scuff marks on the front of his Mustang. Where is Ramdhani now? Because Ramdhani had the worst of his. There he is. And you can see that the car is ailing.
Stricken. It's very stricken.
Yeah, it's ailing. It needs to be repaired. Look at that. The bonnet's up. You know that this is damage that it needs to be pitting.
Yeah, but it's going to be a very long drive here, but it's already coming up to the final few corners. We'll lose a couple more positions, though, before he will be able to pull in. And pull in, he has to. At this point, no way he's going to be able to continue racing with the front end completely smashed up like that.
Yep, he'll be given the black and orange flag, of course, because of this is really bad damage. Pratama, likewise, same. And look at that, both cars, and they are both contenders, and not to mention, championship leader in the pro class.
Yeah.
This is disastrous for him, but he can console the fact that there's only 3 cars in pro anyway. So he's assured of a podium, but how he would love not to have that one just now.
Yeah, it's already a big distance between him and Ethan Lowe, even if he wants to try to challenge for that second place. But at the very least, his car is still rolling, so, you know, just a silver lining in this very dark cloud that now hangs over his race here in round number 2. Ethan Lowe, in the meantime, just completely, I don't know, whether he's ignorant of the circumstances, just followed up behind. May have seen it in his rearview mirror, actually. Come to think of it, it's just coming around turn 3 at a time. But, yep, still pretty much keeping his eye out onto this battle still going on between Jaden Liao and Eamon Ryan, your new race leader here in this current stage of the race.
Yep.
I don't know whether I want to talk about this joke here, but a very good joke here in the YouTube chat. R4797 just commented saying that Chandra has his camera set at 30 frames per stint.
I think it's more...
Yeah, well, producer definitely enjoyed that joke.
Oh, it's a good one. I mean, I try not to laugh as hard as possible because we need to still conserve our voices.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I can't pick up this in the car now, but I can't see it on our screens. But
yeah, someone's falling down the list there. I think I saw Chandramauli has actually gone to the pits there, so he did sustain some damage there, unfortunately, in that incident involving Ramdhani as well as.
In fact, there is the car.
Tamjit Sultan.
Oh, and Iga used the other balapan car. So 2 balapan random cars involved in absolute despair, and this one is also terminal, so both Lexi have to come into the pits with terminal damage. Was about to point that out, that Tamjit Sultan, his teammate actually was pointing out.
Yeah, he was.
He says
Please be gentle.
Yes, because they actually did a lot of work to make delivery good, but unfortunately, just as we were trying to jump on them, that happens.
Well, so unfortunate here for Tamjit. I think he's struggling to try to get the car restarted here, and there's certainly traffic on the track right now, so not really safe for him to try to spin around. He's, of course, facing the wrong way around here, so just make it extra tricky for him to rejoin the race, so it's going to have to let quite a bunch of cars through before he can finally get started, but yeah.
I mean, he can't just go for any time right now because he is well and clear of the racing line, but it looks as though just as we were going to focus on the car, is terminal, so yes, guys, you did good work on delivery, but unfortunately, this is about the only screen time you're gonna get, sadly.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's still, I mean, again, for us here in the booth, very much appreciate the work put into making what is very, really hilarious livery, actually, all things considered, but certainly no laughing matter for the car 669 at the moment, because it seems like they may be just out of the count for this race here, unfortunately.
And to prove your point there, they just jump into pit lane, so that's about it for now. And unfortunately, we didn't see even the good side of the car where there's a total wolf with a gun.
I know. Well, never mind. We got some action unfolding here as Henry Crooks is now under pressure here from Danvir Muknan. And also you got Yao on the outside as well, attempting to try to make a move of Muknan, who was able to block it just in time, allowing Henry Crooks to slip away just a little bit, trying to give him a bit of breathing space, hopefully.
And that was actually a pretty good move by Henry. He actually took advantage of the mistake that Muknan made, but Muknan, no!
Not like that!
Well, not like that, to get back and then some! Was just about to compliment that both of them were driving well. Well, Danvir just committed the ultimate sin of hitting on camera, and Henry now, hopefully he can rejoin.
No!
Can I say rejoin safely? Or
nope, that's not resave rejoin.
Resave jointly.
Be safe jointly
And,
indeed.
Is that... No, it's Divesh G-Box.
Yeah, Divesh getting through.
So many things happening in that corner at one point. We can't even put our fingers on what really was going on there. And all the while, then Ramdani, well, it's gone from bad to worse, isn't it?
Yeah, it spun around right at that corner there, and yep, his rejoin here. Maybe the tire's a little bit too cold coming out of the pits, and that unfortunately caught him out again. Yeah, and when it rains, really does pour. Number 42 at the moment on track here, but Kanzani Ramdani, and certainly had hoped, had much higher hopes than just that position.
Yeah. Meanwhile, then we go back to more sunnier pastures. This is between the battle of the two Sri Lankan cars. Both are from the same stable, Ceylon Motorsports Club, but one running completely different liveries. And I'm not sure why Gunasekera and Mendes have a different one. I'm pretty sure they uploaded a livery for the race, but regardless of that, Savi is on the prowl here, trying to get up to the back of their fellow countrymen.
Still trying to at least keep things alive here. I mean, certainly they're doing way better compared to some of the other compatriots from other countries here out on track, being in the 6th and 7th position, respectively here. Come on, that meme's already months old at this point.
I know. It's actually staler than milk that has been left up in the hot sun. But I don't know how it's still relevant somehow. Anyway,
it's relevant here at least with the two Sri Lankans, as they're going to be able to go on their merry way. Not much in terms of actual pressure going on for the two. They got pretty much clear road actually. Comes out of a hit. In the meantime, here comes Fitri Abdullah onto the inside. Mukunan actually slips right through there without too much resistance.
Nice. We have a camera on this particular team, eRacing, with two drivers from two completely different parts of Malaysia. One a Penangai, the other one is Johorian, and they're doing quite well here. North-South connection, and they changed the car for this round. They were in the McLaren for round 1, now they're in the Aston for round 2. And look at that, looking real good with themselves, right up into the top 5 in the AM class. But Dan Veer probably will not be giving this up one bit.
Oh, he's going to try to fight back for that for sure. It's certainly in position to try to get the slipstream off of the Aston Martin. But don't think it's going to be able to close in time for the braking here. So Fitri Abdullah will still be secure, at least for now. And also a bit more pressure coming up behind. And Zaman is also starting to get into the mix as well. Although Mukunan gets a much better exit out turn 1. So Fitri Abdullah is now going to have to play defense here going into turn 3.
Yeah, let's see what he can do here. He's not giving much of a defense, but he brakes extra late to make sure that he doesn't get jumped on, as Zubair Zaman likewise is trying to stop recovering Will Hammond. So Hammond actually has gotten a real good recovery from way at the back to now in the top 15, and just a few more positions away from challenging Jeremy Yao for 2nd place. So all is not lost then for the number 23 car.
Yeah, it's hard to believe we're only, just barely past 20 minutes here. And racing feels like it's been a very, very long session so far, given how much action has already transpired on track. But we still have another 37 minutes to go before we end this first hour. And Zaman now having to pull full defense against Will Hammond, was closed in very nicely through the intersection RBR. Bit of slide as well here from Will Hammond. Still sliding sideways, so driving sideways as well.
Well, the right way up, which is not very Australian. But anyway, he is now on the prowl here, trying to overtake Zaman, the Bangladeshi, in the number 71 Ferrari. I laugh at that because it's blue. It's not a red Ferrari, and it's number 71. So of course, a number there. So that's why it feels ironic. But nothing ironic about the performance so far. Zaman's putting up a great fight here with Hammond. Hammond has to go the long way around. Zaman holds his line, and that might bring Nafal Faiz into play.
Yeah, actually might, but still Will Hammond will have to complete this move against Zaman when he gets to the next turn. He needs to try to pull ahead. He does have a bit more momentum. Should be able to close the door onto Zaman by the time they get to the breaking point, and he's already clear ahead here, trying to keep up, and actually uses a bit of draft from Mukunan, I think, to actually close in the gap. So he's actually in a position now to try to change for another position here, this time for 12th.
Yeah, and overall, but he's still going to be 3rd in class. Regardless of that, he wants to tick off as many cars as possible, as Ethan is actually under severe pressure. Sorry, not Ethan. Wukit Low. Not Ethan Low. No relation, by the way, just same name. But he's under pressure as well from Abdullah, as Hammond gets the move done.
Yep, gets it nicely done here from Mukunan.
Yeah, and the fact that Mukunan actually is suffering a bit of damage as well from the earlier contact with Henry Crooks. So that's why he's struggling here. He's dropping a bit like a stone.
Yeah, and also considering the fact that Hammond is not in the same class, so probably Mukuna doesn't want to pull too much drama, trying to keep him behind him, because he's more focused actually on keeping Zaman behind, who's now defending against here, as Fitri Abdullah actually catching up to Wicked Low. So this could be another battle here, forming for 10th position overall.
And he is not. And we're going on a point about just now what you said with the whole interclass thing. Well, tell that to Fitri Abdullah. He was actually thinking of a dink on the inside of Wicked Low, but Wicked, ever the old wily fox, tries to actually just hang on to the position without too much of a fight, and it has worked out pretty well for him. He actually was stretching a bit of a gap. It was about 2/10, now it's 7/10 of a second, so Wicked lives to fight another lap.
Yep, still nicely done here for Wicked. Fitri will still continue to fight regardless. As right now, I think things have very much settled down for the top 10 here. Not really much of a gap except between Ethan Lowe and Jaden Liao. But at the moment, it seems like the 10th position is a little bit more hard fought here, especially with Fitri Abdullah already catching up after having dispatched quite a few cars in order to get his way here, but still being held back somewhat. A bit of movement at the back is Danvir Mukunan still trying to keep Zaman behind. Oh, actually, no. Zaman's already fallen behind here as Ong.
Yeah, that is the back marker. So
the back marker is getting through.
So a bit of team play might have been at play there, because Mukunan lost some time behind Hammond, and it's because the teammates. Look at that. Not the Team Uncle car, but it's actually the Hobby Culture car. So there's the other Aston coming into action, trying to save one of their teammates' times, and it has actually paid dividends big time. And
Mukunan is just letting the back marker also help him deal with Zaman just behind as well. And Zaman's going to have to do this a hard way because, again, the back marker is not really obligated to get off of the racing line here. In order, you have to just let the faster cars figure out how to pass them the legal way, as it were. Is why Zaman, who we're on board right now, is trying to look for a good position here. Sweeps in the inside. Should be nice and tidy here for him to get past, and now he can focus on catching up to Mukunan.
And meanwhile, then Shiban with Rana in the CMSC car, another one of the CMC cars, but named after Duran Abisekera. So I think that's a bit of a tribute to a guy who has been in the Global Edition races for quite a few seasons now. So there we go. The back markers are all cleared in this particular battle, but pretty sure there's plenty more that came from after the first skirmishes in the first few laps.
So things still very much settled down here. I think most of the jostling for position is pretty much already done for this stage of the race. Right now it's more going to be about the strategy going forwards here. We did speculate earlier that Moreno Pratama may have loaded a bit more fuel, which caused him to be quite slow in this first stint of racing here, but unfortunately incidents has befallen him, and he's fallen all the way back here, and hopefully, I mean, with the extra fuel, if that's the case, should allow him to pull a bit of a longer stint to hopefully recover some of that time. But I'm also going to be very interested to see what Eamon Ryan will try to do in this race here, because he's certainly been very fast in getting the lead here. Now it's going to be in command of the race, and I do wonder what his strategy is going to be. After all, he's the only person on track right now driving a Porsche here. So will there be some interesting strategies up ahead for us?
And you know what's even more interesting? Look who's the car in front of him. It's Moreno Pratama.
Oh no.
So can you imagine that? That's the car that should be battling for the lead of this race. But on track right now, they're close together, but not the actual timing stakes.
Yeah, I think Moreno Pratama may not be so kind in letting him pass here, at least for now, but really there's not much he could do if Ryan is fast enough to catch up behind him. And of course, when the blue flags do come out, he is going to be warned to allow the faster car through. And in this case, it's going to be the person that he was literally battling for the lead not too long ago, so that's definitely going to sting.
Ooh, and talking about what's going to sting is that Savi Rathnayake has actually spun it around somewhere. We are actually looking at the timing screens. We saw car number 81 had the yellow flags on him, so he might have been eased around, or he tried to maneuver that didn't really pay off. So that's why he's dropped now from, what was it, P8 now to P9. So sorry, it was P7, now it's P9.
Yeah, well, that's just unfortunate here. Eamon Ryan still in the lead of the race by a very, very wide margin, 2.8 seconds. The gap is between him and Jaden Liao, and Ethan Lowe is actually more chasing after Jaden for that second place at the moment. So Jaden has certainly more pressing matters at hand, as it were, here as we are closing out our first half hour of the 4-hour long race here we're having here in Red Bull Ring.
Indeed, as well. let's see what Pratama's going to play here, because his teammate is a car behind Iman Ryan. So, really then, what's going to happen here? In fact, we jumped to Chakraborty, who's actually lapping Chandramali Anandan. How shame that there. Anandan and Ramdani are close to get on track, but they could really well have been right up the sharp end had it not been for incidents elsewhere. Here is the battle that we were trying to focus on. This is between Ethan Lau, the Malaysian, and Jaden Liao, the Singaporean, for two different teams. One is the yellow car, the other one is what's supposed to be a Pabega car, but decided to go for John Malaysia instead, trying to come up now to second and third places.
Yep, still trying to keep the pressure going here onto the LOR. It's actually closing in very nicely in this final turn here. There's quite a bit of space between them and the gaggle of traffic further up ahead on the straight, so certainly Jaden will be more focused on his rearview mirror right about now, trying to sense or trying to precog when exactly Ethan Lowe is going to attempt to make a move here. Look at that bumper to bumper right now through turn 1. Certainly Ethan is just turning the pressure up to 11 here.
Yeah, he's turning up the wing ever more so, trying to put the Jaden under the cosh. All the while that we just saw further up in front on our horizon how aggressive Iman had to really overtake the back markers there. Because, Iman had to really just prod his way through it, because he knows that time lost between himself and the guys behind will put him under pressure, because he's just built up that gap right now.
Yeah, he needs to be able to get through that there. Otherwise, both Jaden and Ethan will have an opportunity to close the gap to him. But he's right now in the smack dab in the middle of this gaggle of cars here, so has quite a lot of work ahead of him to be able to get through. But I already see him making some moves already. He's already only got 2 more cars to dispatch here, as Jaden Liao is already caught up to the back of this gaggle of cars now. There is Iman Ryan already getting past the second to last car, and one more is going to be up ahead. It's still Pratama, actually, that's still leading ahead of him. So perhaps that team play that you were alluding to earlier on might still be a possible avenue here for LOR.
Yes. And another thing I'm concerned by right now is that there's a car in front of Pratama that might come into play even more so than just the team play, is the fact that it's a car that was involved in a lot of collisions at Watkins Glen. It's number 256 from 69 Motorsports, Marian Safsara, and this will be a bit tricky. Let's see how well they play ball in this one.
Yep, blue flag is already out for him here. Pratama is actually closing in here, so is Iman Ryan. So I'm not sure if Safsara is actually on the same phase. No, he's actually not in the same phase with Pratama at all. So this is a very tricky situation, as you said. So we'll see. Let's see how Pratama is going to try to deal with this. How Safsara is actually going to give way. Oh, it's really giving way there, and might actually let Ryan. Oh no, actually blocks Ryan on the exit here.
Yeah, and that wasn't even for blue flag for Pratama. Well, for Iman Ryan, that's actually for blue flag. So actually for blue flags. Let's see then how he plays. Iman goes on the inside. Oh, it's always tricky with a back marker that you don't know what's going to happen next because of how much chaos that this car in particular had during round 1.
Yeah, very well behaved, at least so far on the live stream here. So kudos to him behind the wheel there. So now Pratama still ahead of Iman Ryan. Certainly not on the same phase. Iman Ryan, of course, is the leader of the race, and Pratama is just now under threat of only being lapped at this point.
Well, just talk about Safsara causing trouble there. You can see hit by the McLaren, one of the Pantera McLarens, and into the barriers he goes. Let's see then if he can reverse it slowly. There's Marian Safsara on our camera. Get back on the track safely. We won't want a big collision. We know what happened here in Formula 3. Remember that huge accident that saw a car in the air? It was because of a car trying to spin around just like that, kicking up dust, and unsighted cars coming through that hit him. But luckily he did not stall the car there. Keeps it going. Get back onto the racing line safely here. Just about. And he gets it back on track. So well done there.
Yeah, doing the smart way, spinning around inside the sand trap there, and then deciding to go through the grass actually to be able to rejoin nice and safe here. So hopefully no more dramatics coming on here from Safsara as we have a look at what else is unfolding out on track here. Ethan Lowe still locked in, still very much stuck behind Jaden Liao for what seems to be the longest time now, and a drive-through penalty actually here for Ethan Lowe.
And now that might not be for any contact whatsoever because they've had a clean race, so it might just be track limits.
Yeah, and certainly track limits.
And all the while then, what happened to Denver Mukkonen? Denver's off into the barriers!
What?
Denver's in the barriers, would you believe it? The car that did so well up to that point in this race, while they were running the top 10, he's off way deep up at turn number 4.
Yeah, it just looked like he just went straight on. Did he get into contact with someone? We can't quite tell from this perspective, but whatever the case, Danvir has reset it into the pits there. It's not going to be able to get his car back on track for the time being here. That's just so unfortunate here.
Well, his shirt says stoned, but he looks anything but stoned right now. Trying to get back into the track. Yeah, you can see there. Hand-safe movements in the car. And his teammate Ami Akhiri might be feeling so tense as well because the fact that they've driven well up to that point, but something beyond their control has sent them into the pit lane.
Appreciation for one of our chatters here on YouTube, Funky Basuk. He's doing some commentary translation for us for the Gen Z, Gen Alpha guys. I mentioned pre-cog early on.
I mean,
yep.
I mean, can you believe that movie came out even before most of them were even born?
I know, right? It just makes me feel so old right now.
Yeah, I mean, Minority Report, great movie. Everyone should watch it, even if it has some really, unnerving moments. But can you imagine pre-cog existing in the modern day? How many crimes would have been committed?
Yeah.
How many? Oh, sorry, prevented.
Prevented, quote unquote. Well, we'll see. Hopefully, no more crimes against humanity out here in the RBR. As Fitri Abdullah, currently in P13, now facing a bit of a challenge, or is he? No, actually, no. Sabik, he's just lapping him.
Yeah, Sabik. There's the car that we want to go. So there's Total Wolf with the gun that we mentioned earlier.
No, Mickey, no.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that was just a intentional misspelling. But yes, there he is. There's Total Wolf on the side, and other parts of the car that we should not show because it is actually not safe for work.
There's a lot of memes on that car there, and we certainly appreciate it a lot.
Yeah.
So here's hoping that Shatman Shabik will be able to bring this car to a much nicer position here, and at least keep the hopes alive here for ABG Motorsport.
Yes. All the while then, we had a stop early in the race. In fact, it's not even on the hour mark. Ethan Lowe actually came to the pits for the drive-through. In fact, sorry, I forgot. They had a penalty to serve, so that's why Ethan and teammate Raja Mirashaka just had to come in early because of that. So he'll probably be mindful of track limits for the next time by, but that just scuffs up their race plan, isn't it? You can see the look on his face. He would love to not to have had that.
Yeah, I think he actually has is that his Discord? Yeah, he actually is streaming on Discord, I think, on the side there. So just keeping an eye out as well to what's going on in his own chat. But yeah, I mean, so far it's just certainly not what he wanted here. Getting the drive-through penalty has dropped him all the way down to 7th place here. Not really changing order as far as the pro class is concerned, but certainly has put a little bit more cars between him and who is now in car number 93, which is Chakraborty. So Devesh Jiva in the meantime taking over driving duties here for Bing Chi Ling Pipeka.
Yep, and I'm surprised that his co-driver Genevieve Voy, that's another girl on the grid. She's actually managed to just put church duties aside and join this race today because the Holy Week's coming up. But with whatever it is for her, she actually now wants to burn some rubber on the road rather than burning some candles.
Yep, fair enough, says our producer in the background. But yeah, both of them actually over here in the Axel Sports facility here, driving alongside instead of having to do it. Yeah,
bang on cue.
Bang on cue, right there in our screens.
And another one driving the right way up. But yeah, Devesh will probably be thinking that now he has to pay attention to penalties because last night, while over here in Malaysia, we had an endurance race on official race room's shop. The last time ever on that particular venue before they move on to elsewhere. He forgot to actually slow for a penalty. He had a off-track penalty. He and his team did not see it and got a drive-through, which actually gave me and my team the win.
Oh.
So
let's hope that his fortune is going to be a little bit better this time around.
And he's looking better now in terms of his prospects because he is battling for position and we got some traffic. That's oh no, that's the other car we saw just now.
Yeah, Sara actually got into contact with Sabik just now onto the final corner. It slowed him down massively, but that's opened up the door now for Devesh to get the jump onto Zaman. Gets onto the inside and moves up. Oh, nice one there from Devesh Jiva.
Opportunistic driving. He has learned a lot in his few years driving in sim racing. Not least the fact that he has Harkish as a coach for him, so that's why he is actually learning quite fast here. But really opportunistic opportunity maneuver. He just got Zaman when he least expected it, and now he's trying to make a beeline for it.
Yep, should be able to clear that nicely now. So, what else do we have out on track here at the moment as far as action is concerned? Not much in the top 10, I believe, but might be some more action brewing when it comes to the midfield at the moment. It's the Vesjiva, getting caught again by Zaman as we enter into the intersection. I almost say infield. I mean, it is technically kind of an infield, isn't it?
I mean,
relatively speaking.
Relatively, because, you know, it's not like an oval where there is a proper infield section, but we can just say that just for the sake of clarity, because there is no outward going circuit. Unlike the old Oostenrijk ring, there is an outfield and an infield. That was a huge circuit back in the day. But anyway,
certainly a very fun track to actually explore if you get the chance to. There's a very good mod of it, the Oostenrijk ring 1979 version that was used in the Formula 1 Championship back in the day, and certainly it gives you a very good idea of what this track used to be like. You know, back in the well, not quite golden era. It's a little bit past the golden era, but still certainly
it was considered golden era.
Yeah, very much so. Here we go with another driver from Bangladesh, although he is actually living in Malaysia at this point here, Anta Buyan.
And Antar had a bit of an incident. He triggered a yellow flag earlier, so I was trying to look at what happened there. Oh, he actually got into contact with Ethan Lowe. So Ethan was the one that actually sent it around, so that's why we had a yellow flag there. And luckily, race control actually keeps track of all the contacts. But really, then Ethan might be looking at another penalty coming his way, and this time through a human act.
That's unfortunate for him. I think I just saw Mulyono and Takumi passing along each other. Mulyono now ahead of Takumi here. Ooh, actually a big gaggle of cars here. Sasara even in the mix, as well as Rahadian and Henry Cooks as well, trying to move on the inside as well. Here we are actually on board with Takumi here, who's just jostled a position with Mulyono. Mulyono's already gotten ahead of him here, so already moves up into 16th place here for the car number 567.
Yep, and car number 828 is listed as a silver car, but let's not jump into conclusions first. There's Jonathan Takumi, and that's the first time I've ever seen the face behind the name. So he's looking pretty focused right now because he's got Henry Crooks 4th position behind him.
Yeah, he's already sporting a very nice Ferrari shirt, actually, got to say, for Jonathan Takumi. But Henry Crooks, I think, has got more problems behind him, actually, as Rahadian is actually getting a good run-up against him here on the main straight. Should be able to try to cut him going to the first turn. Jonathan Takumi is also keeping his eye out here, trying to watch out for anyone else. But Rahadian gets through, but not quite completing the move. Henry Crooks still able to keep himself just ahead here, coming out the exit of turn 1.
All the while, then South Sara actually nearly ran into the both of them. And car number 69 as well, Shatman actually went off behind, so highly likely both of them came to contact. But Rahadian tried to move on the inside, but Crooks bravely put it on the outside and hangs on to the position for now.
For now, let's see whether or not he'll be able to hang on as we get into this long stretch now. Going to be a downhill breaking point here. Rahadian getting himself in position yet again to take the slipstream off of him. Already trying to get that move done onto the inside. Henry Crooks now hangs out onto the curbs there. Couldn't quite block it this time, but can he get the exit that he showed early on in turn 1? Not quite. Still had to be side by side with Rahadian going now into the intersection of RBR. And Henry Crooks unfortunately couldn't quite keep the speed going here on the inside. Rahadian rounding around the outside here, threatening to close the door, but Henry Crooks still hangs on, still wheel to wheel, but not for long though. It looks like Rahadian will be able to get through after all, gets his car just ahead of Henry Crooks.
But for how long as well, because Crooks looks as though he got a very good exit there. He tries to hang in, but Rahadian blocks him, and that's pretty much the battle adjourned. What a move by Rahadian though. He really had to make it work, but he trusts Crooks, and Crooks in turn trust him as well to give each other space, and that's how it played out. So really good one there from the both of them. As meanwhile, further up in front, Hammond completes the recovery to go into the top 10 by overtaking Savi Rathnayake.
Yeah, finally getting himself back into the groove. Although you'll certainly be loving to try to challenge for further up in the grid here. Of course, he did qualify in, what was that, 3rd position, wasn't it?
Yep.
During the starts, but unfortunately had an incident that dropped him down out of the top 10. But great to see the recovery is coming into fruition here for the driver for Hobby Culture.
Yep, Will Hammond then, a very good recovery drive. We're looking at Savi Rathnayake, and well, that's a very shaky camera because it almost feels like we're actually driving with him in the car. You can see when he touches the curb how much that thing shakes. Yeah, there you go. There's the shake.
Yeah.
You can tell that it's a G29 with the amount of shaking it has. Oh, no, that's in fact a TT100.
TT100, yeah. I was going to say it's a Thrustmaster, not a Logitech. And,
yeah, I mean, because gear drifting wheels just shake more as there's a bit of
Oh, yeah.
by market there from Bangladesh trying to come through with the driver from Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
Up now to he didn't go up a position, but he stays P10, but up on the road with the Bangladeshi Bangladeshi car there. Oh, somebody went off in the final corner. We can't pick out who that one is.
128. Car number 128 is spun out there. Looks like it's ready to recover.
Zulfikri. Yeah, Zulfikri
So
YD.
you watch D from Side Wonder, unfortunately, having to take a spill here. Blocking someone as they come out of the pit lane there, but both of them a little bit slow at the moment. Who's that actually behind? Samara Jiwa is coming out of the pits here.
And I think that is for position. In fact, looking at the... Yeah, they did. They both had a collision at turn 1. So it was actually car number 128 that hit 777. So Zulfikri might have initiated that one.
Yeah, but well, that's unfortunate. As Samara Jiwa now being blocked here by one of the CMMC cars with Rana behind the wheel here. So if you watch D, we'll be able to pull further up ahead. Here is Kevin in his cameras. Actually, peeks the camera just as we called him out.
What do you sound like he actually knew that we were watching him?
I know, right? It's like maybe he literally has that precog going on.
No, we're Big Brother.
Oh man,
we're going.
I mean, we are watching.
Yeah.
You know, we're watching everyone here from their cameras actually.
Proper Orwellian stuff.
Dang.
Now then, another battle being brewing. In fact, this is from the battle earlier with Rahadian. Rahadian was actually battling with a car behind that was Henry Crooks. Now he actually gets another position on. No, in fact, that is Zaman. No, it is for position, yeah. Our timing screen is actually updating quite slowly, but Rafi Rahadian is making moves.
Yeah, nice one for him. Actually, all things considered, actually having a very, very good race here. He is in camera here, driving from the comfort of his own bedroom, it seems, and certainly having a good time while he's doing that.
Is it his actual bedroom? Is this a green screen background because of the fact that...
It's a very nice bouquet, actually, now you mentioned it.
Yeah, not just the bouquet, but it looks almost like as if he's racing in someone else's room.
With the lighting coming off his cheeks as well. It looks very ethereal, actually, the way it's working out.
But whatever it is quite an ethereal performance for Rafi because the NTP car is going absolutely swimmingly up in front in the AM class. I think they're running in about 6th or 7th place, not sure of that, but really going well right now. Okay, so speaking of running well, this is Will Hammond now, making another position up, and he is trying to pass Shikiatso in the ST Performance car. Not ST Racing from ST Wangan from Malaysia, but ST Performance from Singapore, and he's got him.
Oh, got him just like that. Wow, very clean move indeed. And we'll be able to slip his way up now into 8th position, I believe. And yeah, he is already up into 8th, keeping it nice and tidy now as we come around to the final section. And Funky Basuk coming yet again here to mention that every time we say Hammond, he hears it in Clarkson's voice.
Actually, it's Funky Base UK, and I was thinking.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah.
Funky Base UK. Yeah.
I think that is, if I'm not mistaken, one of the American kids that actually took part before.
Ah, I see.
And I think that's Elliot. That's Elliot Stubenigel, in fact. So Elliot probably is just commenting there unless because he can clarify who is that he is. Or if he can keep it quiet, we can respect that too. Whatever it is. Yes, when we say Hammond.
Now you're going full Clarkson.
Yes.
Well,
well, he's not blithering idiot today. He has driven stupendously. Yes,
indeed he has. Well,
saying in the Clarkson way.
Nice, a very nice recovery, all things considered here for Hammond, as we'll hope he is going to continue to make his climb on the up and up. Currently sitting P3, I believe, for the silver class. Oh, yep.
And only about 10 seconds behind Jeremy Howe, so he's actually on here to make a complete recovery. And in fact, Ferdi is not that far up the road either. Car number 351 is just coming around, coming around Rin Curve. It's the penultimate corner, so he's only half a sector away. He can still actually sneak in a win here in the silver class. And all is not lost either.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all. We're literally sitting about 12 minutes away for the end of the first hour as we ride aboard with Sabi Rakiyake, who is holding the 10th overall position at the moment. Now putting a bit more pressure here onto Saul, just in front. Just in front.
I'm crying. I'm crying.
Crying.
Yes, we're putting all the Zuma jokes here. We're not that far away from Zuma anyway. We're both close to them.
Well, Sami hopefully wants to get a little closer to Saul by the time he gets to turn 1 here, actually closing the gap with every single turn here. So I think we might see some action before long, perhaps by the time we get to the intersection We might actually see Sabi trying to put some moves, but Saw at the moment still trying to hang on for dear life. He is, I believe, third in the AM class. Let's see whether or not he'll be able to hold on to that third right now, as Sabi Ranayake is certainly forming quite a huge threat right behind him.
Yeah, so then, he did join last time out in round number 1. They have a sister car, number 33, in this race as well. But number 22 clearly is the one that we are watching out for to be in that podium position. But Ranayake says, hang on here a minute, this might be a chance for me as well. And he's driving very well to car number 81 with his teammate Tiago Pereira, who was in the comments earlier. In fact, Tiago Pereira was actually commenting way at the start of the program just now. I think, yeah, he says all the best to the organizers. It's amazing, and it's an amazing and I think
amazing. Wishing all the drivers all the best.
I think the English kind of stopped for a bit, but I think he wanted to say it's an amazing championship and wishing all the drivers all the best in this race. So that's just tried to auto-complete that for him. But doing quite well now is Ranayake, so hopefully when Pereira takes over, he can actually carry on the good job here. And so then, looks as though his tires are just running out of rubber here, sliding all over the place.
Sliding indeed, and still trying to close it. Still hasn't quite made the move as I predicted earlier on, but still keeping the pressure going. I mean, they're both Aston Martins and likely very much matched here in terms of weight, so they're not really having much of an advantage or disadvantage against each other. So that does mean that the job is going to be a lot harder here for Sabi Ranayake if he wants to make that move successfully past Saw at the moment. Certainly he's putting in his very best, coming around turn 3 at the moment, still not close enough actually to enjoy the slipstream of the other Aston Martin in front. We'll see what he was going to try to do further on here. At the moment, pretty much the only close battle we're seeing amongst the top 10 so far.
And a couple of other things that are noting right now is that pit stops are actually in full force, and this is the proper schedule ones. Wicked Low is the first to trigger that. He's in the pits. Fitri Abdullah likewise as well, following him in. So some of these drivers are not really confident with trying to stretch the fuel mileage, and this is where the other key element of strategy comes into play. Whether or not they want to actually carry on, because there's no maximum stint time, but there is a maximum driving time. So yeah, they want to just try to keep it under that, but at the same time they want to stay on track as long as they could to maximize whatever advantage they have with the cars they have at their disposal.
Yeah, I mean, the longer you can stay on the track, the better it is. But that also poses a bit of a challenge actually for those who have only 2 drivers, because they cannot exceed, as you mentioned, the total driving time between each other. Like they can certainly be welcome to pull stints as long as they want, but if they have to make sure that the driving time falls within the percentage that's already been set in the rules. So that does make it a little bit tricky if you're trying to plan out longer stints to maximize kind of like your on-track presence, as it were.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a very, very fine balance you have to play there in order to make it work.
And quite a few teams have fallen a crop over the years, including yours truly, a few years back, where we had a podium on the track, but unfortunately we had to lose it by a lap, and luckily ended up still in 4th position. But top 5 finish regardless, we were happy with that. But you know, when you try to plan out these things in the middle of the heat of the moment, it can happen. Although, conversely, I had the benefit of the fact that we managed to get the stint timer last night, so we didn't get penalized either. So I felt both sides of the coin, so I can say that it could easily happen to anybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the challenge, really. And, you know, the thing is that in these kind of sim racing championships, you don't really have the benefit of, like, real-world racing teams, you know, that have, like, literally entire armies and of, like, engineers in front of monitors to give you real-time data to determine the most optimal time, you know, to pit in and to pit out. You don't really have that here, you know.
Or worst comes to worst, someone forgets to put enough fuel to run all the way to the end of a race and stop in the middle of the final corner.
I wonder, like, if that does happen in real-life race, who actually gets who gets the boot, really, in that kind of situation? Is it going to be the person in charge of refueling, or is it the person in charge of strategy? Who knows, right?
I mean, that's also alluding to the fact that we had that last year in the Sabah 1000.
Oh, yeah.
And then we fell to our very own Alistair Young. Anyway, anyway, we can move on now from that, as we see Jeremy Yao is attacking Gunnar Sakara for 5th place. And this is not for class positions, but it is for overall. And Gunnar Sakara thinks better of it. He didn't want to actually get involved in that one, as Pepega touches Spaghetti. What a name.
Didn't touch a spaghetti that time, you know, Sakara, so Jeremy Yao will be able to go through unmolested, as it were.
Well, at least his spaghetti is not wet. Okay.
Typically, you want the spaghetti to be a little bit damp, a little bit moist, maybe around the edges. Yeah, good thing we're out of Wasaman right now, so we
Nah,
can
I mean-
fully go into the food jokes.
I mean, not only that, there's a bit of innuendo at play there.
So here we go. Oh, Jeremy still getting a little bit here
Yeah.
with Panapasukul actually coming up behind.
Yeah, Panasapongko, who's we saw earlier spun around in qualifying, so he's probably trying to just get to grips with the few Mercedes that are in the track. In fact, remember Mercedes was just the order of the day at one point. Everyone wants to drive a Merc, but since it got nerfed a bit and we're using LFM's BOP tables, other cars have come to play, and it's mostly a smorgasbord of Ferraris and Astons with a few Lexi in between.
Let's see whether or not this Ferrari is going to be able to keep itself nicely planted ahead of of Aston Martin, and then a Mercedes Benz behind as well.
And the fact that, speaking of Minority Report, you can see Jeremy's camera looks like as if it's in a noir. He looks like he would look at a place in Minority Report.
It's like he just needs to be wearing like a fedora really to complete the neo noir look.
Ah, yes. Although, because Minority Report's in the future, he should not even be driving with a steering wheel. He'll let the car drive itself. Anyway. Kevin Samaraji was dropped into turn number 1, and did he help on the way out? It looks as though he's
spun by himself, it looks like.
Spun it by himself, so luckily no one came into contact with him, and he can safely go on his merry ways. But yeah, and Kevin might be thinking, oh, is he being watched again? No, not this time. He's just focusing, but nice touch as well that he put his helmet right there, so you can tell he races in real life.
Yeah, I mean, I think I also was wondering when we went on Fitri Abdullah just now, did he actually have his racing suit in the background? I mean, I saw his his racing shoes there, so I was wondering whether that is just showing off his real life racing wardrobe, as it were. Samarajiwa unfortunately going off into the sand trap just now.
Yes. In fact, we cannot go back to P3 now because his teammate is taking over.
Oh yeah.
So no chance in seeing that again unless we see him later on. But as for now, we go to Shane Wirakun. This is the teammate to Rathnayake just now. We were watching Samarji while we were watching, and in a similar car too. But it looks as though not much in the way of action apart from the fact that he is actually trying to chase after BMW in front of him. Now this is a battle for the fringe points in the M class, but regardless of that, it is still points on the line.
Certainly is. I mean, every point will matter in this 4-round championship where there's no drop rounds being counted. You know, there's still plenty of things to fight for, even if you're in the midfield here. I mean, there's still plenty of teams that have not even scored a single point yet in this championship. So, if the CMSC White Boys somehow pick up 1 point even, that will actually put them ahead of quite a lot of the field at the moment. So they're certainly going to be banking on that. But right now on this bank, trying to see whether Shane is going to be able to take advantage here of Rapman just in front of him, going a little bit on the curbs there. Didn't quite slow him down, but the leg side that's just behind him might actually pull some moves here. Ramadan actually trying to move through. Wirakun actually closes out, makes sure that he's not going to be able to get through. That time in contact there, unfortunately, with the Indonesian onto Ishrat Rahman, who's now spun around at the pit exit.
Well, ironically, his teammate Bye-Bye Racing, he went bye-bye there for a second. But luckily, though, did not come to contact with anybody else. But for Ferdi Ramadan, that was definitely an unforced error. He could have actually waited for the next corner to come by, but now there's going to be a penalty thrown his way for that one.
Yeah, Panason Pakul is going to be able to come through there. And here comes Ethan Lowe as well. Might actually be able to pass around the outside if Israel Rahman cooperates there. No, he's actually going to be able to cut through the corner there for Ethan to come through. And Ishak definitely not feeling too happy about what's just befallen him just moments ago.
I mean, that's probably game face, but sometimes it could just be unintentional memeing on the cards. We'll just move on from that one because Gunnar Sakara actually is still hanging on to the back of Jeremy Yao, and this is still an interesting battle, even though it's not for class positions. Regardless of that, we just love to see how much of a fight we can that some drivers can put up with.
Yep, just trying to put a fight indeed. Palmares around the outside is going to be able to let these two cars through. As Jeremy Yao at the moment still keeping his car nicely planted in a defensive position here against Gunnar Sakara. Forcing Gunnar now to try to close up the gap, and it's going to be blocked going into the final corner as well. But that actually might help him here in the long run because he will get the slipstream off of Jeremy's car. Let's see whether or not he's going to be able to catch up going to turn 1, maybe even turn 3 at this rate.
And I like how the last time out when they crossed the line, the gap between Jeremy and Shishan was 0.296. The car that he's chasing, the Ferrari 296 there. So quite a coincidence in terms of the decimal places. But it looks as though Jeremy then, despite overtaking Gunnar Sakara earlier, is not able to pull away.
Not really at all. So this could be a bit of good news here for CMSC SS Racing. We'll see whether or not he's actually going to close the distance. Not going to be doing it this time around. Coming out of turn 3, so Jeremy Yao will have a bit of breathing space now, entering in this downhill braking into the intersection of Red Bull Ring. So that's going to keep this battle a bit of a cooler for the moment. We're already coming up to our first hour of racing here, ladies and gentlemen. Eamon Ryan still remains in the lead of this race, and boy oh boy, has done a bang up job in order to be able to take command very early on in this race. How will his race continue on? We still have another 3 more hours of racing to go, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to be taking a short break, and we'll be right back with more racing action here at the Red Bull Ring for Endurance Edition 2026. So stick around. We'll be right back after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, to the next hour of racing here in the Endurance Edition 2026 round number 2. It's been an incredible race so far for Eamon Ryan, who still remains in the lead of this race. Still have yet to make his mandatory pit stop at the moment, so we'll see how and when he decides to do so. But pleased to announce actually that Will Hammond, because of all the pitting that's happened, has actually got himself back up into 4th position right now on track. So wow, that's an incredible comeback here for Will Hammond after what could have been quite a disaster that happened to him early on in this race.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that number 23 car in the ticker kept dropping like a stone further away from the top 23, but now they're actually not that far away from 30 Ramadan. So let's see then what Hammond and Aiden Tan can do here in the next 3 hours of this race. Meanwhile, no such troubles for Iman after the early pressures. He is well up in front, and he's actually in about 1 hour and 4 minutes into the current stint. So he'll probably be thinking about pitting soon, or he could try stretching it. We'll just wait and see how that goes out. But for now, he's looking pretty relaxed, and all is according to plan.
All according to Keikaku indeed here for Iman Ryan. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to find a nice gap for him to pit in. In the meantime, what's going to be on for Wilson Woon, who is taken over for the LOR Ascent car for 18.
What a coincidence.
Yeah, just right literally in front of Iman Ryan actually.
We were just thinking, wait a minute, that's a Porsche. that's the only Porsche on the grid. Well, he now knows full well that psychological advantage is on Iman's side here. If Iman was to overtake, and blue flags are aplenty, so will Wilson play ball, or he will try to make Iman's life a living heck?
Might be more of a living heck at the moment, given how close he's getting to Iman Ryan's car at this point now. Just keeping him blocked out. Iman Ryan's going to be forced to go around the outside of the next section as he gets towards Rid Corner. It looks like, yeah, Wilson Woon does actually let him pass, though, on the straight, so not too much histrionics, as it were. Wilson Woon now just tucked in behind.
And, well, nice lighting, though. For a second, I thought he's actually racing from the green room in the studio or something. But regardless of that, Wilson's now let him by, and Iman can go on his merry ways, while pit stops in other places are plenty, including Guna Sakara's coming to the pits. So let's see if Sharanya Mendes will take over that car after this. Meanwhile, battle's all on track. Not much in the way of any positions apart from the fact that Henry Crooks actually might be coming up to the back of Rafi Rahadian, and they're still going at it, you know. They were going at it a few laps ago. Now they're still doing it again.
Yeah, actually it was quite close to Hadian earlier on. I think perhaps because this car got between the two of them. Hossein, who's driving the Gravedigger car, might have actually caught up in between there. It's Henry Crooks right now, racing from his team's facility here. Has certainly not had the best of the race so far, but certainly still in a good position here as far as points is concerned. So still not all is lost here. Still have plenty to pick up for this weekend.
And I like how the team are all in uniform as well, so they're really repping the colors there. The maroon colors is quite a nice touch, even though the cars themselves are all red and black. But the branding-wise, you can tell it is their team. So really, I like that all the teams in the grid just carry on colors that we can recognize from season on season. Like just now, with right in front of Henry is that Rafi Haidian car. With Entropy, you can tell it's pink and black. The LOR cars, you can tell it's silver. And likewise here, Apex Racing Brunei, they run the red and black. So it's the branding that makes people recognize that, yep, this is the team that we're looking out for.
Yep, as Ranayake also jumps into the pit as well. Shamim as well has already gone into the pits here, drops down to 24th. Henry Crooks, I don't think he has taken his pit stop quite yet, so we'll see when he's going to decide to do so. Already well past that first hour mark. Iman Ryan as well still continuing to run quite a long stint. We'll see how long he's going to be able to hold out here, as Derek Daniel for the Beagle Racing team now caught in a bit of a gaggle here. A couple of cars in front here, I think, are back markers, as Ramdani as well getting caught up. And
that's the guy that had the ceiling from last time.
Yeah, well, hopefully it's Derek Daniel who's just out of frame there, who's driving behind the wheel. But right now, getting onto the inside of Chi Chong, making it not too easy for him there. But he still managed to get through anyway. Still trying to get on the chase onto Ramdani, who is actually ahead of him by another car. We got Teng at the moment, who has just been lapped. And now it's going to be Derek Daniel who will have to lap him here before he can bring the fight to Ramdani.
There he is. There's Daniel on our camera.
Just there. Just there's a little head peeking out right around the corner there. Yep, that's Derek indeed.
Like a Japanese ghost.
Ghost sighting indeed here onto Derek Daniel's camera. Blue flag still out here for Ramdani, and Daniel's closing in on the thing at the same time. See whether or not he's going to be able to find a way past, but this Ferrari in front of him certainly not making it easy for him at all.
Yeah, it was quite... oh no, in fact, it is actually 4 positions, so it's not for blue flag.
Oh, okay.
So it is Sean Tang. So Sean now is battling with Ramdani, and Ramdani in the silver class car may not want to be sticking around for too long, as this gaggle's getting pretty close. Just a shame that with the Team Uncle car. They ran with the Marlboro colors last year, and you know, there we go. Ferrari colored shirt as well. They're on brand, but I wish they still ran the Philip Morris livery because it reminds us of the time when money was unlimited and when smoking is still considered cool. At least it killed the population easier.
Well, okay. God dang, indeed. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, it was so much more iconic. I felt when they used that historic livery there, the Marlboro. Red and white, but this time, oh boy, Chakraborty also getting a bit of in the mix as well here against Tang. And I don't think Chakraborty is actually fighting him for position necessarily, although they do come very, very close, almost wheel to wheel here with Chakraborty around the outside. Rahul Chakraborty is, of course, in 4th position, so he's actually one phase ahead of this Team Uncle car, but still having to do this hard way, though, to try to get past Tang at the moment. Sean Tang is not giving him any not doing him any favors at all here. Blue flag still out here trying to ask Sean Tang to kindly give some room here for Chakraborty to pass, but Sean Tang is still very much still in his own race actually, so it's not going to be too easy for him to decide to let the faster car through.
And I think because it is on endurance racing rules that if you want to pass, you have to make it the hard way or someone has to give way. It's not necessarily like in F1 where you just see the blue flags, go out of the way within 3 marshals posts. This one, Raul has to work for it, and against a car with pretty much similar pace, but you can see he's flashing his lights in gesticulation. He is not happy with how Sean Tang is actually handling this, fighting it so hard, and yellow flags coming up here because there's a car that spun around. It's one of the over me cars. Let's see where he is, just coming up to recover.
Just coming up almost in front of Chakraborty, and that forced Yasir to actually block Chakraborty coming out the exit of turn 3, so that's slowing him down even more. And it's especially painful when you know that like car 335 has already gone into the pits here, and Henry Crooks is already going to be switching off to his teammate at the moment here, and Chakraborty really needs to be able to take advantage of this moment here to try to gain some places, but it's just going to be so difficult with so much traffic to deal with.
Actually, yeah, you were saying about Henry Crooks. In fact, it is Iman Ryan that's in the pits, so Iman's in the pits as well as Ferdy Ramadan. So now that is where it's going to get interesting, whether or not Chakraborty, who has actually, yes, he has pitted 4. He's got 9 minutes on his stint timer, whereas Iman Ryan clocked in at about 1 hour and 10 minutes. So he stretched it, Ramadan stretched it, but Ramadan, of course, still has the asterisk of a penalty on him because of taking out a driver earlier, as Chakraborty then sides his way through. Really not hanging about because he knows full well that the overall win is on the line, and of course in the silver class because Ferdy is just about making his way out.
Yeah, should be able to pass it on track for now, so this is looking good for Chakraborty, but certainly would have hoped to actually have much more of a clearer side of the track here to actually pull this off, but certainly hope this needs to be able to temper his frustrations at the moment as Ferdy Ramadan comes out on track. Still looking like he might actually be okay, that's already behind. Yeah, he's already ahead here. So Chakraborty is doing pretty well right now to be able to keep up the climb here. Of course, as you mentioned, he did pit earlier on, so this is of course a great opportunity for him to make up some good places.
Indeed, and let's see that when he crosses the timing beam because Amirul Naim has taken over from Imarayan. So the experienced old hand has taken over from the very fast and steady young guard coming out through here as Chakraborty then is going to break the timing beam soon. Can't see. No, he might. In fact, Amirul Naim is coming through the final corner, so no point about picking up that battle because it is well a sector apart. There is Naim coming through. 26 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, we'll see. Chakraborty hailing all the way from Bangladesh. His teammate is literally our server admin here, Fahad Ghafoor, who will be sharing his driving duties with him, and you'll be certainly cheering him from the sidelines here, hoping that Chakraborty will be able to keep a good position in the top 3 so they can challenge for the lead. Amirul Naim has come out, replacing Iman Ryan in car number 333, so that Porsche still in the lead of the race so far. Rahadian in the moment coming through to Hossein in the moment, trying to keep up with Wilson Woon, who is just ahead of him too. These guys have actually been battling quite a lot in the earlier hour, and it looks like the battle will still continue on now. Or I should say, like between these two cars in the previous with the previous drivers and the previous stint. Ooh, almost contact there onto Rafi Rahadian, but
Zohaib Hossein.
Yeah, Zohaib almost pushed him out there. I think that's going to be, is that Ramadan behind him? I think it's Ramadan behind him indeed, just coming through as well.
As yellow flag being pulled out here by Umanandan Jayaratnam. As, he's continuing a bit of his own trend of getting some highlight reels, and this is one of them as well. How he ended up there. We'll never know. Probably he got helped out. In fact, he got helped out by one of the Sri Lankan cars, would you believe it?
Oh,
it was
no.
It was car number 81. So Tiago Pereira, who was in the comment section earlier, now on track. He's the one that caused Jeyaratnam's spin there.
Oh, come on, Pereira. Well, let's hope he's going to keep it nice and clean from here on out. It's got Kaiser. He's just passed rather lapped Kaiser here. Right now, running in the 9th position here is Tiago Pereira. So, looking pretty good so far. I mean, for all of the Sri Lankan drivers, actually.
Yeah.
All things considered.
In fact, behind him by about 5 seconds, there's Sharanya Mendes. So, she's taken over from her teammate earlier that ran an absolute blind over stage, Sheshan Gunasekera. There she is.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then, she's a pro karter as well, by the way.
Yeah,
So
I mean, you can see the gloves as well. That's a very sweet looking glove. Actually matches the livery that they have on there. Although, if I'm not mistaken, that you mentioned this was a default livery, wasn't it?
yes, it is. But because it was whatever livery you want to run on, because again, they could have easily had the same ones that their teammates on the other Aston are running with. But regardless of that, Sharanya Mendes looking really steady out on track, and she's on here for a potential podium. She's only about 5 seconds behind Tiago Pereira, so watch this space. We might actually see an interesting battle on for the two Sri Lankans here. They were very close out on track at one point.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll be cheering her on, that's for sure. Rahadian goes into the pits now, so it's going to be dropping out of that top 5 at the moment here. She drops, might even drop down to the 10th position by the time he finishes that pit stop. So that automatically upgrades Wilson Woon up here into 3rd overall, still in the lead for the AM class as far as he's concerned, but definitely not going to be much concern for him here as two Hosseins going up against each other.
Yeah, I was about to point that out because it's, this is the other two drivers that are probably not related, but they have the same names, Asif Hossein and Zohaib Hossein. One for the Bengal Racing Crew and the other one is for Auto Gaming Rebels. So they're part of the same unit, so to speak, but they are running different names. So the Bangladeshi guys are actually doing quite well as well.
Yeah, and of course, also special appreciation for me personally is to see the classic Gravedigger livery here being sported by Hossein's car. I mean, they actually had a really good previous round, didn't they? But didn't quite score a good podium, but still plenty of points to be hauled out here. Well, right now, two Hosseins are going to be fighting it out pretty much on position here, although it looks like the other Hossein has already fallen back a little bit on the main straight, so that gives Zohaib a bit more breathing space in order to concentrate on his own race in 19th place.
Indeed. Meanwhile, Genevieve Boy actually is having a good battle. In fact, Genevieve? How is she up there against Ramdhani? Well, she's actually putting out quite a fight.
Wow.
And well, because Divesh actually had a very good stint in the first one, she's now just trying to play it safe here. And speaking of playing it safe, allows Ramdhani to go by. So between two classes, I don't think she'll be minding losing a position there, so long as that she keeps the car safe. In fact, it's looking pretty good for her and Divesh. They're running in the top 10 right now, so good haul points for the Papega Bing Chilling car.
Yeah, and perhaps we'll be able to enjoy a bit of slipstream as well to help her close the gap at the moment here to Chi Xiang, who's sitting only like, 6 seconds ahead of her at the moment. So hopefully we'll see whether Genevieve will be able to pull some more action later on, as we are on board now with Sok Chi Xiang. So right now trying to get the slipstream off of Ramadan's car.
No, it's in fact
Rahman's car.
Rahman,
Sorry, Rahman.
And the fact that he's chasing yet another female driver in this race, Nicole Hong from Brunei. So quite a few female drivers competing here today, and they're doing quite well. In fact, this is one of the higher running ones, aside from Sharanya Mendes, of course. Mendes is up close to a podium position here, but there's So Chi Xiang. Lovely trophy room, I think it's a man cave.
No, I think it's a bar. It's a bar actually behind him.
I think it might be a man cave.
A little bit, I think.
Yeah,
but that's certainly like a bar behind him with a dartboard as well. So he's certainly, racing in the comfort of his own man cave here. Brilliant background here.
Meanwhile, there was a bit of an incident for Chi Chong, the team sister car. Number 33 spun into turn 1, and was he helped out, or was he... No, in fact, he spun it on his own. So luckily then, no such problems here for this particular ST Power car, running up in 14th overall, but in P6 in the M class. Looking good for a good haul of points here. And let's see it then if Nicole Hong can actually just give a good battle here, or she can actually hold on to the advantage.
She certainly has the advantage of having Rahman between her and Sok Chi Xiang, so we'll see whether or not Seoul will be able to get past Rahman here to finally bring the fight. But so far, looking good for Nicole, actually, because she's actually keeping her car very nicely ahead. She's now finding a bit of position. Oh, had to actually do a bit of evasive action there to avoid Rahman. Got a little bit out of sync there, causing a bit of concertina, trying to keep up with Nicole.
And there's another problem here because the number 3 car from earlier, J.R. Ratnam's teammate Michael Ngo has taken over. Rahman's going for the inside. That's not going to make any better here, isn't it?
Nope.
That's just going to complicate matters. And now, here comes Seoul.
Whoa, coming out just in front of another car coming out of the pits as well. Rahman's going to be splitting the 2 drivers. So Chi-Xiang is already ahead here with Nicole, who's now blocked by Rahman as she attempts to try to fight back for position, but now has to tuck in behind So Chi-Xiang as she comes into turn 3. And unfortunately loses out on that position. Rahman still getting into the mix as well, forcing So Chi-Xiang to actually go off, but still remains ahead. Rahman still flashing his lights, wanting to unlap himself here. This is actually making it a little bit dramatic here. Dramatic turn events indeed here with Nicole, unfortunately. While Rahman will still try to fight here for Seoul. Avoid the transition, Seoul loses control. Still managed to save it in the last moment there to stay ahead of Rahman.
Oh, you can see the look on his face there. He was talking to his team earlier. Rahman goes through, and there is a car off into the gravel track. That's Michael Ngo. He gets for a switchback, and all the while, then Chakraborty also comes through here. It's all kicking off.
Oh my goodness, a lot of traffic and a lot of chaos going on in this part of the track. Rahman tucks in behind So Chi-Xiang. I think he's still trying to look for another move. Swings around as we see Chakraborty also coming in, flashing So Chi-Xiang as well. Coming around the outside, Chakraborty tries to slip in onto the inside as well. I mean, again, these guys are not actually racing for position, but they might as well be, given the way that they're racing through this final section as Chakraborty finally gets through. Chi-Xiang falls in behind, but crucially is ahead of Nicole by the time it comes across the control line.
And there was no such team play there because Rahman is Bangladeshi and so is Chakraborty, but I think the Rahman just gave so much action there because he just wanted to come through. And now, this is Nicole trying to get back at Chi-Xiang.
Yep, comes in true, does get the position done by turn 2. Now coming up to turn 3, he's going to try to defend. Oh, So Chi-Xiang might try to go for the dive. Oh, he does dive, gets himself wheel to wheel here. Forcing Nicole to slow down even more, and she loses out on that battle.
That's very naughty there from Chi-Xiang because I know he's trying to block pass as a car further behind spins. That is Michael Ngo, but really, I don't think that was necessary at all. He could have actually gotten the move done by slowly block passing rather than just barging her out of the way.
And unfortunately, that also allowed Kanzani Ramdani to actually pull through and get ahead of Nicole at the same time. So another beneficiary here. Now Ramdani is going to be the one putting the pressure on So Chi-Xiang.
Yeah, let's see what So Chi-Xiang's defense is like other than his attack, as Cherry Chu gets by Nicole as well in between all of that. So there's Ramdani. I'm not sure how comfortable he is driving like that the whole way, but yeah, that is a weird driving position, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's actually have a table in front of him. I think he would just reach across to click something on his setting.
Oh, Nicole!
Oh no, Nicole spun out.
Yeah, Nicole just hits the side of Cherry Chu, and now she has to wait for the cars to come by. We were just picking it up here that she's driving so well. Oh man.
What a shame.
And it's all because of the fact that some back markers coming into play. She has spun around. But luckily though, the positions she lost is only just for class positions. Yes, overall positions she lost too, but luckily though, kept it going and no such histrionics after that.
And that's kind of like the peril, actually, right, of racing on a track as short and fast as Red Bull Ring. It's that you get into these kind of traffic situations way too often. And I think the tough part, even for someone who's running in the front or even at the back, is that you've got so many cars just out of phase with you. You're just trying to jostle for track position, not exactly sure of which way to go, which way to take, and especially when you're locked in the battle like she was with Chi-Xiang just now.
Yep.
It just unfortunately things just didn't work out here for her, and
yeah,
now she's finding herself all the way behind.
And now she has to get by Rachasin Kitya Sinakon. That's Sunny Corner. That is actually what. That's another tricky thing, isn't it? Back markers are plenty as... Oh, let's see then. What's happened here? That's Kalmin Jung. I was about to say Kim Jong-un for a second, but... Kalmin Jung for CMSC White Boys. He actually got spun around. I think he actually was involved in a collision somewhere there because it hasn't been picked up. But what if it is? He might also have been collateral. He's really right at the back here with Safsara and the rest of the other drivers. Oh no!
Oh.
Mendes! He's actually the side Sharanya Mendes. Well, that's not gonna go on the team debrief.
No, I think Jung actually like he actually kind of like brake long, like went far too long and actually understeered. So Mendes like actually did move a little bit out of the way there, thinking that Jung was going to be able to pass him, but unfortunately because he just locked up there, just went straight up ahead, and Mendes turned in expecting him to pass him, but just ran into him.
Yeah, and no fault of her own as well, to be honest. She just wanted to mind her own business, but her fellow stablemate decided to just give way, but then forgot that the brake was a bit long. Yeah, long pedals.
Long pedals indeed. Well, unfortunate here, but Sharanya Mendes will still be sticking in 9th position overall here. Didn't quite lose any actual position here. So in spite of that little incident, we'll still be able to roll on, hopefully calmly for the rest of this bit.
Yeah, that's for her sake. Let's hope that was probably the only adrenaline-inducing moment she'll have throughout this entire race. Now then, couple more drivers that we can just highlight here. Ian Wong, one of the old guns who started sim racing late, but proved that if he was 20 years younger, he'll be right up there.
I mean, he's really still a very fast driver, you know, even in his advanced age compared to the typical young guns we often see in the sim racing scene. He still stands out, you know, amongst the rest here, still by being quite a fast driver. So taking the reins of the Touch of Spaghetti car, still sitting up in that 7th place, a very handsome position here for the Pega Racing team indeed.
Yep, and coming up to the fellow stablemate, Adam Hakim, right there. So hopefully by the next round, they'll have the proper Pega livery, because, again, it will just look so nice to have some symmetry out on track, even if they're running different cars. Regardless of that, livery aside, they're doing quite well for themselves. The fastest of all the Pega cars, right up there in P7 overall, and 3rd in the silver category, with Zed McKenna now taking over the number 23 car up ahead. Right, Chakraborty, a bit of update on the gap. We will have a 24-second gap here to play with between Naeem and Chakraborty, so we'll keep an eye out for that as the racing is going. But did someone point out in the comment section about something we missed? Oh, I think it's Will Hammond. So yeah. Hammond is actually doing that, so no worries, it's fine. Is it that we kind of find it funny that you're going upwards like a space shuttle?
3, 2, 1, and lift off, hopefully, and certainly lifted up quite far, actually, all things considered, it will, so kudos to you for that. Nevertheless, let's see whether Young Wong will be able to keep things going nicely here, try to dispatch a few cars here on his way to bring some more fights with Rajam and Shaukat. Zed McKenna right now in a bit of a battle here with Wilson Woon.
And speed. Okay, so we have the first penalty there. It's actually an REM, but I don't know if anyone can hear on the broadcast. But the Hobby Culture car, number 388, that's our championship leaders in the M category, have been given a penalty. But nothing that Zed McKenna is going to be worried about, because he is actually trying to get back into Wilson Woon's direction by just pressing him. There's another Australian who's also the right way up. Instead, this is sideways up. I think that they forgot to put the camera into auto rotation, but whatever it is, it's just a small thing. It's quite a funny quirk that we would love to see. Anyway,
it will just make them look like as if they're driving up the equator to make their way up to the Austrian ring.
Yes, but the sideways up, the long way up, whatever you want to put it, as Wilson Woon then, under severe pressure. McKenna is on the inside, Wilson's on the outside. Let's see what Wilson can do with the defense, because if he breaks deep enough, he might still give McKenna a run for his money, though this might just give an opportunity. Yeah, he ran very wide there, and McKenna comes through. Exit, though, might be better for Wilson, and in fact, he's still on it side by side with the Aston.
Yeah, but I think he may have evaded a little bit because McKenna was able to close the door in the exit, so Wilson wasn't able to slingshot his way out. Now he's going to have to try to take a little bit of slipstream, tries around the outside yet again, but this time, can he actually get the switch back? Not quite. Doesn't quite have the space to do that. McKenna still keeps him hung around the outside, so Wilson Woon not able to get the counter-attack done this time around, and has to concede the place to McKenna, it seems, as he's not able to gain that position there through these few corners. And look at that. The gap already built up here. Zed McKenna moves up into 4th place comfortably.
Nice move there, and it's all done. But something dramatic has happened right in front of them. The gap between themselves and Ferdy Ramadan has shrunk to just 3 seconds because he actually hit the side of Genevieve Boy.
Oh no!
So once again, Ramadan is in the thick of it, and Genevieve also has just tapped the side of Marina Pratama for good measure. But Ferdy Ramadan, in his haste, trying to make up time to Rahul Chakraborty, has been involved in a numerous amount of incidents, and now he's trying to fight Pratama, even though it's not for position, but Pratama then hangs firm.
Yeah.
So car
So
93.
car 93 has just got a penalty as well for collision. Although I wonder, I mean, it looked actually on my screen here more like Pratama put his elbow out to try to force Genevieve aside while trying to put the fight.
93 is Chakraborty. So Chakraborty's been given a penalty then, 10 seconds, but that will be served in the pit lane after this. So he'll lose more time to Naeem, much to the eternal relief of the Bruneian, because Chakraborty was actually closing in at a rate of knots here. So really then that will be the best news of the day that he's heard of. Though Chakraborty might have been a bit aggressive in his moves trying to get that back up through the field. That caused the penalty to be given his way. But regardless of that, I'm surprised that Ferdi Ramadan hasn't been given any, because we saw a fair few amount of collisions on screen that involved him, including this, well, that was one, but the latest one off screen was that he hit the side of Genevieve. Or it could be the other way. No, in fact, it is him. Ramadan actually hit the side of Genevieve.
Yeah, but I know sometimes, like, especially when it comes to decisions like this, it's usually the way it's judged is how egregious, you know, the contact is. It's not necessarily saying that, you know, you're not allowed to have any actual, like, car-to-car contact on track. You know, it does happen, you know, when it comes to racing on track. It's just whether or not that contact, like, is egregious, whether it caused the, whether it is, like, unnecessary in the first place, number one, and also number two, did it negatively affect, you know, the car that was affected by that collision. And I guess, like, in the stewards' review there, they found Chakraborty unfortunately guilty of that regard. So a 10-second penalty is not the end of the world. You know, this is, after all, very much before that midway point, so there's still opportunities for Chakraborty to regain that time in the preceding hours. But frankly, like, especially given how frustrating it must have been for him, you know, trying to chase through a bunch of traffic while his rivals were in the pits, you know, I guess that frustration, unfortunately, is just come to haunt him in the worst possible way here.
Another thing to point out is that it's not necessarily the effect. We're looking at the cause of an incident, you know, how terrible it is compared to what happened afterwards. Yeah, you can be spun around and lose 30 seconds, but you're not going to look at that. You're going to have to look at how much time was lost from just hitting initially. So if the contact was really high speed and aggressive, then the penalty would be harsher. So we're not necessarily judging for what happened to the other car. We're just judging the car that did the effect. So you get a drift. Yeah. If we're looking at the car, like say Chakraborty hitting someone to the spin, we're not looking at the spin afterwards or how long it took to recover. We're looking at the initial action. So yeah, you get the example.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
We're not necessarily looking at what happened to the other driver. It's like the argument in 2021 in the British Grand Prix, where Hamilton took out Verstappen. Yeah. It's not necessarily what happened to Verstappen. No matter how enormous the incident is, we can put that to bed. The harshest penalty was given out to Hamilton anyway. A 10-second stop and go, and he still won the race. So it's just car performance coming through in the end. But a lot of people said a much harsher penalty should have been given by effect, not by the cause itself. So
that's a hard thing to adjudicate, because, like, you know, once the contact has already happened, so what happens after that cannot necessarily be entirely pinned, you know, on the instigator. Oh, what's happened to James Palmarez here? Spun around.
Yeah. Now that's a weird place to spin, unless he was actually, you know, he hit the side of Genevieve.
Oh no!
So that's why he tried to unlap himself, or rather get into collision. He got into an unnecessary collision and spun himself around. So Palmarez is now facing the wrong way once again.
Well,
he's also continuing his theme from the previous race, where this car was in the wars for all the wrong reasons. But meanwhile, let's see what happened to Genevieve, because Genevieve was involved in all of this, and she's still running, but I think she might just have to really toughen herself up, because these are drivers who are not giving two hoots about where she is on track.
I mean, it's a tricky thing. Like, Genevieve has a lot of real-world racing experience. You know, she did take part in the TGR rookies. So, but this is a very different kind of racing compared to what you have in touring cars, mainly because, you know, you have to deal a lot more with traffic of cars that are in phase and out of phase with you. And in a field like this here, where it's online, you know, you don't really have the whole peripheral vision, you know, of your surroundings here. You really only have your computer screen, so you're just more relying on the radar that you have on the car to tell you how far or how close you are. And sometimes judging that distance can be very difficult in the heat of the moment, especially you got cars front, left, right, and center, just making it difficult. So I wouldn't entirely put too much blame for Jen on that, but certainly it's going to be something she has to keep in mind as this championship continues to progress.
Indeed, and there's also another one of the drivers with the camera moving upwards, but again, small matter, as, someone in front of her, that's Hossein, actually being overtaken by a back marker, and this might give her an opportunity to try and get back in position, though Zoheb Hossein technically counted as a silver car, but I'm not sure because they were probably labeling it wrong while creating it. Regardless of that, she'll just have to have one more car to overtake as we can jump to Hossein. In fact, seeing what happened to him, he is actually battling so hard with Lim.
Yeah, Lim was actually not in the same phase as him as far as I can see here. Just going to be letting him through. Hopefully, Hossein is still running in 17th place. He's got two guys in front of him who have penalties. Both Ratama as well as Nicole Hong have a 5-second and 10-second penalty respectively. So Hai can pretty much relax a little bit, I think, in terms of like keeping his track position. Yeah, and especially against other cars that are not in the same phase, you want to avoid, getting to too much contact, too much problems battling with those kind of people.
In fact, Pratama is in the pits now to serve that 5-second penalty. This might be on schedule. I'm not really sure. No, it is on schedule. If he did now a 15-minute stint there, so that is on point. Though, again, involving the wars really has to keep the car going in the right direction, and especially the fact that a lot has to be said about that collision with Ramdani earlier at this very point of the track.
Yeah.
Whether or not it was avoidable, whether or not he just should have waited for everyone to go by, who knows? But whatever it is, Ramdani has actually done well for himself to recover back up into, well, the top 20. Okay, he actually still sang like a stone, but regardless of that, he did recover quite well at one point.
Yeah, Hossein, as long as he keeps it clean here, should be able to inherit, get into place once Nicole Hong goes in to serve her 10-second penalty and her pit stop. So, again, like if you're in that kind of situation as a driver, you don't want to be too aggressive on a track. In the meantime, I think a bit more aggression is going on here for Rajamil Shaukat. Taking over the reins from Ethan Lowe is now putting the pressure onto Wilson Woon.
And Wilson then will not be fighting it too much because he's still in lead of the AM class. That's important. So that at least he can console himself that no one's nearby to cause any more harm as Raja Miroshaka then sporting football paraphernalia because he has a football background, of course. Some lore into him. He actually was playing football actively in the National Academy Development Program up to the under-16s, and he was in the C team. So technically he was, national player for under 16 level, but never got quite through. So decided to switch gears and went from ball knowledge to wheel knowledge.
Ball knowledge indeed. Well, let's hope well, I actually didn't know that about Raja. That's actually pretty cool, all things considered. And running right now in 6th position, still keeping the pressure on Wilson Woon. Let's see if he can put that ball knowledge to use.
Although I'm quite surprised he's wearing Manchester City because he is a Liverpool fan. But anybody can be a traitor nowadays if anyone goes for glory hunting.
Well, we'll see. We'll be cheering him on for sure on the sidelines here, while he still keeps it nice and tidy between himself and Wilson Woon, still keeping a gap between half a second. And this is certainly heating up to be quite the battle actually between the two of them. I mean, even though I think Raja is in pro class, Wilson is in AM class, is he?
Yes, he is, and Raja third in the pro class. Again, probably doesn't want to be thinking too much of a crazy move because there's only 4 of them in the pro class anyway.
Yeah.
So he is well and truly safe, but if he really wants to measure up and try to get championship points, then he might be thinking of trying to aim for Chakraborty because Raul has that penalty looming over him, and he's still within, not that far away. He's not
once Chakra does serve that penalty, like, Raja will be in a good position to actually challenge for 2nd place. So I think it actually might be in his interest to get past Wilson Woon as quickly as possible.
Yeah, but there's a spinner, and it's Chloe Cherry Chu. Cherry has actually dropped it into turn number 1. There she is in the infield grass. Luckily though, gets out of the way safely. Now we're gonna focus back on Rajamir Shankat and Wilson Woon. Wilson then under severe pressure for the last few laps by the Ali Mutu Chang driver, and there goes Raja on the inside, but Wilson breaks it very late, but goes very deep on the exit. That might allow Raja to come by, but no. Wilson carries huge amount of speed on the way out to keep the position. And
Raja clipped the apex as well, so that might have slowed him down in the midpoint of that turn, so that didn't help him at all in his attempt to try to get past Wilson Woon. We'll have to try again here, maybe in the infield section of RBR. See whether or not he actually closed the distance between Wilson, but it didn't look like he did too well to do that on the previous corner. Now Shoutout is going to have to still tuck in behind in his downhill section. P5 and P6, yep, that's what we're watching right now on your screens here. Wilson Woon in P5 and Rajamil Shoutout in P6, keeping things very exciting here within the top 10.
Indeed, and they come out now to the final sector. Oh, there's a spinner in the final corner. It is Zaibul Akram, but we're not going to focus too much on him because he has recovered quite safely. This is the battle we're looking at right now between 5th and 6th overall, but first in the AM class and 3rd in the Pro class. They are going at it hammer and tongs, but in the interest of the fact that Chakraborty has a 10-second penalty up in front, this might be second place for Raja if he times his moves right.
Yeah, and again, like, he cannot afford to cook it actually in this battle here. If he loses position, that loses his opportunity to move up a place in the pro class. But that's why it's tense even, like, in this inter-class battle, because it's not so much about Wilson's position here. It's more about whether or not Shoutout can take advantage of Chakraborty's penalty. He's going to try to make the move here. Wilson tried to maneuver around, couldn't quite block him this time around as Shoutout takes onto the inside, moves up, but still cannot quite pull away from Wilson. They will remain wheel to wheel now, going down towards turn 4. And Raja, look at that, getting a little bit excited right now in his racing seat here with Wilson around the outside. Raja breaks quite late there to try to confirm his position, tries to keep it on the racing line, and does indeed keep it ahead of Wilson Woon.
And Wilson had a bit of a wheel spin on the way out then, going into Schlossgold, but Raja gets the move done absolutely cleanly, and both of them had a good ding-dong battle up to that point, but Raja had the pace. Now he sets his sights on Chakraborty, and Raul is coming around the final corner just about now, and this will be his target locked in.
Yep, locked in indeed. So right now he needs to make up about 3 seconds. Oh, sorry, about 1.6 seconds. No, sorry. What am I talking about? 3 seconds to make it up to Zoe McKenna. He's got a couple of cars to make its way through. No, actually cuts right in front on the final corner there, but luckily it didn't quite cut off Shoutcut's nose there. He is flashing though, trying to warn them to stay out of his way. He's on the chase right now to make up some track time here in order to catch up to Zoe McKenna. But wow, this is looking so good for him now after making that move on the Wilson Woon. Now he is fully unleashed here, and the clear track lays ahead for him.
Yeah, Zed is only about, what? Let's see, when he comes across the timing beam just about now, 4 seconds ahead. So Zed McKenna then is his next target of interest, but really he sets his sights out over the driver further up the road. And oh no, Wilson spun it! Wilson's dropped it coming into turn 3, would you believe it?
Oh, well, luckily Ian Wong is 15 seconds behind, so wouldn't be at threat of losing his position, but certainly has lost out quite a bit, maybe a bit shaken after being passed by Rajamil Shoutout, perhaps, but will be able to recover just in time to keep himself running. So Shoutout, in the meantime, still has quite a lot of distance to cover here before he can actually catch up to Zed McKenna. So, and in the meantime, you know, Chakraborty's 10-second penalty still hangs over his head.
And speaking of penalties, and I think one car's in the pits for that one, Jet Lim. So Jet has actually come to the penalty. That's a sister car to Will Hammond, and he's out of the race. He's actually dropped out. So, yeah, Jet, in fact, for a second I thought the server disconnected on him, but he's out of there. And back onto the track, Daryl Eung takes over. So championship leaders in the AM class have had a nightmare round this time by. This will definitely be one of the rounds that they had to put into the bin, but not for drop round, but they just had to focus on the rest of the final 2 rounds of the season right after this. Meanwhile, even bigger penalty has actually been given to Hari Shami in the GSR Esports GP2 engine car. If it was the number 14 car that had lost to Fernando Alonso, it is GP2 engine and Honda engine at the same time being good for good measure.
I think it's technically slower than a GP2 engine, isn't it?
Well, whatever it is, he's not having the best of it. In fact, last night he was also taking part in that same race that we alluded to earlier, and he had a nightmare stint. Probably not the best performance ever for him, but he's had a rough couple of days, so let's not probably focus on him too much.
Yeah, well, now let's move on to Zohaib Hussein, driving the Gravedigger Auto Gaming Rebels car, trying to keep up here with Nicole Hong, who still has that 10-second penalty. So, I mean, regardless of what he does here, you know, he's still standing to inherit the place, but Nicole is still on track here, so maybe he might want to get the pass done here sooner rather than later, so they can actually focus more on trying to close the distance up into the 14th place. Tries to get on the inside. Nicole actually gets cut in front, and Zohaib unfortunately could not react to that in time. Nicole does recover though.
And what a good save. That's a brilliant save. I thought she was going to lose it right there and then, but hangs on to it. Random cowgirl. That was definitely it's one of the saves of the race. But that was definitely on Zohaib's shoulders there. He could have easily backed out a bit, but slammed into her. In fact, he's not probably backed off from it for one bit. He's going at it again.
Yeah, I mean, the thing was, Hossein did put his car in that position there, you know, trying to pass her. And I think Nicole just wasn't aware that Hossein was making that move quite late to the corner. But lucky, yeah, she did save that very well. But now she's still under threat for position here. Hossein still keeping an eye out for any opportunities in turn one. Couldn't quite find it yet. He's got another car behind it. I think that's the Mustang. Still Chandra Mauli behind the wheel there. So Hossein is just going to be holding him up a little bit here. Chandra Mauli actually found his way to catch up here and might actually be in threat of taking Hossein's place. He does actually cut him into turn 3, moves up to split up both Nicole and Hossein, who are just earlier battling in the midfield.
And in fact, we can't jump to what happened to Joshua Alba Molyono. Molyono's actually spun it right there in the middle of the fastest section of the entire track. And yet, he was facing the wrong way. Who helped him out? Oh, he actually twice hit Genevieve Boy and he spun.
What the heck? Okay. I was going to say it was a weird place to have spun out, but yeah, contact does make sense here. Unfortunate for Molyono.
And Genevieve, though, survives yet another onslaught. The girls are actually having it. In fact, look, that's, Stoneface right there. We only just played for a second. He's racing in the darker background this time. But Genevieve just survived yet another onslaught. In fact, Nicole as well. So both of the girls racing today have had a baptism of fire and then some.
Yeah, and speaking of which, Chandra Mauli has actually gotten past both Nicole as well as Zohaib. So he's already moved up into 14th place. Zohaib Hussein actually still is stuck behind Nicole at this point. And there you can see it very far ahead of the two of them. There's Hossein coming across the line just behind Nicole Hong. Nicole still has a 10-second penalty, so again, Hossein doesn't really have to fight this out too hard, but certainly be a little bit miffed that unfortunately he actually opened the door to allow Chandra Mauli to jump up into 14th.
Indeed, and but the thing is, that is for position in class as well, for good measure. He's just lost out on the podium place because of, well, being held up by Nicole Hong, and she has every right to fight, of course. Despite being in different classes, she wants to protect her position and her interest in this particular part of the track. Meanwhile, Hossein, well, he's probably going to be a bit more circumspect the next time by.
Yeah, well, one man's misfortune is Chandra Mauli's fortune right now. He's already moved up quite a bit here for the Pepeka Jingle Tingle. It's just so funny to just say that off the tip of my tongue here.
We just call it Pepega for good measure. That's just a code name to split them up so that we know that, oh, this is Pepega Racing Team, but which one? Which crew? At least it's an easy differentiator, even if it is a little bit on the nose in terms of humor. But regardless of that, they are doing quite well here with one of their cars up in the top 5, technically because, Ali Mutu Chang is basically a Pepega car. But Ye Wong in P7 overall, not bad either. So all things considered, good day for the Pepega boys so far as, oh, there's a good... For the Pepega boys and girls as we have a car stopped at the final corner. I'm not sure what happened there to the 777 of Ahagamage. Gasif Ahagamage, who has actually stopped it. So I don't know why he spun it, or he might have actually been hit on the way out.
I'm not sure. I mean, that was just right. I actually not that close to the pit entry. I was wondering if he tried to go into the pits or got into contact, forcing him to come out. Hossein, though, finally does get alongside Nicole. Should be able to get this done, though. But certainly would have wished to actually get it done earlier. Oh, no. Actually, Nicole fights back there. Still keeps herself ahead of Zohaib's car. So, wow. In spite of everything, still absolutely going at it here is Nicole Hong.
Oh, and something happened to Chandra Mauli. Chandra Mauli spun it. So, Chandra Mauli then.
Okay, yeah. This is opportunity now for Zohaib. Now he needs to be able to complete the move on Nicole, but Nicole's still fighting back hard. Still keeps herself on that apex there and just keeps Zohaib out on the lurch here. Now, Zohaib will have the inside coming in this turn. Nicole is still again going to try to cut out in front, but this time Zohaib does keep himself a little bit more circumspect, and you can see Genevieve also joining in on the action here. 2 girls and one gravedigger in the middle of the 2 of them. And he's really sandwiched in between the 2, still not able to find a way past Nicole. And now is under threat of losing position to Genevieve.
Wow, well, who says that the girls cannot put up a fight? They have actually been really well today. Yes, there have been a few collisions in between, but regardless of that, they've shown great racecraft. And all the while then, we haven't really focused much on Sharanya Mendes, who's driving her race of her own right up in the top 10. So really then, let's see how the girls are doing here today. This is quite an amazing race.
Well, let's see if Zohaib can take this car and dig a grave with it. Hopefully it's not going to be his own here, because right now he's in a very precarious position, trying to make the move against Nicole. Failed multiple times through several quarters where Nicole was successfully able to fight back multiple times, and all that battling has allowed Genevieve in 16th here to catch up to this battle, making it a three-way action between them on this lap. So Zohaib now slowing down a little bit here. Couldn't quite catch up to Nicole this time around. Actually going to have to focus a little bit more on defense, because again, you know, he was looking like he wants to try to move up to 14th place with Chandramali out of the picture here. So Zohaib now forced to go a little bit wide there as Nicole actually braked a lot harder through the corner than he expected. That's put him a little bit out of phase here and much closer to the clutches of Genevieve.
Well, this might be a bit of revenge here for Genevieve, because again, she was involved in a bit of argy-bargy with Hossein earlier. Now she wants to get back at him. All the while then, she can cover herself knowing that Nicole Hong actually has shown that, yes, this guy can actually have a fight that is clean. So maybe, just maybe, she wants a little bit of revenge, but, you know, in a nice way, like a backhanded slap.
Well, revenge is a dish best served cold.
Bing chilling, of course.
Bing chilling indeed. Yeah.
I mean, it is served cold.
It is served, yep, hopefully minus, at -2, -5, hopefully. We'll see. Genevieve couldn't quite close it this time, as Zohaib does get a bit of a draft off of Nicole. Keeps it nice and close, but still in a very, very precarious position here. Genevieve, though, does unfortunately lose out a little bit in terms of distance, so now Zohaib is going to try to make the move around the outside this time with turn 3, so a bit differently than what he did in the previous lap. But Nicole, again, still keeps her in position. Bit of contact between the two, and Zohaib actually loses out on that, allowing Genevieve now to get alongside. Almost got hooked up there, but still, Zohaib, desperate to hold on to that track position, cuts up in front.
And all the while then, behind Genevieve is her stablemate, which is Ian Wong. So Ian is trying to come by, and she lets him by through. That's actually very good driving for her. Good awareness too. Oh no, she's spun around! She's spun around by Abdul Mateen! So that was poor position, unfortunately.
Ah, that's just a shame there. She literally was letting him pass there. And unfortunately, Mateen, well, I think, was caught out a little bit as well, because that was the braking zone. But whatever the case, it looks like it's now going to be Ian Wong, who would be caught up here. They're not really fighting for his position per se. Ian Wong is going to be trying to lap the two of them, but Zohaib Hussein has been struggling hard to try to get past Nicole. Will Ian Wong actually be the one to actually break this stalemate? Whoa, yeah. Hussein actually goes way off there, allowing Ian to get through.
Yes, he does. So that's the sort of break that Nicole was desperately waiting for, and she's got by, but Zohaib is not actually letting this one go. He's actually trying to get back at Ian Wong. Ian might not like that one bit. Here to come out to turn 1. That's not what you want two cars to go through, and Ian makes Zohaib forced to yield.
Yeah, I think better for him as well, but no, watch out. Mateen's coming up behind. Now, Mateen, to be fair, not in the same class as Zohaib, but...
oh wait, no, he isn't, yeah.
Oh, he isn't?
Yeah, because our timing screen says otherwise, because it is actually for different classes.
Yeah, so Mateen is going to try to negotiate his way past, but as you've seen from past experience, Zohaib doesn't exactly have a lot of love for the Ferraris in this race so far. Mateen, unfortunately, couldn't quite find a way past Zohaib this time around.
And Mateen, of course, was the one that was guilty of hitting Jen at this very point last time out. So something's hanging over him after this, and it's not a pretty sight, because our stewards have been very vigilant in giving out penalties today. This might just be one coming his way.
Yeah, and again, it's our MAM stewards, of course, because this is a officially MAM sanctioned race here, so we got real race officials to take note of all the incidents happening in this virtual race here. And Mateen certainly, well, while that is still hanging over his head, he's still going to try to find a way past Zohaib. Couldn't quite find it that time. Did go for the peak.
Oh,
but
sorry, he might be helping out there, Vic. He might be helping Nicole here.
Oh, actually, yeah, now that he mentioned it, just trying to keep Zohaib defending here, and that's actually preventing him from being able to put the pressure onto Nicole. So, yeah, you might be on the money on that. because Dumateen is still forcing Zohaib to just pull all these weird maneuvers right now to try to keep both of these cars at bay. Still trying to pass Nicole while at the same time trying to keep Abdul-Mateen behind, but right now Abdul-Mateen is actually more successful in that regard, keeping it so close to him now, going up through turn 2, now into turn 3, trying to brake hard here. Still not going for that peak, still not going for that pass yet. Nicole still taking this opportunity here to try to pull some distance between herself and Zohaib Hussain.
Yep. And all the while then, this is still going on. Some drivers have actually come across, but in front, it's right in front of the battle we're looking at. Each by Rahman, and well, actually good bit of driving that he waited for everybody to come by, but not that time. Not in the crowd, and this is going to be very ugly.
Just going around the outside there. Genevieve as well, the other Hossein and Sasara. Rahman in a very awkward position. Molyono, ooh! That was too close there for Molyono.
Hold your brakes, hold your brakes. Oh my word, this is not the most comfortable position at all.
Oh,
and then some. Oh, he's gonna come into that! Don't stop! Don't hold your don't hold your brakes that time. Oh dearie me.
Rahman, please, my heart cannot take so much of this then. Wow, my god. In the meantime, back onto Hossein, still keeping himself ahead of Abdul-Mateen. And that's all the battling that Mateen is doing onto Hossein. Is just opening up the door here for Nicole to pull ahead. But watch out, Ian Wong's caught back up here to this fight.
And all the while then there's that meme car coming out right now. So
Shatman
going onto the grass as well for good measure.
Oh boy, yep, just kept it under control, but I think that also forces Ian Wong to back out of this. He doesn't want to get into this mix here. Hossein though tries to get a bit aggressive on the inside there, trying to get under Nicole here, but still not able to get it on the exit. And Abdul-Mateen as well having to react to that, slowed down, and that's opened up a bit of a gap between the two of them. So, yep, Hossein now trying to focus in on closing the gap to Nicole, still stuck in a very awkward position, this time with Mateen behind him. And Genevieve, is she actually catching up? No, actually still not in our view at the moment. Shatman in the moment, still trying to hold off Ian Wong just behind, and Sabik did come out of the pits just early on.
Yeah, and all the while then, our race leader is also in this particular gaggle.
Yep.
So, Rahul Chakraborty will be hoping that this particular fight will actually hold up Naeem, because it is going in the favor of Chakraborty that he has dropped the gap now to about 17 seconds here. But for how long is Naeem going to get blocked?
Yeah, again, because of how aggressive the fight is going on in front, I don't think Amirul Naeem will necessarily be able to get through past them easily. So
and you can see he's raising his hands in gesticulations like, guys, come on.
It's like, guys, please behave. Whoa, going on the inside there. Sabik will be able to pull away there to allow Ian Wong through. Now Amirul Naeem is getting up alongside him. He's going to be gunning with him through turn 2 up into turn 3. I think should be able to get past here.
Yeah, I think Ethan says it best right now. People, they're bullying Jen.
Yeah, I mean, Abdul-Mateen I think was certainly going to be at fault here because he did hit her from behind in that corner there. But yeah, I mean, again, a lot of people have been running into her actually while she's just out on track here.
Yeah, she's fully on her own, and in fact, she's battling quite well. Just unfortunately, some of those other drivers are not being as circumspect. So it doesn't take two to tango at this one. They're stepping on each other's toes.
Yeah, speaking of tango, it's more of a tangle right now between the 4 cars coming up ahead here. Ian Wong is not really in phase with either of these drivers who are surrounding him at the moment. Amirul Naeem, the leader of the race, is now trying to lap Ian Wong, while Ian is trying to lap Abdul-Mateen, who at the moment is trying to get past Zohaib Hussain, who himself has been battling Nicole for the better part of several laps.
It's almost like putting together programming code, and the outcome is the program doesn't run. It's just literally a constant if statement there, and the if statement is not computing.
It's like a if loop, but then they forgot to put the closing statement there.
Yes.
Now Shatman is coming around.
Yep, and Shatman's trying to provide a closing statement by ramming to the side of him. He accidentally rammed into the side of him. Gets it off the road. Would you believe that? Shatman outbraked everyone.
Outbraked everyone and almost outbraked himself. Amirul Naeem, though, luckily was able to react in time. Not looking too pleased for himself, though, but still managed to come out of that relatively unscathed. gets ahead of Ian Wong. Right now. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Wow. And to think, all 3 Apex Racing Brunei cars are in earshot of each other.
Yep.
Oy.
It's just getting messier and messier. Abdul Mateen still not able to find his way past. Zohaib still not able to get past Nicole. I mean, how many laps has it been here that he's been stuck behind her? And again, until Nicole decides to call into the pits, which, by the way, we're already coming up to the second hour now, so that moment might be coming sooner rather than later here for Nicole Hong. But Zohaib was saying, you know, just because of all these circumstances here, he's still stuck in the same position that he was several laps ago when he could have potentially found his way past several cars by this point.
But credit to where it's due, Nicole's driven a very good stint in holding out on her own after being barged out of the way quite a few times herself. So the girls then are actually fighting back, at least in a way that is also trying to keep it as clean as possible.
Okay, could be opportunity for Abdul Mateen now closing in the gap through the slipstream here. Not going for the peak this time. Hussein, in the meantime, trying to outbrake Nicole here, who does take a little bit of a drift on the curb. As you can see, the race leader, Amirul Naeem, in car number 333, still just lurking in the background, just waiting to see how this resolves itself. So Zohaib Hussein not going to be blocking that time here as Abdul Mateen sweeps in on the inside here, tries to get on the apex. So Zohaib goes way too wide, lets the person through. Then Amirul Naeem might be able to pick up a lap here onto Zohaib Hussein, but he's going to have to do it the hard way here because Zohaib is not letting go of that gas pedal anytime soon.
Now then, is he going to get by? Because this is the race leader coming through. Yes, he does.
He will.
Well, at least he plays ball that time nicely. And now, all 3 Apex Brunei cars are lined astern, but Mateen gives way a bit too soon there. Let's hope he doesn't get swallowed up by Hussein. Nope. Gets back on the throttle as quickly as he could. And the move is done, so much to Zohaib's detriment.
Yep, so finally something has happened here, and Zohaib, I mean, not exactly the outcome that he probably would have hoped here, having lost position to Mateen. But at least behind him, Ian Wong, not on the same phase with him, so not really racing him for position here. So I think Zohaib could just breathe a little sigh of relief that finally has gotten out of what was certainly a very hairy kind of conundrum he has had, and finally decides to call it into the pits here. And boy, certainly going to be very happy to have this few laps behind him.
Well, he wasn't out of the woods just yet. Did you see that he actually didn't know where the pit lane line was? So he a couple of times just to make sure that, okay, that's where the pit lane line is. Meanwhile, Jen spun it again, and this time might have been on her own. Yes, she did spun her own and spun it twice as well. Oh man, she has been having quite a tough day in the office, literally office as well.
Yeah, literally the office. Actually, was coming into the pits while doing that as well. So,
Well, she'll be happy to just be out of the car and give it back to, I think, Divesh Jiva. Anyway, so that's one girl coming a cropper. The other girl, who is actually just passing by her on the start finish line, is having the time of her life. She is actually right up there in the mix and then some. Still just 4 seconds away from a potential 4th place and still on the same line as the leaders. Yeah,
and actually just a touch away from catching out the Rahadian. So very well done for her, actually, all things considered. So we'll see how much further can she continue to rise up here. Still have about 4.5 seconds away from Rahadian at this point. Got a few cars around her as well for company. And as far as all the other girls who are racing this in this session is concerned, doing quite well for herself.
Absolutely. As old behind, there's a car that nearly went into the gravel trap. Couple more cars for them front in their own little battles, but I think Mendes would not be minding that too much. He's trying to just stay out of trouble as usual. The only other incident we noted off that she was involved in was just a teammate careering into the side of her. But apart from that, has been a clean stint.
Yep. So far, so good. So, ladies and gentlemen, we already finished our second hour of racing. We're seeing some of the Apex Racing Brunei cars right now going in a little bit of cropper. Oh, that's Wahad Ghafor as well.
Yeah.
Inside the mix here. Slightly different livery here, but still the same kind of red. So, yeah, with the second hour already done behind us, we can go ahead and take a little bit of a break while Amirul Naeem continues to lead on in his current stint here, keeping car number 333 in command of this race here. Stick around, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with Unreal Naim still in the lead right now for round number 2 of the Endurance Edition 2026. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo. We've been commentating the last 2 hours here. Well, Apex Racing Brunei has been keeping themselves very squarely in the lead here for the pro class.
And you can see that Iman Ryan's the one that actually is handling the cameras for Unreal Naim that time. Well, maybe a bit of strategy work because he doesn't have to worry about pressing the wheel. He can just focus on the driving. But I'm surprised he had enough time to turn back 180 to talk to Iman while still focusing on the race.
I know, right?
So,
I mean, to be fair, he was on the main straight anyway, so that does give a bit of a window, but yeah, pretty funny. It's something that you don't usually get to do in real life, that's for sure.
Tiptoe through the window. Okay, yes. But despite that, it looks as though they are in the commanding position because Chakraborty did serve his penalty just now, and that, as our estimation was partly correct, allowed Ethan Lowe to just close up to the back of the number 93 GSR car by just about 20 seconds or so because of the total time lost in the pit lane. Regardless of that, this is now a battle for the podium in the overall stakes, in the pro stakes. Waiting to see how that will develop later on. Meanwhile, this is a battle that is still going on, by the way, between drivers outside of the top 10. But Nicole Hong has still been able to produce an absolutely sterling drive. She has been knocked about there and then, but she held her own, especially against Zohaib Hussein. Now, she wants to actually get that penalty out of the way to continue on for the final stint of the race. Will she be driving or will she be handing it over to Henry Crooks after this? Remains to be seen.
I mean, again, not to knock her, but again, like, in spite of the fact that she has that 10-second penalty, she's done so well to keep her track position. She's up to 13th now, despite of everything that's happened between her, Zohaib Hussein. Abdul team has already moved up ahead here. Now having still a bit of cars to deal with here, but still, Nicole has done very well for herself. Now, the 10-second penalty will certainly push her down maybe a couple of positions at least, but all things considered, may still be on the running here for points in the AM class.
Certainly, it's been quite a good sterling drive, and nice to see that the girls in this race are very competitive. So, can't wait to see what they can put up with the next couple of rounds in this season that we have after this. But for sure, we have a good stable of drivers who are coming through the ranks. Male, female, young, old, everything in between.
Everything, like, we've got so many different representations here in the ARGP. It's great and great to see. So in the meantime, the other lady on the grid here, Mendes, up in 8th place right now with all the pit stop shuffle is happening here. So definitely looking to be in a very good run for herself so far. And, well, further in front of her, Ethan Lowe's already taken over onto car 469, so we say goodbye to him for
Oh, that's close.
That's very close here between Mendes as well as one of the ST-powered cars.
In fact, car 22. So
So,
that's
yeah.
so is fighting with her then. Not for track position. Not for position of road, but for track position. That's not how he wanted to do it. There is Sharanya Mendes, and at the exact corner where she had that scare with her stablemate as well.
Hopefully put that all the way behind her now and looking forward here to try to finish hopefully inside of the top 10 here for Sri Lanka. Let's see whether that or not that will come to pass here. In the meantime, what else we have here? Jaden Liao getting a bit of contact right now with
Jeremy Yao.
Jeremy
Oh,
Yao.
there's a car off!
Oh, boy.
Michael Ngo in the gravel trap again. That number 3 car, along with Umay Nandan, really are quite a loose cannon on the track sometimes.
Yeah, luckily managed to avoid that in time. So you got Chong Jin Bin behind. He's actually been lapped by both Jeremy as well as Jaden here, and Jaden and Jeremy are both locked into this battle here, going into the third sector. So this is looking very nice here, actually for Jaden. Got a bit of momentum going on to him. They are both driving Ferraris here, going to try to go around the outside here of Rin Corner, and I think
Wow.
he may actually be able to complete it. Just needs to close the door on him, and
No!
does close the door, sliding his way through, actually. What a move!
And what a save as well for good measure. We thought Nicole's save was amazing. Well, we caught a full one of that and then some because he hit the curve, just went off the white paint, and somehow the car manages to regain grip on the exit. So Jaden then might have had the front of his life, but that was just unnecessary fighting, all things considered, because it was between two classes. He just needed to get by Jeremy a bit safely, or he just lets Jeremy take the lead in front and he can just take the tow, getting up to Sharanya Mendes.
Yeah, I saw Jaden just now having to put a bit of relief in his hand. Might have hurt it a little bit trying to counter steer quickly to save that in the final corner. But boy, oh boy, what a move. What a save indeed here for Jaden Liao.
Well, you top your hat to that one. That was quite a save. And remember, he was actually driving the TCRs in Global Edition, so not the benefit of front-wheel drive to help him out there. He just literally put full send and then some. Meanwhile, a couple of drivers who probably full sent it too much. This is Ang Chun Sian in the second ST powered car, number 33, sister car to the number 22. Probably lost it on his own. If we can check ring control. Yeah, he lost it on his own through ring curve.
Yeah. Got Jonathan Takumi now coming up behind him.
Not for
hoping
position.
to, not for position. Is he
Jonathan.
lapping him or?
Yeah, he's lapping him.
Yeah, lapping him
and
here.
Jonathan was also full send to the number 1. You can see he just half slid it there. Apart from that, some other battles on track, probably on the board, on the cooler. This one is probably just building up here with Sabi with Arana, Sheva with Arana, and Nicole Hong in close proximity.
Getting close and close together here. Let's see what's going to transpire next. Written with Harana. Actually got a bit of a car in front of him. I think that's Hakeem here
For position.
for a position. So
Yeah.
that's going to be holding him up a little bit. So maybe Nicole might have an opportunity here to catch up to the two of them. That's Chevron on your screens now. It's looking very calm indeed. Just eyeing an opportunity here as we get onto the main straight. Trying to get a bit of slipstreaming going on here, but not quite getting the exit he needs though. And looks like Hakeem will be able to pull more ahead and break the toe. So Chevron's going to have to pull a little bit of a better lap here, to try to close up that distance. Does close it on the braking though. This could be a good opportunity now for Chevron. But Hakeem is not making it easy, trying to keep his car as wide as possible on the track, or rather on that racing line here. And Chevron is going to have to keep an eye out for how he's going to attack. He's going to go around the outside of turn 3. Hakeem's going to have to play very defensively here if he wants to be able to get through. A little bit slow, but the sausage curve actually slows down Chevron and allows Hakeem to keep his position for now.
Yep, but the thing is, good defending by Hakeem. He actually knew that if he had the inside line and just enough of an exit from that hairpin, it's enough to get him by. But Chevron has the slipstream, and they're going to hit each other. Nearly hit each other there.
I think it was a little bit hard on the brakes there for Hakeem as well, because he went a little bit wide through that corner and that opened up the door slightly, and Chevron tried to slip his foot in, couldn't quite make it through though, as Hakeem still is able to keep his position of 12th.
Wow, this is an interesting battle, isn't it? It is for legitimate positions in the field, because this is in fact the battle for P6 in the AM category. So they were looking out for this. This is a good haul of points for both teams.
In the meantime, I think I saw, Nicole behind is getting a bit of pressure here from Dafa Daniel. Dafa is going to be able to get through on the inside here.
Oh, no!
Oh boy, no! It's actually spun out there. Both of them had to make evasive action, and I think one of the Pebega cars as well had to avoid that going completely wide.
And Kam Min Jong actually spun with him, so this might have been the cause of it. Yes, both of them hit each other. In fact, well, another car was involved in that, number 669, and that's Shatman Sabik. He's actually well and clear away. What's happened there?
Oh my goodness, that's a little bit of a heart stopper there for sure. Derek Daniel, sorry, not Dafa, it's Derek Daniel in the Bigo Racing team was almost trying to make a move into Nicole when that happened there. Unfortunately, had to make evasive action. Now he's going to try to make it again here in turn 3, but Nicole still is able to keep her car nicely planted in front. Ethan Lowe is actually creeping up behind as well, looking to try to lap these cars as he goes on his way, but Daniel at the moment not going to be making it easy for him. He still wants to try to fight Nicole for position.
And credit to where it's due, we have to give it also multiple kudos. How Nicole has actually been the toughest driver to pass on the track.
Right? I know. It's been, how many challengers have actually stepped up to the plate here and time again still not able to get past Nicole. Well, this time it's going to be Ethan Lowe who is trying to lap her, and hopefully this time he might actually be the one to get past, as Nicole doesn't seem to be fighting it too hard here. Yep, does actually let him go. And just comes in time to block Daniel. Daniel will have an opportunity now coming around the outside of Rindt. Actually gains a lot of speed coming out the exit there. So that should allow him now to finally get past Nicole. And Enzo Isan even trying to get into the mix as well.
And that's for position as well overall, because Enzo's only just half a second behind. Oh, this has been a terrible last sector for Nicole. Her resolute defending has actually been absolved.
Yeah, but again, I mean, probably a little bit shaken as well from like having Noel just pop out of nowhere here as she came around Rin corner. But I think losing a couple of positions, not too bad in the grand scheme of things. Still comes back into 14th place. Still with that 10-second penalty, but with Rap Saitong being very far behind, like 3 laps behind apparently, according to the, is it?
I think it's behind the leaders, yeah. It's
behind the leaders,
so
lap line behind the leader. So lap behind at least for Nicole. So hopefully that 10-second penalty in the grand scheme of things will not affect her current position so far.
Indeed. Right, a couple of other ones to look out for. This is, small battles, but regardless of that, we just have to look at it. This is Yongjian, another guy who has actually traversed into the real world of racing from sim racing.
Yeah.
With Divesh Jiva. So both of them are in a Pebega car and a Pebega team stable, but both are well behind where they want to be. Especially for Yongjian, because they were right up there with he and Chandramauli were right up there in the mix of it before that big incident that was instigated by Pratama just put everything into the bin.
And pretty much binned them all the way down to 26, so it's going to be a bit of a race to forget, unfortunately here for Jingle Tingle. And what could have been a really good running here, as it looked like in that first hour, has now unfortunately petered down here, and Ngoyong Jin's just going to have to hopefully be able to bring this car home.
Indeed. Well, we have another battle going on here. This is between Naufal Afif, who's just coming out of the pits. In fact, our timing screen says Rafi Rahadian, but make no mistake, they just pitted here, so that's why it takes a while for the timing screens to update. Now
it's
does.
Updated.
Yep, as he crosses the line, as there's a bit of a overtake there from Witharana, yeah.
Oh, Witharana, sorry.
Yeah, Witharana is actually trying to overtake Mark Jensen in the Zach Jensen. Not another Mark that I was thinking of, because they had a driver of that particular name in this stable last year. But there you go, Technobus having some screen time, as promised to their team boss, Psycho Kaiser. He wanted a bit of screen time for the cars, but unfortunately in terms of what happened earlier with Danveer, that was pretty much the most they had, and it was the most dramatic too.
Yeah, and a little bit of appreciation as well for the livery they have. I believe that's actually a nicely drawn enemy character on the side there.
Yes, an original. It's a mascot. Her name is Tay.
Hey.
Yep, and that's his. Yeah, he's a VTuber, so that is actually his avatar. So unfortunately, no real face there. But yeah, Tay, Ingrid, that's her name.
Hey.
Tay, yeah, that's her full name. Being shown there is drawn for this particular season by another driver who has actually competed in Global Edition, Kian Lim. So Kian's artwork being shown there. And it's collaborative between Quenzo and Technobus for this one.
Yep. So here comes Ethan Lowe again, trying to get more screen time for himself here, lapping more cars on his way. I mean, he's third overall at the moment and very much far ahead of the rest of the field here, but certainly wants to be able to show off a little bit more of his overtaking skills, although again, these guys are obligated to somehow let him pass eventually, and he will be able to get past Jensen here to be on his merry way. So what else do we have on track right now? I think So is actually getting quite close to Rapsai Thong. So he's going to be able to get the pass here done. He's already getting the slipstream here on the main straight.
And looks as though this might just be another case of, yep,
It's
easy overtaking move, because I don't know why some drivers just don't want to put up much of a fight, because Rob Saitong was, oh, in fact, having said that, I take it back. He's actually trying to retaliate. So that's very smart of him. He knows that he's going to get overtaken in turn 1, but he can have an opportunity through the slipstream to overtake at turn 3.
But unfortunately, couldn't quite do it under braking there. So Chikiat Slow will be able to pull ahead and stay ahead of Rapsai Thong. So again, yeah, just I think he also realized that it's going to be quite hard to defend, given that current position there with Saul actually getting a good slipstream into turn 1. Tries to fight back in turn 3. Didn't quite get it done under braking though. So we'll have to concede the position. Ahmad Jusmin actually is catching up to Rapsai Thong. So I think might be in threat of losing another position here, so Rob might have another chance to keep a fight going, but this time to the car behind him.
Yeah, for a different class, of course, Ahmad Jusmin. There is Followed Rob Saitong, who's actually on our screens right now. It's unfortunate that we actually didn't put up their actual liveries that they ran in this one, because it is clean. It's actually much more collaged in its design compared to last year, where it was a bit of a simple throwback to McLaren's liveries that they ran at Monaco and Indy. Though Rob Saitong is actually coming to the base. Yep, he has. As this, in fact, confused Rob Saitong for Jusmin. So Jusmin's on our screens here.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was Jusmin actually.
No, yeah, it is Jusmin. So, my bad. We all look alike anyway.
Dang. Anyways, what else we have on the track? We've got several cars already coming into the pits here. Not really much in terms of the front runners here. I think Abril Naim has still been going quite strongly for his stint right now.
But we're looking at it here, because Ayaz Kandonka Abdullah, who has taken over from Zohaib Hussein, is actually not giving way to Fahad Ghafoor, who is incidentally trying to fight for the race win. Because Fahad now definitely is on the heels of a win, because he's only about 14 seconds behind it by our clock at one point. Now, coming across the line, Amir Naim's in the pits.
Yep. I mean, again, that was credit to what his teammate was able to do, put the car in a very good position here and actually successfully put it in a nice top 3 position. And now that that penalty has been done and dealt with here, so he's going to be fully able to focus on trying to complete these next 2 hours here. So Fahad Ghafoor behind the wheel now, trying his very best here to stay out of trouble amongst these other cars. Conductor Abdullah has been dispatched behind. Now he's trying to get up towards Shakur, who's just ahead of him.
Yep, and Asher will be at least more complimentary giving way, because he doesn't want to actually get on the wrong side of the very guy who runs the admin system for ERGP here. So let's see, no more histrionics on his part as Kandonka Abdullah and Shadman Sabik get into their own little problems. And, well, Fahad then, on our screens.
Speaking of him, on the screens right now, very much focused here. Has got quite a few cars to get past. Muhammad Reza will give a bit of way here to allow Fahad to get through. And now he gets close and very, very close to Shakur.
Yeah.
And again, it's just more lapping here for Fahad Ghafoor. But again, it's just only a lap behind where Amir Naim is. So it's not really that far away here to try to challenge the Porsche for the race lead. And
can we mention one more thing, that how he and Chakraborty actually look almost alike.
I know, right?
It's just the starting level similarities in the facial features. Just what we measure. Oh, Koro with Ruang Prayon, who has just taken over from Rapsai Thong, has stopped it on track. This might just be small hardware issues, but luckily though, he pulled it onto the MotoGP layout, that chicane that they added after that dramatic accident in 2021. But in MotoGP, but looks as though Ruang Prayon has to really suss out that problems while on track, and that has caused a bit of a yellow flag there.
Yeah, luckily he's he's actually technically off of the track and off of the racing line here, so Luz has got it sorted. Will be able to rejoin, but it's definitely lost quite a lot of positions as a result. So who else we have on board here? Gunasakera, who is actually within 0.3 of a second to the car in front of him, which is Jonathan Takumi, and both of them looking like they want to actually get into it now, going to his turn 3.
Meanwhile, then Derek Daniel and Nicole Hong have actually come to the pits, and Nicole served her penalty, so hopefully then she doesn't have that looming specter above her head. She can carry on with her stance defending as well as being competitive among the lads. Here we go. We're back with Gunasakera. He's taking over from Sharanya Mendes.
Yep, and actually Jonathan Takumi got a little bit blocked there by a car that he was trying to lap here. I think it's Zaman, who is not on the same phase, that's for sure here. And Sheshan Gunasakera is trying to find some opportunity here with Takumi being held up. Actually gains quite a bit here going in towards the infield section. Tries a bit of a slide there for Gunasakera. Still managed to save it though, just in the nick of time. Almost into the sand traps there if he hadn't been able to do that, and man, that would have been such a shame, especially coming so close to passing Jonathan Takumi for position.
Yep, and all the while then is So actually right behind him.
Yep.
I'm not exactly sure.
Not exactly sure.
Yeah, in fact, So is it.
Oh no, So just got passed by Jusmin there.
Yeah, that's why he actually looked like he was close for a second. But yeah, So's behind Jusmin. Jusmin's making his recovery drive after after that car got tangled earlier in the race. Again, such a rewarding drive not being rewarded.
Yeah, Shesan in the meantime still keeping close. Takumi has not lapped the car in front of him yet, so that's opening up the opportunity for Gunasakera to try to take advantage of this in the first section. Jonathan Takumi couldn't quite take advantage of the slipstream, but Gunasakera is using the most of it right now to try to slip onto the inside of turn 3. Jonathan Takumi couldn't quite break well there. Zaman actually cuts in front of Gunasakera, but Gunasakera still is able to keep the car under control. Bit of a slide as well for Takumi, but he will be able to stay alongside with Gunasakera now coming into his turn 4.
And Zaman then was on the curve, so that's why he actually slid in front of Takumi. Takumi would not like that one bit. He would have loved to have a distraction there, but Gunasakera makes do with the advantage he had from the previous corner and takes the position away. And that is for overall position, of course. But in class, hasn't changed much. He still stays in about 4th place.
Yep.
5th place.
5th place, yeah. So, look at that. Quite a bit of traffic brewing up ahead here. Several cars to be lapped. Zaman and another Oi here in a different BMW.
Joshua Oi.
Joshua Oi, I believe. Yeah.
No relation to Genevieve, by the way. Just a couple of drivers with same names, but no relation whatsoever.
Well, Gunasakera gets past the 2 of them there, putting 2 cars between himself and Jonathan Takumi, and now it's a bit of clear air, although it looks like Zaman actually cuts a contact. No! Spins around Gunasakera. Jonathan actually gets collected as well, loses control and gets spun around.
And that is all on Zaman, 100% that he could not have done it any worse than that. He should have actually backed it off.
Yeah.
But takes out 3 cars in the process. So Zubair Zaman then, well, shake of the head from Victor, shake of the head, I believe, from the stewards as well. They just can't believe what they just saw. And he's still going nipping at the heels of Takumi. Just hang it around, buddy. Don't try to do anything crazy again.
Yeah, just keep it calm, keep your head down right now. Like that incident is certainly going to be reviewed by the stewards for sure, but yeah, again, your car has just been lapped. You should have no business really trying to stick your nose into someone else's racing line, and just really paid for it there, I'd have to say.
Well, and apart from that, a couple more drivers came across because of it, so really then through no fault of their own were involved in an incident that should have been completely avoidable. But Gunasakera actually at least gained a position away from Takumi out of that one. Meanwhile, Will Hammond, who's gotten his camera the right way up this time, so he's now properly Australian, trying to actually get back onto Fikri Askar, and this is for the silver class win.
Oh, wow. Okay, let's see if Will Hammond will be able to get through. He's going to have to get dispatch this white car on the outside here. Should be able to get past with no problem, but he's actually trying to close in as close as he can to Askar, who in the meantime is actually held up a little bit here going through turn 1. So this is an opportunity now for Will Hammond. He's got his face full of focus right now at the task at hand, trying to find a way here to get past. Couldn't quite close the gap here going to turn 3. May have to focus on trying to close the gap on this lap here. But man, yes, again, as you said, this is a battle for the silver class lead.
Yes, and indeed. And the fact that Askar probably can console that there is a countryman in front, William Aprilino, who's actually right up there. Robert Aprilino, who's up there trying to probably be a bit of a stall, but we'll just try to temper that expectation a bit, because right now we're watching Hammond get behind Asuka.
Yeah, I'm trying to see whether or not you can close the gap. Not looking like it's happening right now on this lap. We'll see by the time they get to the Rin corner whether or not they'll be able to gain under braking, but having one car ahead of here for Asuka is not going to be doing him any favors here if he wants to try to pull away from the clutches of Will. And Will is certainly coming in very, very hot here. True Rin corner they go now. Keeping it nice and tidy on the curb there. Asuka almost going a little bit too wide that time around, but still managed to keep it together on the racing line. Still trying to keep the car ahead of the hobby culture of car number 23.
Yeah, I felt that the car slid because you can see his hands had to work hard to keep it going in the right direction. But I think that slide was beneficial because it just helped the car go through. But in the dirty air, yeah, there's a bit of dirty air in these cars anyway, because they're very aero dependent. But it's still savable compared to, say, single-seater cars where the dirty air is much more prevalent.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the dirty air effect is not as not as dramatic as it is in Formula 1, but there definitely is a slight effect of that. And certainly the turbulence, actually having multiple cars ahead as well, certainly do not help, even which is also even represented in these virtual sims. Now, Asuka having to brake a little bit harder than he expected there, trying to get past Aprilino. Didn't quite make it work there. Aprilino is going to be left actually to ride over the curbs there as Will Hammond pulls through. Now is getting very close, and this could be an opportunity now for Will to go on full attack mode. Keeping it nice and tidy here, trying to close that gap. Look at that, just very synchronized between himself and the Bigo Racing car. But he's just literally not letting it go. That's one car just coming in. That's not going to affect this battle going on here, as Will Hammond keeps his eyes very much focused here. Tries to have a peek on the inside of Rin. Cancels it at the last moment here. Tries to aim to keep it close through the final corner here. He knows there will be opportunity up ahead if he can successfully get the slipstream of Asuka. In fact, it's almost bumper to bumper to him now. Yeah. Looking like he might actually try to make the pass on the straight itself.
Yeah, Will Hammond do it. Will Hammond actually go into the inside, coming to turn number 1. But no, it's not going to happen there. And he hangs on to... Yeah, it was a bit on his name, wasn't it?
I know, I appreciated that. But no, Will Hammond is going to try to do it again. And this time it's going to be sheer force of will in order to be able to get through here, I feel.
Yeah, but can he do it then? Can Will Hammond have the free will to do it?
Oh, Jensen's getting into the mix here, and that unfortunately disrupts him a little bit here. Asuka is going to be able to pull away a little bit thanks to that, so might be thanking Jensen actually for being the disruptor right now, because Will Hammond has actually lost quite a bit of time as a result. Now he's going to have to do it again.
And quite ironic, because Jensen is actually his fellow countryman, so Aussie box Aussie, while the Indonesians actually were gleefully going away.
The good old classic, like rough housing going on here between the Aussies, but nevertheless, Hammond will be able to catch up to Asuka yet again, having another peak once again on the inside, but it's going to be Rin corner that will be the battleground between the two of them. Asuka still hanging on for dear life, still trying to keep himself in the lead for the silver class here. Will Hammond, though, is looking for an opportunity, not going to be finding it on this part of Rin. Can he find it in the next bit here? Getting very close, practically touching him from the rear here. Asuka, unfortunately, not going to be able to do much here to prevent Will from being able to get a slipstream, but just might be able to keep himself fast enough here to stay ahead, at least going into the braking zone of turn 1.
Oh, that Lexus actually has the grunt on the straight, but the Aston is good through the corners, and he's using it for good measure. Hammond's on the inside, and Asuka's on the outside. Asuka got no answer to that one. Hammond goes through.
Hammond. Through he goes into the lead for the silver class. Nicely done there. What an exciting multi-lap battle that was between him and Asuka.
And the payoff was so good.
Yeah.
Even if it was not much of a dramatic way of overtaking, at least the move was done, as Danish Hakimi, Mohamed Reza is, well, facing the wrong way. And for the 69 motorsports car, that's exactly what the number says. You see it properly the other way around and then some.
Well, also appreciation to Will there, just pumping his fists in celebration there on the cameras just before we switched off from him there. So nicely done there, Will Hammond. We'll see if he keeps it up. Oh, Harish Shami, what's happened here? Doing a bit of a donut there, trying to recover.
Yeah.
Might have spun out by himself here, it looks like.
We're checking race control right now. Yes, he did. He just lost it on the curves through the final corner. He's been having a nightmare couple of days. Not including what happened last night in the race room endurance race, and this one as well. This has been one to forget, and well, it could only be the bottom from here on out, if anything, or it might just get worse.
Well, we'll see. We still got 1.5 hours of racing left in this round of the Endurance Edition. I really know when we're on board right now, it's actually catching up to Jensen here. So now finally, some of the midfielders are going to have their day here, hopefully, in this third hour racing. Getting closer and closer is Upper Lino, as we see him on the screens now. Trying to find a way past Jensen, maybe around the outside here. Oh, actually trying to go on the inside. Switches around quickly to the inside. Jensen actually gets caught out by that immediately. And Upper Lino slips through, and Afif actually bumps into Jensen, forcing him off the track.
Well, that's screen time for the Technoburst car, but the thing is, that was actually such a good move from Aprilino. He caught Jensen napping. He didn't think, I blocked him on the inside, but then he went even deeper. Though, credit to where it's due, that was good driving from Aprilino and Jensen. Bad driving from whoever was in the entropy car that knocked him out.
Yeah.
Indonesian just finished off the job.
And Aprilino as well, just laughing as he saw what happened in his rearview mirrors, going like, wow, that worked out a lot better than I expected.
All according to plan, it was Naufal Afif. Naufal was the one that finished them off there. So it is the more experience of the two entropy cars that really did the business there. But again, that might be the book thrown in his way for good measure on that one.
Yeah.
All right. So
yeah,
Then-
not really
no
no battles going on. So right
Oh.
now, it's pretty much going to be seeing what Fahad is going to be up to here. 1.3 seconds away from Ethan Lowe.
and in fact, did he get into a collision somewhere? I'm looking if car number 93 is involved anywhere. No, but
He does have a lot of damage in his front end though, so
scuff marks.
scuffed quite a bit. But although I think it went in the hands of his teammate earlier, maybe it was already scuffed by that point. But who knows? Whatever the case here, Fahad Ghafor's currently sitting in third position. Ethan Lowe's already passed him, it seems, for second place. So either he's messed it up doing a lap here or whatnot. That's actually put him down here, but still on for still a potential for him to try to continue to fight. Ethan Lowe is going to have to keep it together and try to find another 1.5 seconds on track.
Yep, and on the gravel he goes. So he's probably a bit banged up by what happened in the previous laps, but still going on here, and he will try to give the young gun a run for his money. So this is a dichotomy of the different schools of thought, isn't it? One who's pretty much risen his way through the sim racing ranks in a very spectacular fashion. The other one, the old dog who's been here for such a long time, you can almost forget how old he is.
He is actually, and actually has quite a fair bit of experience driving real world like GT3 cars. So I mean that certainly does help him. I mean that's experience, right? It's experience versus age, really, between him and Ethan Lowe. But as of right now, he's got quite a bit of work ahead of him as he needs to get past Chung Xian, and that gap between him and Ethan has actually grown to 2 seconds now, as I see.
Yep, and in fact, Ethan is eking out an advantage, regardless of because the back marker is in there. The previous lap, it's just Fahad, probably the damage is taking its toll on the car, so that's why he's actually dropping back a bit. But we'll wait and see whether or not this develops into something closer, because Naeem now has crossed the line well ahead, half a circuit ahead of them.
Oh, he's just really pulling far ahead here. And Matt's really actually done a very good job here with the Porsche. I mean, again, took command of the race quite early on here and hasn't quite looked back since. You know, it's been very smooth sailing for the lead Apex Racing Brunei Pro car. In the meantime, Karai Preng Prayun is currently locked in a little bit of a gaggle here. A couple of cars that are on the same phase with him, but Fadil is actually in the same phase and he's trying to chase after him, but it's got a back marker just slipped in behind. Gunatakera ahead of them by a lap is actually splitting the two of them.
And Fadil actually just overtook Roy Prayon for that position, which is I think about P18 in class.
Let me see if we can see Fadil actually on your screens here. A very low angle here, making him look like an absolute titan right now in his Recaro racing seat.
And they are racing from the Pantera Racing Center inside Sunway City. So they're in a cozy place. Really nice area to race in.
No, actually, it is
Yeah.
a very nice place to go, actually, to try out all different kinds of sims from PlayStation to PC.
Indeed, and on different wheels as well. You got the Trustmaster T300s and TGTs alongside the Moza wheels that they have for the PC sim. So a menagerie of things in there, and it has been really nice to see that the Pantera boys have committed to the championship after winning the teams championship in Global Edition just last time out. So they're
Yep.
really happy with that. Though it looks as though Endurance Edition might be a bit of a bridge too far at this current juncture. They will love to just carry on here and hack at it.
Well, Fadil's going to try to keep Guna Sakara behind, but I think Guna's just found a way through here, braking hard here, trying to take the apex. Fadil will still keep himself wheel to wheel though, but has Rahman in front of him, blocking his attempt to try to slip past. Still will be able to keep himself barely ahead of Guna Sakara, but that could have been really bad here for Fadil. It's now going to be faced with the same situation again. Guna Sakara slips on the inside, goes a little bit wide though, and Fadil will be able to fight him back, try to take and does retake the position.
I wish I could help you save your breath there because that wasn't actually for position on this track.
I know, right?
No,
but,
because-
still, that was crazy though.
Yeah, that was really good fun racing. Especially given fact, look, even Fadil is affording a bit of a smile because
Yeah.
he's just having fun with this. I don't know who's standing behind him. It might just be his co-driver.
I think-
just waiting. No, it's not Vija. That's not called Vija behind him. But regardless of that, it is good fun to see that everyone's enjoying the race, at least in some parts, one way or another. Meanwhile, here's a fight
Like-
for actual position.
Oh yeah, yes. Now it's going to be an actual position. I mean, I was going to go a bit of a tangent, but like, you know, on-track action still is always exciting to see. You know, regardless of whether it's like for position or not. I mean, certainly it's the driver. You know, physically on the track there. You know, you certainly feel the excitement, you feel the adrenaline going on, even though you know that it's not necessarily going to be position. It's still very fun, you know, being in that kind of scenario. Nevertheless, this is a scenario forwarding up right now for Jonathan Takumi, who's right now trying to find his way past Oi. I think it's actually Joshua Oi, who's actually not on the same phase as him right now, but he's actually trying to chase up to Saul, who's just ahead of him. Finally does get past here to lap him for position, and now he can focus on trying to catch up to Saul. He's been able to build up a 1 second gap ahead, so now Jonathan Takumi is going to have the job of trying to edge away at that time. Let's see whether or not he'll be able to do it over the course of the next few corners.
Yep, and here's Takumi. Oh, look, he is actually looking way up. Maybe his screen's actually located high up or is on the ceiling. But regardless of that,
That would be an interesting driving position, actually.
no, because his eyes are all the way up. You can see how high he's looking, but
or he could have like a second
monitor.
monitor, you know, right on the top there to keep an eye on like timings, you know.
oh yes. But regardless of that, he is also one of the OGs in the same racing team.
Yeah.
Been racing for such a long time, and he has been in the RGP since the very beginning.
Yep.
In the Global Edition or in the Endurance Edition, you can know that a name Jonathan Takumi Lee being in the entry list is someone who just enjoys his racing through and through, and he's now got a bit of a race to do himself, trying to catch up to the back of Hamad Jusmin. Yes, it's not for class position, but how he loved to dunk one on a fellow Singaporean.
Yep, so he's going to try to catch up. Unfortunately, hasn't quite been able to etch away that gap that I hoped here. He's actually lost a 2/10 of a second between the last time around on this part of the track versus the last lap. So I think Chikat So still will be able to continue to stay comfortable in the 14th position for now. Only having a few cars to try to lap his way past. Rahman going a little bit wide there, but Chikatsu couldn't quite get past him that time. He's going to have to do it on the straight here, unfortunately, as someone goes a little bit too wide in the background there. Not of consequence, as Jonathan Takumi is still going to be on the chase. Still has actually lost another half a second, actually, between when when they came out of turn 1 up until now into turn 4.
Yep. All the while then, we will now try to focus on other battles on track. That battle for the overall podium has gone into the cooler as well because Faha has lost 6 seconds now to
yeah.
Italo, so no point looking
I
at that.
I think the aerodynamic damage is definitely hurting him quite a bit. Jiva, the best Jiva, is taking over Genevieve Oi, trying to get past Kondoko Abdullah. Actually does get past him now for 19th place, and that was a nice and tidy move here, but Kondoker still has an opportunity to try to fight back. We know the Lexus can be very tough to beat on a straight line. and the BMW is going to have to pull every last horsey out of the stable here in order to try to keep up here. But Devesh does have a good defensive position to pull off here, does try to close the door, barely slams it practically into the nose of the Gravedigger car.
And now, let's see what the Auto Gaming Rebels guy can do here, because Kandonka Abdullah, he's actually quite a tough fighter as well, as is every Bangladeshi driver on track right now. They know that they love to have a fight, and they go here coming up to Schlossgold, but it looks as though Jiva got the move done, and now Yongjan is going to come in for good measure.
Yeah, very well done indeed here for the best Jiva. Yongjin now having an opportunity here, trying to follow in the heels of the other Pepega Racing Team car.
Whoa.
Wow, bit of a slide as well here for both him and Kondoker, but Go Yongjin, who's been struggling in 26th place, has actually made up several places since last time around. And with Kondoker being in the same class as him, this pass is going to be for position in the class.
Yeah, for P5 or P6, depending on whether or not some other cars are not classified correctly. But Yongjan then, some good hollow points on the board here for the Jingle Tingle car, our championship leader in the silver class. So they also didn't have the best of rounds.
Yep, I mean, does open up the door for all the other teams, all the other cars in the silver class. Kondoker a little bit slow on the braking there, and Goyong Jen unfortunately wasn't able to capitalize, goes very wide off of the sausage curve there, slowing him down in his attempt to chase Lexus. Now trying to bring the grunt of the engines to bear here. Still keeps up nicely with Kondoker thanks to the slipstream coming up his car. Has a bit of a peek on the inside. Tries to go for it there, but no, Kondoker is not making it easy with him. Keeps a very wide line there to try to keep Goyon Jen behind, and successfully blocks him the exit as well.
That's a good bit of driving, because he actually just stalled, rather arrested Yongjan's momentum from going any closer to the back of that Lexus. Now Kondoker Abdullah can try to set his sights on getting back at Divesh Jiva, but looks as though the one keeping him company is going to be Yongjan, because Yongjan is looking extra racy here.
Yeah, and Yongjan certainly will be looking for more opportunities once we get closer and closer to Rin Corner. In fact, he's actually closing it quite nicely. Oh, I still say that he lost a little bit of speed though through that corner, went too wide and allowed Kondoker to pull further ahead. So gonna have to try again in the next lap, it looks like. Kondoker, conversely though, not quite able to close the gap between him and Divesh Jiva. Has already pulled ahead 1.5 seconds. So I think at this point, Abdullah is going to have to try to keep Ngoyun Jen behind.
Yep, as they come across the line now, it's the 109th lap by the leader, but they are on lap 107. Coming up now to turn number 1, the Nicky Lauda curve. Let's see what Yongjan can do. No, Yongjan hangs it back. Again, if you really are side by side with somebody, you might want to think about going through to turn number 1. But if you can't, you just try to set yourself up to turn number 3. Yeah, this little king that goes through the MotoGP chicanes is counted as a corner. So turn 3 is right here.
Turn 3 is right here. Nguyen Jen on the inside. Now he has a good position to take the apex from Kondoker. Kondoker gets on the curb, but this time he's not going to be able to block. Nguyen Jen still has a lot of exit speed though, surprisingly, coming out of the Lexus. Still keeps his car ahead on Nguyen Jen's Mustang.
Wow. It's no wonder the Lexus actually is quite a popular choice nowadays.
Yeah.
Because the fact that it's just got that extra grunt on the straights, allowing itself to get ahead of the board, but not good through the corners, as evidenced there by the fact that Ayaz just went wide, touches the gravel trap, and then allows Yongjan to try to sweep by on the inside, coming up to Roush.
Yep, I think Kondoker has finally lost it there. That little dip into the sand did not do him any favors, that's for sure. So we're trying to see if Kondoker will be able to fight back. Not going to happen this time here. Lost so much time through that last section here. So Nguyen Jen moves up to 20th place, 6 positions since the last time we saw Nguyen Jen on the screens.
Yep, on the overall stakes, while in the class stakes, he has made up a position by overtaking Ayaz Kondoker Abdullah by going up now to, by our estimate, P5 in the silver class. So that's good going for them. Meanwhile, Divesh Jiva and Asher Shakur. This is between the two teammates.
Oh.
And in the same class as well, no less. So this is a battle that's further up the leaderboard in the AM category, but no love lost between the both of them.
Well, same class, same car, slightly different livery, but still lots of good action here. Shakur just swipes his way across there, trying to force Jiva to take a wider line. Didn't quite make it work though, as Jiva is able to get a switchback. Couldn't quite get a lot of exit speed, but will be able to gain it by getting the side draft of Asher Shakur. Now we'll have the inside going through Schlossgold. Can he actually do it under braking though? Ashish Sakura desperate to try to hang on there, goes for the wider line here, and actually keeps it almost wheel to wheel, loses out just on the transition here, and Jiva will pull up another position to make it 18.
And he is hauling himself and Genevieve further up the leaderboard here, so that's 10th in the AM class for them. Though Asher will not be probably taking it lying because he wants to get back at Divesh, and the both of them are ultra competitive as it should be, because they just want to get one up each other, especially because they're teammates. As Divesh now is going on his merry ways, car off the line, off the track there. That's Sutho. That's Surabit Sutho for the Ovumika, number 511. Getting by there. And
oh, look at that Intas getting passed on the inside by Jiva again, and oh my goodness.
And that's for position as well for Zayan Intas and Sutho.
Yep, so Sutho now getting himself closer and closer here, and Intas being surprised, no doubt, by Jiva putting that move on him. Has actually lost him a lot of momentum on the straight, as we also see the other two Pebega cars, Jingle Tingle, getting into the mix as well. So a bit of a toss-up, bit of a tangle going on here. Sutho now tries to get around the outside. It looks like off turn number 3, Intas is going to try to defend here hard, as Young Jen comes on the inside, blocks his ability to be able to take the apex there, but Intan does successfully keep Sutho close behind. Ashish Shakur is now going to be going alongside him, will be able to pass the two of them, and Sutho in the meantime takes opportunity to get up alongside, will get in front of Intas, and Kodoka Abdullah as well passes Intas for position 2.
Aye, so many things happening at one time, and there's Jensen as well for good measure, so Jensen now actually is fancying a piece of this pie.
My goodness, that's like literally definition of like dominoes falling in place there, right, for Intan. I mean, he was passed there by Devesh. Oh, Royal Reza spun around there. But yeah, like I say, dominoes falling down there for Intan because he got surprised by Devesh taking a very aggressive inside there. He wasn't necessarily passing him for actual position, just track position, but that caused him to be slow coming out the final corner, and just one after another, cars after cars, Kondoker getting a bit of contact here. It's not quite over between him and Shakur actually, as Jensen slips in between the three of them. Shakur tries to turn in, couldn't block Jensen in time, and Jensen goes away through, trying to keep his car ahead of Kondoker Abdullah.
And that actually, it's 2 for 1. He got not only one position in class against Shakur, he got one over Kondoka Abdullah as well. So he is on his merry ways. Now he's holding on to P11 in the AM class. That's a couple more points on the board for him. Wow, what was happening there? And it's still going on.
It's just shuffling like a deck of cards right now between these cars. Ashish Shakur unfortunately lost out quite a bit in that battle. Is now stuck behind a bit of traffic in the front of Rayhan. Comes into contact. Rayhan gets pushed into him there, it looks like. But Rayhan's the one who's unfortunately left stranded at turn 3.
And he starts to wait for one more car. No, he's actually wanting to go now in front of Fadil in the velocity car right there. Mercifully, no more damage to be done there apart from his own race.
Yeah, well, it looks like Ong, who is behind him, is quite far back, so he doesn't quite lose his own position in the race here. Kondoka Abdullah, in the meantime, still ahead of Ashish Shakur. He's now trying to chase up the Jensen, only about half a second behind.
Right then. Huh. Well, after all that excitement, it's now time to get back into the groove of things, because we're almost 8 minutes away from the end race. Oh well, just as I said, no more excitement. We have a car spinning around in the final corner, car number 25. That's one of the CMSC cars, but I can't pick up which one is it right now. In fact, it is actually someone who's actually high up the grid as well.
With Rana.
With Rana. So Sheban dropped it to turn number 1, and did he get help or he spun himself? He spun himself.
I think he spun himself, yeah, so that... Did he lose positions because of that there?
Yes, the Thiago Pereira. No, in fact, he was already well behind Thiago Pereira, but the consequence is Naufal Hafif is only 3 seconds behind.
In fact, I can actually see him in the distance there.
Yeah, there he is.
There he is. A little bit far back, to be fair, but that's actually... Yeah, I mean, again, that does open up opportunity here, and with Harana, is not going to be too happy with having handed Afif now an opportunity to try to chase him for 9th position.
And the podium in the AM class.
Yeah.
That is the final spot on the podium there. So with Rana then, well, he's actually created a storyline that we can follow now for the rest of the hour. The final hour of this race after this. There is Naufal Hafif on our screens. Nice that he has a full set of gear. Not only that, with the microphone stand and teamwear, that looks like Tommy Hilfiger, but that is actually the Entropy Motorsport logo. Nice touch.
Yeah, nice touch. But also, like, I was going to point out the irony of the fact that he's he has a Sim Magic wheel, but he's racing with his cockpit with a Moza carpet beneath there.
I mean, you know, you can mix and
Yeah,
match
it's
everything.
mix and match, you know, it's
Yeah.
functional.
Yeah, I mean, if he's not sponsored, then he's fine. But I'm pretty sure Moza wouldn't be happy to find out that they were just relegated to being a rug. in this particular setup.
Doormat practically, but Afif right now needs to try to find a way to get past with Raccoon, who's holding him up a little bit. And Nafa Afif knows that there's an opportunity here for him to catch with Rana, who had just spun out early on, but that gap there was about two and a bit seconds has actually grown to about 3+ seconds now. So Afif finally does get past Raccoon, but after having lost quite a bit of time now. So it looks like that does put a bit of a damper now in his opportunity to catch 9th place.
Indeed, and third in the AM class.
Yeah, 9th place and a possible podium. Yeah.
Yep, that is the most important point on the line because that is a lot to race for if anything coming into the final hour. Now, a couple of more battles out on track that we just saw is that this one is still not over yet. Shak Asher and Ayaz Kandoka Abdullah.
Yeah. I mean, they both were involved in a little bit of a tangle early on. Jensen's already pulled ahead, far ahead of two of them now. Yves Jiva, when did he pass Noyoung Jin? Oh no, sorry, he did pass him early on there. My bad. But yeah, Kondoker still very much locked in his battle, but Shakur hasn't been able to close the gap in the infield. Is actually getting caught up by all people. Oh, sorry, that is Samuel Naim. I thought
Yeah,
that was wrong.
yeah,
But no, I just realized the Porsche headlights there just clued me in that that's our race leader now, looking to try to lap another car.
And that's Asher, very assuring.
Yep.
And I was about to, I nearly called Ayaz Kandoka Abdullah the Ayatollah.
No.
We're not going to that.
No, we're not going- we're not getting there
We're
yet.
not getting there.
Yeah.
But yeah, just looking at Asher, I'm surprised his hair is not as poofy as he is as compared to real life, because I just saw him last night in that same racing race. Boy, oh boy, he had a full head of hair.
I guess might be the moisture. Must be the water in the air.
Or it must be the fact that he is slumped back into the seat to look up that way. But whatever it is, he is now having the overall race leader in his rear end, and overtakes him. Yeah, very nice bit of driving.
Yeah,
Yep.
very nicely done there. But yeah, not going to be 2+ because I think our rear 9 should be able to get the pass Kondoka Abdullah ahead of him here. So I mean, if Shakur can play his cards right, might be able to follow him along there. But I don't think so. At this point right now, not really getting the slipstream off of the Porsche here. Amir Naim is absolutely flying away right now.
Meanwhile, coincidentally, while we were looking at Asher, I was actually trying to pick out Juicemin, and he's just right behind him too. Trying to chase after Guna Sakara. So this is a battle that's brewing, but again, not for the class positions, but for overall stakes. And for Juicemin, that would be quite a nice way to end off the race, isn't it? After such promise earlier on, they managed to recover all the way back into the top, nearly to the cusp of the top 10.
I mean, some shades of like what happened to them like 3 weeks ago, isn't it, for round number 1? And they certainly made quite a climb when it came to Watkins Glen. It's glad to see that they are able to do similarly. Although, as we say that, Ahmad Jusman is now dumped into the pits, so not going to be keeping this 12th position here, unfortunately.
Yep, and that will free up Guna Sakara to just focus on his own race, trying to get up to the back of Naufal Afif. And that will be for the top 5 positions in the AM class. Meanwhile then, no such troubles on track for the rest of the drivers, apart from the fact that we can point out Will Hammond is not that far away from Fahad Ghafoor.
Only 5 seconds, 5.5 seconds actually between him and Fahad Ghafoor, so that actually is looking quite close here. So Will Hammond's still fighting with a wheel, practically trying to get through every bit of this infield section, which can get a little bit tricky here, especially given that it's quite a relatively high speed or like medium to high speed corner here. So certainly on the direct drive wheel can be a bit of wrestling action has to occur there, you know, to get yourself through that. But Will Hammond, yeah, he actually is closing that gap now. It's actually gaining a little bit of time in his final sector here. Whoa, that's a very late move into the pits there for just behind him there.
Yeah. Daryl Ung, the race winner from round number 1 with Aiden Tan and Zed McKenna, I think you're not mistaken. Jet Lim was the other driver involved in that particular Jet Li. The actor. I mean,
I thought he was going to be pulling some wushu action while he's doing some overtakes here on track.
Well, unfortunately, the wushu action is more swift in this one because he got seppuku a couple of times. in the race.
Oof, oof.
Including the fact that they were the ones that started from the pit lane, mind you.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, the championship leaders in M are not having the best time of it, as well as the championship leaders in Silver at one point, and the pro class leaders as well. So the championship leaders and race winners from round 1 are actually having a tough time of it in race number 2.
Yeah, the laps from Fahad's just not looking good. I mean, he's been sinking very, very far from since he got passed by Ethan Lowe. He's already like, what, 12 seconds behind him now. So certainly the whatever damage he did sustain earlier on is coming actually to haunt him here. But, you know, that's going to allow Will Hammond to actually catch him for 3rd overall. I mean, Hammond is still in the lead as far as I can see for the silver class. So it's not really concerning, actually, for the two of them, to be fair. But it does highlight just the kind of situation that Fahad is in right now, where he's just having to nurse this stricken car through the rest of his stint here.
And you can see Hammond's at the top of the picture there, just about peeking in through the gantry there. If we go for the watch shot, there he is!
There he is.
There's Hammond.
Just slight peek there.
3.5 seconds, the difference. So he is actually closing in. In fact, last time out, let's see the lap.
Very fast. It's very fast. Like, it was almost like 1 whole second he found in 1 whole lap.
1.1 seconds. 28.7 for Hammond, 29.8 for Fahad. So he is really struggling right now.
Yeah, well, boy. I mean, should be coming up to. I mean, is he coming up to his scheduled pit stop at this point here? Because I feel like he may have to call it early here if he's going to continue losing this much time. But, I mean, again, you know, Velasquez is so far down, you know, compared to where he is. So he's not really at threat of losing podium position. It's just, I don't know. It's, again, a little bit of a tough situation here. I think it's a racing driver, you know, getting bogged down so much because of aerodynamic inefficiency.
Indeed, and I think because the battle is brewing, this is about the right time to go into a break here, Vic.
I know, right? We're already approaching our final hour of racing here. Amirul Naim and Iman Raiden have done a bang-up job of keeping the Porsche 333 ahead of the rest of the field. Will he be able to keep this win here? Is there going to be any other dramatic happenings here in the final hour? We will find out after we take a break, so make sure you guys stick around. We'll be right back after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. when allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Back, ladies and gentlemen. Amiral Naim still leading the race, still has yet to make his scheduled pit stop right now, but as far as I'm concerned, he is very much in the lead and very much in command of this race. And Fahad Ghafour, what has happened to him? A drive-through penalty after coming out of pit. Did he actually speed too far?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he did in the pit lane here, and that's not going to be great here for Fahad, who had, oh my goodness. I mean, again, still very far away from Velasquez, so probably not going to be under threat as far as his position in class is concerned. But, man, just adding to the level of woes that he's experienced so far in this race.
Yep, and he will lose further contact to Raja Amirul Shaukat in the Ali Mutu Chanka. That is going to be pretty much second place on the rostrum, well assured, but whether he's going to finish second overall remains to be seen, because the guy who's actually running in second right now is having a stellar job in front, Will Hammond.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
I know, right? Like, started this race in a good position, like 4th in qualifying, but lost position, went all the way down, almost out of the top 10, I believe, for for them.
Yeah, they were actually 40th.
40th at one point in this race, and just recovered from that point on to make their way to the lead of the silver class itself. What an incredible comeback here for the Hobby Culture Racing Evo Team 23.
And can you imagine if only, yeah, here's a bit of a funny story about what happened last time. Remember, the Australian Grand Prix was going on when when we had the first round of the season. Hammond was supposed to race alongside Aiden Tan and who's the third driver in that particular car? Zed McKenna. But because both Zed and Hammond are Australians and the race was going on, nobody was in the cam's office at the time. Everyone was all hands on deck, even the esports department at the Grand Prix. So they didn't issue their licenses in time. Can you imagine that? So if only they had their license that first round, they would have still had 2 completely strong rounds right now. But Aiden decided to take the opportunity to join the sister car and won in the M class with them.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's still, I think they still got a couple more rounds to hopefully make the case for themselves. We'll see how things will turn out. I mean, it's still going to be long season ahead of us here. Danish Hakimi just spun out, unfortunately, here. Going to be caught out a little bit. A lot of traffic to go here before it's going to have a clear track to move out of the way there. I think car 511 may be the opportunity here after he passes. Yeah, but still very much stuck.
Yep. I mean, the 69 Motorsports car has been involved in the wars and then some. They made some parts of the highlights in round 1, but I think this is just them trial by fire completely, because we say baptism fire, but this is literally trial, because they're a brand new team and driver combo coming into this particular championship, and they have had seriously a huge amount of learning to do.
I was trying to see whether I can slip in a trial 7 joke in there, but oh well, I don't think I can find any opportunity to do that.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
But speaking of this, there's the 7 involved in this one, 767, disqualified.
Disqualified completely. I mean, again, disqualification probably due to track limits here, as that is doled out by the game here, not by our race stewards. So that's very unfortunate here for the team here, Team Itan. Lost the car on the track. In the meantime, Raja Amirul Shaukat still second in pro class, currently 5th overall after having come out of pits. This is likely going to be the last stint here for the Ali Mutu Chang car, or the John Malaysia car.
Yes, the most common names in Malaysia from all the races. Unfortunately, we cannot include Iban Kadazan and every other ones in the East Malaysia instead, because otherwise it will be
like
take up too much space.
Yes, yeah. This is not going to be a name tag long enough to fit everyone in, unfortunately.
Yep. But regardless of that, the joke name, but no joke in terms of the driving. They have done absolutely well for themselves to be up in the podium for you know, it essentially is a Pepega car, but they just go on a different code name. So we'll just go AMC for good measure. Not AMC, the car manufacturer.
Yeah. So in the meantime, Jaden Liao is actually, I just noticed Jaden Liao has actually got the fastest lap of the session so far, a 128.222 race lap here. So certainly flying quite hard here in the AM class. Leader of the AM class now finally coming into the pits here, likely to hand things off to his teammate and to finish off the rest of the stint with. But great moves here from Jaden Liao so far. I mean, we saw quite the save that he did early on in that third hour, and you know, the cherry on top being that, you know, LOR at least has one car in the lead of one of the classes here. So very much kudos here to the drivers of car number 18.
Yeah, Jaden Liao and Wilson Boone, they're now in the pits here. And I think Wilson will take over now for the last stint of this race. Meanwhile, this is Seshan Gunasekera with his co-driver, Shiranya Mendes. They're actually a while on their way to the top 5 finish here. But 12 seconds to make up to Nafal Afif. Can they do it? For a podium place. That would be quite nice, especially for Shiranya.
Nice. It'd be nice for sure. I mean, 51 minutes still remaining here, so there's still, yeah, relatively plenty of time, relatively speaking, for them to try to make up that. So let's keep a keen eye on this situation here. I mean, I'm seeing that the temperature like starting to drop a little bit. We're already approaching like the evening time here in the virtual Red Bull Ring. A bit of wind also has picked up as well. Like it's been very much static air for most of this race, but now finally a bit of crosswind is starting to form here. Only about 4 kilometers an hour. In the grand scheme of things, doesn't really affect these cars. They're not as aerodynamically sensitive as some other open wheel racing series, but nevertheless, it's something that the drivers have to keep an eye out for, and especially once it gets a little bit darker here, perhaps visibility might be a bit of a concern once we get to that point.
No floodlights at Red Bull Ring, of course, so it might just be posing a bit of a problem. But 6 p.m., it's just the sun is setting. Normally, you'll get even more darkness descending on the European circuit because 6 p.m. is basically 5 p.m. is almost sunset in some
Depends
places.
on like which part of the hemisphere you're in, isn't it?
Yeah, 5 p.m. in UK is already almost nighttime, so there's that lah. But regardless, I said live. I said live broadcast. So there's the Malaysianness coming through.
Yep.
But regardless of it, it's still quite fair amount of daylight through here, so everyone can see where they're going.
Yeah, for now at least. So we'll see. Gunasekera in the meantime, quite a bit of gap to try to make up for before he can catch up. So we'll just keep a keen eye on that for now. No other battles really to speak of actually out on track at the moment. It's just more or less about maintaining track position and seeing how their long-term strategies have actually played out, and also especially for the drivers doing their final stints for this session, just making sure you bring that car home safe and not have any unexpected spins or incidents or whatnot out on track.
Yep, as Gunasekera now, max laps, Zach Jensen coming out the ring curve and to Red Bull Mobile in the final corner to start to complete yet another lap, but looks as though it's a bit of a lull period, isn't it? Nothing much happening on track after the excitement that we had in the first few hours.
Yeah. I mean, again, we're already about the time when the Japanese Grand Prix qualifying is going on right now. I mean, yeah. Oh yeah, sorry, probably finished by now, isn't it?
No spoilers, but
Yeah.
I think someone I saw already, but yeah, it's no surprise either.
I suppose, yeah. I mean, we already know kind of like which team is actually having the advantage, as it were, for this season. But you know, I was like thinking a little bit about the debate that's been going on about the current rule set and regulation. Ooh, what's happened to Asher Shakur in the meantime here? Spun out on the grass, or may take a bit of a spill. Ahmad Jusmin will be able to get past him.
And in fact, he was helped on the way by Chong Jin Bin.
Oh.
So one of the GSR cars just helped him on the way out, and Asher then lost at least a couple of positions to Mateen and Zaman on that particular juncture. But looks as though another stewards report might be on its way.
Oh, probably. I mean, Jin Bin did bin it onto Asher.
Nah, releasing the gin. Nah,
Please, ladies and gentlemen, do not drink and drive.
Well, I'm talking about another gin, but okay. And no tonic on that one.
No tonic yet. So
Oh, yes.
keep it nice and dry here. Gunasekera is actually caught up now to Ian Wong here. So now we're finally getting a bit of action out on track here. This time going to be for 9th place. Ian Wong very experienced, a very senior driver compared to a lot of people who are in the sim racing world, the competitive sim racing community especially. And certainly not an easy person to try to pass here, but Sheshan Gunasekera is going to try his very best here, no doubt. Let's see if he's going to be able to catch him here going to the third turn. Now through turn 2 is actually gaining a lot of him thanks to the slipstream. Now slips onto the inside of the turn here. Looks like he's going to force Ian to try to take onto the curbs there, slowing him down a little bit. And on Sasha curb he goes as well, still keeping a lot of momentum here surprisingly for Ian Wong, so he stays more or less level with Gunasekera, but loses out a little bit of speed by the time we get the midpoint of this mini straight. Now coming up to the breaking point downhill, Ian Wong actually breaks quite late here in order to try to keep up with Gunasekera, but still couldn't quite get past him as Gunasekera closes the door and moves up into 9th place.
And no change in the class positions. He still stays in P4 in the M class. Likewise, Ian still stays 3rd in the silver category. Regardless of that, great bit of driving from
I know.
And the fact that Ian still trying to fight around the outside shows how committed he was, but he just came out of the pits. Tires are probably not up to temperature and running order, so he'll just have to release Gunasekera by. But let's see if Gunasekera is coming in. No, in fact, wait, soon. Maybe soon. Maybe he can stretch the stints. Who knows?
Yeah, probably could stretch it a bit. I mean, he was fully within like his fully within his right actually to just go ahead and dive into the pits after pulling the move like that to take track position. But yeah, I mean, again, I think like just looking at that battle just now, it's just really credit to how handy and like rugged these GT3 cars are. You know, even a sausage curb like that around the outside didn't quite slow down Ian Wong's ability to try to keep up with Gunasekera coming out turn 3. So that was just a handy bit of driving, that's for sure.
Oh, something happened to Fahad Ghafoor.
No, not again.
And he had spun out. No, in fact, he lost it himself there.
Yeah, my goodness, losing control there. I mean, it's just not going all that well right now for car number 93. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, again, I just feel like I'm repeating myself at this point. Not really a threat of losing podium position here for the pro class, but considering the context of like the struggle he was having in the previous his previous stint, and right now having spun out, it's just really a tough time out here for Fahad Ghafoor.
Wow, well, he can console himself the fact that again, no major consequences in terms of positions in class, but he wouldn't want to actually just carry on like this. He probably needs to go and fix damage. Otherwise, he'll be carrying on with it, and it's torturous all the way to the end of this race. And now Fahad, he's fancying his chances. Here he comes onto the inside, but no way through. Fahad still got the fight in him, but for how long?
I don't think it's going to be for long though, because it looks like Afif will be able to get past him on this on the second turn already in this lap. So yep, that's pretty much done already. Fahad Ghafoor loses track position, still keeps 3rd in the pro class, or will he actually lose position entirely? Not quite. Still actually outbreaks Afif going through the third turn, but I think Afif should be able to... Oh, no!
Well, talk about where it rains at pause. Fahad definitely got it. And look, the look of disgust on his face is well and truly evident, isn't it?
Yeah, I think like he did not expect that Afif was going to try to still push his nose right there. But in all fairness as well, like Fahad didn't really leave him much space there. I was trying to close the door into him, I think, in making that move. But yeah, it's going to be paying for the consequence of it now. Looking at him, it's going to have to keep it nice, keep it wide here as Henry Crooks gets past him. But yeah, it's just not looking good here. Fahad may be considering to try to get into the pits around this point. Now, what's Gunasekera going to be up to now?
He got overtaken by Ian Wong, so Ian got back at him once the tires are up to temperature. Now this is interesting, isn't it? How there's different schools of thought for this one. Ian's got warmed up tires and they're very new, whereas Gunasekera, he's been out on these tires for about an hour.
Yeah, old tires here. Ian Wong's going to have a lot more speed here. Should be able to pull ahead here about half a second, but no, Gunasekera still has a lot of momentum coming out of Rin. Had to make some evasive action actually to avoid coming into contact with Ian Wong in the final corner. And Vija, in the meantime, not really a factor in this battle, given that he's just been lapped by the two of them. But Gunasekera and Ian Wong, round 2 is go, though. Ooh, Vija actually getting close there. under braking, so it almost looked like it was going to ram into the back as, oops, no, it's just coming true there on the grass. We'll be able to stay out of the way of Goodness Kara and Ian Wong as they make the way through, carrying forward into a battle going to turn 3. Goodness Kara on the inside again. This is again shades of what happened.
No!
Contact between Ian Wong, though, and one of the lapped cars, and that unfortunately slowed him down coming out of turn 3.
And that was called Vija. Vija actually was a bit opportunistic, isn't he? He tried to go on the inside, but the gap was only ever closing, to the point that there was nowhere to go. Touched to the side of him, but miraculously, they both did not spin. So credit to where it's due. Some mesmerizing bit of car control to keep it going in the right direction.
Very lucky indeed here for both Ian as well as Vija. Oh, the
Well,
69 Motorsports again spun around, this time just out of turn 1. Managed to get back this time though, didn't have to wait too long for that.
Yep, as opposed to what happened last time out through turn number 5. That literally was, horrible to watch. And it's not a nice feeling for a driver, especially that he doesn't know where the other cars are in relation to where his car is on track. And there is now a camera view on Danish Hakimi, so that's the first we've seen of him. I think he might take this as the first 2 races as a way to learn and improve for future rounds.
I mean, it's also good to get a bit of experience, you know, driving with traffic, and given how dense this track is with 49 registrants, more than 40 cars out on track here. Very, very tricky conditions here, even in the best of times. So hopefully a bit more experience to go a long, long way here for future seasons. As Fahad Ghafoor, what's happened to him again?
Did he go into the pits just now? Yes, he did.
Oh, yeah, he did, yeah.
He's just coming out of the pits. But, you know, amazingly, because of the trials and tribulations that he's had, the yellow car's on the podium.
Oh, no. Okay. Oh, no, but I think he spent quite a lot of time because he did get his front end fixed, though. So, yeah, that's actually cost him a possible podium position here. Now he's going to have to fight through some cars here. But quite a lot of cars between him and Velasquez at this point, as he almost came to contact with Ngo, and Deng even had to go and make some evasive action here to avoid contact. Ghafoor is already through here, though. But I think Deng and who is that behind him here? Ngo is actually getting a bit of contact with each other just behind in the background.
Yep, and all the while, they remember he had side damage because of the contact with Naufal Afif. He had straight onto Perez. In fact, why is Naufal in the pits? That's a surprise. Oh, in fact, he is now into the stint, so that's why they've been stretching. Yeah, they've been stretching the stint, so that's why they are actually in now.
And speaking of stint, what is Velasquez's stint at the moment, though? I wonder if he's already pitted or has he not?
He's half an hour into his stint, so I think he's going all the way.
Oh, he's going all the way, yeah. So pretty much should be able to keep the podium position then. Man, what a shame for Fahad Ghafoor here. Like, I think like he's definitely going to be looking back at the incident earlier on that he had there. That definitely costed him a possible podium position here in this pro class, where literally it was only a handful of cars in this, and still Velasquez has somehow benefited from that. LOR Racing getting another car in a podium position here.
And Velasquez is really close to the camera, isn't he? I mean, we know it's him because he has driven with his kind of POV before, but not gonna lie, looks as though he just wants to keep his face a secret, even though we know how he actually looks like.
It's just funny that like he's driving a Ferrari but wearing an Aston Martin shirt, effectively. Although it's an AMR racing shirt here, so yeah, just a little bit funny that. I mean, again, you know, it's all mix and match of different brands here. I mean, we did see the Moza Racing and Sim Magic mix up there going on in one of our drivers' sim rigs, but yeah, I mean, it's nice to see all the different representations going on.
Yeah, well, you know, no one's tied to any contract, so it just feels much better compared to being locked into something.
Anyways, still no other battles to speak of out on track here. So far, Amir Naim in the lead overall for this race here. Rajamir Shaukat in second for the pro class. Velasquez now up in the third. And this is Ahmad Jusmin, who is currently third or fourth in the silver category here. I think Aska is still yet to pit himself, so we'll see where things will end up by the time we get to the end of this race here. But Ahmad Jusmin certainly has done a very good job, as has his teammate for Balapan Random Motorsports, to actually do quite a recovery across the 2 rounds so far. So again, if they could actually get a good qualifying position, you know, in one of these rounds here, could become a good contender in the silver class.
Yeah, but again, at the same time, not just the podium position, but a bit of luck having that way would not hurt at all, because
I think that goes
again,
without saying, yeah.
Yeah. But it's just, again, a shame that at this very corner, in the early stages of this race, because of what happened with Pratama slamming to in front of them, it just set them back quite a lot. But to finish strongly here will probably be more than they could wish for.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Ahmad Jusmi and Ramdani certainly are two very talented drivers behind the wheel, so certainly be looking forward to what round 3 and round 4 will bring for BRM. So yeah, as it stands right now, so that was the silver class here. For the AM class, Wilson Woon is now back behind the wheel of the Ferrari, likely going to be finishing the race here and in the lead for the AM class, very much far ahead of Ratnayake. Good to see that the Sri Lankan teams also still getting cars up on the podium here, at least for the AM class. And also be getting Peter as well in 3rd place here for the AM class as well. Now for Afif, just barely missing out on a possible podium, as we see him giving chase right now. Oh, sorry, that's not him. That's Fatur Rahman, who is behind the wheel, behind Ahmad Jusman here. But yeah, again, still at this stage of the race now, it's just more about trying to bring the car home, and I think it's a lot easier for some people out on track here, a little bit more difficult for others. But otherwise, within this next half hour, we'll see if there's going to be any other dramatic happenings, as it were.
We'll wait and see. But at this point right now, just waiting for anything to happen between Praveen Peter and Ahmad Jusmin. Praveen then holding on to the position. Oh, well, speaking of happenings, there is the other Sri Lankan car, Shane Wirakun, in the CMSE White Boys car, is into the infield, and is he gonna spin? No! Into Raja's shortcut! Would you believe it? Raja's been taken out!
Raja's been taken out. Can he get it back into the race? I think he's still, his car is still working though, but that's gonna be big damage to the front there for sure. And again,
well,
luck just is not on Raja's side, isn't it?
Not only that, but did you just say that, well, let's see if there's anything dramatic that's gonna happen. You just got your wish just immediately. We were looking at it, and somehow there is the accident here, and it had to involve one of the race leaders.
Commentary curse. I hate it. I've been working for this for more than a decade now, and it still strikes at the worst possible moments, doesn't it?
And the thing, we're just looking at, you know, basically it was an innocuous incident. It's just one car in the infield. Okay, nothing's gonna happen. And then suddenly, oh, don't go do that. Whacks into a guy who's actually in the podium positions as well. Way.
It'll be so funny, actually, in hindsight, if this actually gives Velasquez P2 somehow.
Well, that will be a little bit, you know, undeserved.
A little bit of a long shot. I mean,
Yeah, no,
undeserved.
undeserved for one thing, because again, good recovery, but it's just that the way that they had to go all the way back then at the expense of other drivers is also, you know, looking at this particular car, it's just a bit unfair, isn't it? It's just that karma repaid them a nice hand, even though it was on their own hand that caused all the trials and tribulations.
Oh well. We'll see how it goes here. Ahmad Jusman finally got past Peter, so he's moved up to 9th overall, still 3rd or 4th in the silver class. But certainly, certainly a good position to be in nevertheless. Still another 34 minutes to go in the race here. 34 minutes for these guys to keep things underway here. Asuka is finally going to be taking his final pit stop here. We'll see whether or not he'll be swapping off to his teammate, or will be keeping his stint here. Rajendra Shalkat, you can see the damage on the front of his car here. Still going to be able to keep running though, and I think he will likely want to avoid having to go into the pits at this stage here, unless he may potentially lose another position here. But hopefully we'll be able to nurse that car home to 2nd overall in the pro class. Here's Zed McKenna, who is currently 2nd.
3.2 seconds behind Rajesh Shalkat, so it's not over yet, as Zed now also has managed to get his camera upright.
Yeah, yes, indeed. So we'll see. Roger Shalkat, potential him to lose track position for Zed McKenna to actually catch up to Mohamed Asuka, who I think...
No,
oh, he's already passed him.
Yeah.
He's already passed him.
Yeah, because Asuka was already behind the 23 car prior to that when Hammond was in the wheel. So Hammond, when he gave to McKenna, they dropped behind, but then Asuka stayed in the car. Unless, of course, we had a bit of a change of drive personality as well. No,
We'll see. I think
No,
it's already
Rob-
gone
no,
past the
he's
line
like-
already. So
yeah.
yeah, it's Asuka who's going to be finishing off the race.
So McKenna then is 16 seconds ahead of Asuka. That's exactly music to their ears. They want to keep this advantage and take home a win. A bit of a delayed start because of how premature the fact that cams were not available to give them their esports license in round 1 when everyone was all hands on deck at the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
But regardless of that, it shows their statement of intent. Last year's champions in the AM class, moving up in a different name, albeit to the silver class, still showing the gut pace.
Yep, and certainly going to be setting their championship hopes alight now. What's happened with Ian Wong? A drive-through penalty if you were him. Track limits, I think.
Yes, it is. I mean, highly likely it is. And there you can see the face behind the name there, Ian Wong. He managed to get his camera up. You can tell. You can tell what we said to him. Said about the whole. If he was 20 years younger, he would be right in the thick of it. Well, this is basically, you know, what they call the kids call age, driving very well, and he is actually a bloody fast guy. Really,
Yes,
really.
he is.
He only took it to sim racing a couple years back, but showed that he had the pace. So quite nice to see that he holds the torch for all the other oldsters who can still prove it.
Maybe a potential signing for Team Unk in the future.
Well, there is Team Uncle on the grid,
I know, right?
but I don't think he wants to leave that one for a stable that is actually still pretty fast. Vega have proven to be a very good team in their operations.
Indeed, they have, and well, we'll wish Ian Wong the best of luck, given that he has a drive-through penalty to serve here. Should still be able to stay ahead of Ahmad Jusmin even after serving that, so I don't think it's going to be too much trouble for him, to be fair. So, now where do we stand here with Ahmad Jusmin already passing Pravin Peter on track here? That's already the final battle pretty much already done on the track here. Another 30 minutes of pretty much just, in a sense, processional racing, to be fair, because it's not much to speak of, not much strategy to play anymore, given that a lot of these drivers are already on their final stints. And an amazing story here for car number 23, Hobby Culture Racing Evo. Two Australians who unfortunately couldn't make it for the first round have finally come to show big time here for round number 2. And certainly if they can keep this going for the next 2 rounds, will be certainly a great contender here in the silver class. As for the pro class itself, Amir Naim, again, such a huge lead he has here, showing that their prowess behind Porsche, both him and Ilham Ryan, has made it very much a race, a championship perhaps, to lose here for car number 333.
And what a way to do so, because they were in the thick of it last year when they were under the Lexus. Different personnel at that time, so they just want to show that, okay, let's just see how far we can push it. And for Iman, that would be a double on the cards, because we had a double a couple years back with the Sim Racing Lanka boys when they won in Global and also in Endurance Edition. Maybe Iman wants to do this, but for the overall stakes on both classes. And shout out as well to one of their teammates, Mama Azza, who couldn't make it for this one due to medical emergencies. Apparently, he had a bulge in his right leg that was getting bigger and bigger. And they tested for diabetes, they tested for heart problems. Nothing. So it's just something that he had to look out for. As now we look at a battle between, we'll put that story in the back burner. McKenna is on the back of Shaukat, and ailing Shaukat with a Ferrari that was damaged due to no fault of his own. Side by side, they come to red curve, and I think McKenna wanted to sweep by on the outside. No, they hit each other. They go side by side. Their wheel are just locked, but Shaukat somehow managed to keep second place. Though there might be a stewards inquiry.
You can see McKenna a little bit miffed by that, but did manage to save it though somehow. Bit of contact from Shaukat definitely did help a little bit towards the tail end there to keep McKenna in the running here, but now he's going to be going at it again, coming out of turn 1. But I was looking at the delta coming from Shaukat just now. It was actually down by 1 whole second. So that just goes to show the loss in terms of time, in terms of speed here for Shaukat, thanks to the front end damage. Don't think you'll be able to hang on to this much longer here, as McKenna is coming in strong, coming out of turn 3. But again, still caveat: this is not for it's not for podium here for either of these guys. They are from different classes completely. But it just goes to show, you know, the damage or the consequence of the damage that Rajamir Shaukat sustained. Pretty much not of his own fault here, but is now actually threatening to lose him track position to the silver class leader.
Meanwhile, then, Naim has come to the pits after a stint of 1 hour and 10 minutes. So he might be handing it off to Iman Ryan for the final part. Regardless of that, they've actually stretched it quite a lot. Really good driving from both of them, and it proves their title credentials. Meanwhile, back to this battle for second. Raja Shaukat and Zed McKenna side by side again, coming out to the very corner where they came to blows. They went completely sideways, but somehow kept it going in the right direction. Now McKenna likes the rear wheels, trying to get by into the final corner. Turns it out, and now onto the start-finish straight. Shaukat defends hard. I don't think he'll have to fight too hard because this is not for the class podiums, but they still are going at it. He's on the marbles, he's on the inside, but McKenna then has the racing line and probably a better run out of turn number 1.
He needs the exit. He needs the exit coming out of turn 1 to get past, but Shaukat is just not making it easy for him. Just keeping him blocked though, coming through turn 2. McKenna now finally does negotiate his way into the inside, but will be left on the outside of turn 3. Needs to be able to nail it under braking, but Shaukat is also hard on the brakes as well. Still stays alongside McKenna. They still will have to keep battling on this lap.
Indeed, and McKenna now has this rear of that Ferrari in his sights firmly, coming up now to turn number 5. This will be make or break. Is he going to hang it around the outside, or can he get the move done? It looks as though McKenna might just do it, but
no.
Shaukat has a better run on it, but they're still going at it here, Vic.
Still going at it, and Shaukat will be able to switch around here to still keep on the inside line here. McKenna can't quite make use of his power coming from the aftermarket. A bit of ton of gravel, and he loses time. He loses out. He loses track position to a couple of lapped cars.
And that one of them includes Kong Jin Bin, and in front, I think that was
thumbs down.
Oh, he knows he's on camera, isn't he?
Yep, he knows he's on camera. Thumbs down for him on that one there.
And I think fair play to him. I do understand his frustrations.
Yeah.
And, you know, credit to what he's doing, kept the car going in the right direction, but he has every right to be angry because Raja probably was not in the best way of defending. It is very
No, that was very, very...
great.
I mean, again, like, McKenna's not threatening his actual, like, class position at all, so I don't know why Shaukat... I mean, knowing that Shaukat has a damaged car here, shouldn't really be fighting that hard, actually, but... I don't know, I guess like probably the pride of being a racer still runs strong here for Rajamil Shaukat even at this stage of the race.
Indeed, and look at that, he just takes off Jing Bin and now Ian Wong in one fell swoop. So not much help there from the fellow Malaysians. It is now going to be a straight fight again, but can McKenna do it? Because if McKenna was to get this done, it will be the most epic of epic drives from the Hobby Contra Racing Evo boys. They did it from the most hardest way possible, from the back and now back up to the front.
I mean, in all honesty, it's like McKenna actually stands to lose more if he comes into more blows with Rajamil Shaukat, because Asuka is not really that far away here, you know, considering everything, like only 13 seconds behind. A spin, you know, for McKenna here could threaten his own lead of the silver class here, so he's just gonna have to find a way to get past Shaukat if they come close again. So I don't know, like maybe if I was in McKenna's shoes, I would just probably hang back a little bit, but Shaukat is quite slow comparatively to the rest of the field. Look at that 1.2 second delta coming to the end of the lap here. That's how much time he's lost thanks to the aerodynamic inefficiency from the damage he sustained.
Yep, and now he's gonna go defend again. But I think McKenna just has to get even more dicey here, because knowing how he's already come to blows twice with Shaukat, they've been both hard at it. But I think Shaukat may not be able to answer for this one.
Squeezing him hard.
Yeah, side by side. He's almost squeezing him into the MotoGP line just for good measure. But McKenna probably has done it this time. He gets it onto the inside coming up to turn number 3 and does so. But Shaukat's on the inside.
No!
They push him around. Oh! Wow. And there we go.
Yep.
That's the penalty on our ears. Raja has been given a penalty for this one.
Yeah, that is definitely called for here. I mean, again, there's no reason for Raja to be defending this hard here. Finally, he does let him, has a little bit here. Might even still come into contact, actually, while they're still side by side, but there was already the warning coming in from our race steward, already a penalty, actually, not warning to Rajamil Shaukat.
Oh!
Ooh, again, cutting it too close there.
Oh, what? I mean, I don't know what's going through Raja's mind, but he is definitely losing the plot here.
Definitely lost the plot a long time ago, I'm afraid. But now McKenna successfully through here. Still going to be, he's still in the lead of the silver class. Thankfully, and Raja still in second place. Like, that doesn't lose him anything. Like, I still don't understand why he had to do that to McKenna here. But yeah, certainly a warranted penalty there.
Well, I mean, well, it was a penalty, it was a warning.
A warning, yeah,
Yeah,
alright.
for dangerous driving. If he did that again, he'll definitely be thrown the book at it. As McKenna, I think, will be more than relieved to be holding on to that one. Because can you imagine if the both of them spun, that would have bring Asuka into play, and the win for the silver class would have been out for grabs.
So now, 22 minutes still remaining now. So I don't know. I'm seeing a bit of cars coming closer and closer to each other. I think Mendes is actually looking to try to pass. Pravin Peter
Yeah.
right now. So Sharanya, wow, again, very good job here for Sharanya, for the only female driver from the Sri Lankan contingent. It's looking to make it a top
Pravin.
15. Pravin has actually lost control in the final corner here. This could be good for Sharanya if she can get the catch before the breaking point of turn number 1. This could be position for her and another couple of points in her name. And yes, she will be able to do it under braking. Closes the door on that Aston Martin and flies away into the distance.
That was actually a block pass and a half. And
Yeah.
you can see that Pravin's signals actually were turning to the right. I thought that he was signaling right to allow Sharanya through, but it looks as though she didn't even need a second invitation. She just got it. But Pravin's coming back. Pravin's coming back at
Ooh.
her. And Sharanya, well, does it again. Just blocks it and gets through. So that's P4 in the M class confirmed for the CMS-CSS racing team. What a way to do so. Sharanya Mendes really proved her worth here today. That she wasn't going to get bullied out of the way.
No, at all. Just literally had to fight for every position, tooth and nail, and just barely missing out on. Yeah, a bit of a warning again, issued by our race steward. But in the meantime, I was just saying for Sharanya, just barely missing out on the top 10 here. What an incredible race this has been for her, actually, all things considered.
Indeed. And judging by the looks of it, she is absolutely reclined in the chair as well. I mean, we always say that the kids look quite tiny in the chairs, but sometimes you have to remember, biologically, sometimes when the girls are in there, they're naturally like that. So it looks, I mean, Jen, for example, the chair's bigger than her when she's racing here at Axel too. So it's just a common thing, but what they make up for it is the fact that they got the tenacity to do so. So doesn't really, show that biological stature is a hindrance. They can still go for it.
Go for it, my short queens. It's looking like it's just exciting to see them do so well this race here. So Sharanya, well on her way now to finish in 11th place with 20 minutes remaining on the clock. Temperatures dropping dramatically though, 14 degrees Celsius both on the air, both in the air and on the track here. So I think would grading become an issue here? I hope not.
No, not really. Not much at all.
Yeah.
Oh, and can we give the shout out today to the amount of spins that this particular team's got? But again, all part of the learning process. We even had last year Ava Racing Team. Remember, they were Gran Turismo Masters, but when it came to AGC, they had a lot to learn. As unfortunately, one of their drivers, Wayne Go, has announced his retirement from sim racing. That's a rarity, isn't it? Announcing a retirement. But in this particular case, I think Danish Hakimi will probably be thinking not about retiring from this race. He's still going at it, so that's commendable, even if the car has been involved in multiple bashings.
Well, again, sometimes success in motorsport is determined by how stubborn you are, really, to just keep on your path here, and hopefully the amount of experience that these guys will gain will help them in future seasons here. But certainly it's going to be a bit of I mean, as you mentioned, trial by fire pretty much for these guys here. Hopefully they'll be able to keep it together.
Okay, so now Fall has actually got the ball thrown at him as Youngjan
Oh,
runs
boy.
it wide, and Zach Jensen, the Aussie, might want to have a bit of fun here as he goes side by side with the Mustang. And no kangaroos to be hit, by the way, for this one. Up into the back straight, into turn number 5. Can this be done? And in fact, Zach's been given a penalty. 253 you heard just now. That's Zach's. But he'll get the position away from Yoongjang there and moves up a place in the AM category, even if it is for the fringe positions in the top 10.
V8 power going on here. I mean, it's like a mini V8 supercars battle going on here, if you think about it.
I mean, put it this way. We could have had a DTM style series with that.
Right?
So Asif Hussein gets a penalty for that one. And oh no, that's a final corner cropper, first corner cropper for Genevieve boy.
Aya.
And Jen, can she come back safely? No! That wasn't the safest of rejoins, and she took out two cars for one measure, and one of them is Tanzila Mahbub. So she took out one of her fellow competitors in the women's category this year, and then another car spins behind just for good measure to say that, well, he wants to be a character in that one as well. It's Kitya Sanikun.
That's just
Well,
unfortunate.
There's Tanzila, and in that throne of hers while she's driving.
Yep.
Well, fortunately, we can say that was not her fault. She was just an innocent bystander in all that. It was Jen that caused the collision that time, whereas Shane Wirakun was probably involved with her afterwards too.
So,
Wow.
I don't know. I'm like, I just want to say, I was hoping that like the final half hour here would be non-dramatic, but clearly, commentator's curse has come to bite me over here.
Well, at least it's not gonna bite you that hard to suck the life out of you.
Luckily. So, hopefully, let's just pray and hope that things go smoothly from here on out. A few more battles starting to form, mostly in the midfield or just further on the back here. Closest one to the top 15 here is Ngoyung Jen, starting to catch up to Jensen. Oh no, sorry, Jensen did pass him early on, didn't he?
Recatch,
Yeah, try to recatch him here, but yeah, otherwise, you know, one more driver's gone into the pits here. Hossein, it's car number 71. It's gone in very late into the session. Only 16 minutes left and still has to go for one more pit stop here.
Drive-through.
Oh, sorry, drive-through penalty, yeah.
So there you go. He's going to be there just for a bit. As, meanwhile, let's see then. They actually got through. Tanzila's actually not got to the pit, so she's actually still carrying the damage from that contact right here the previous lap. So I think 15 minutes ago, probably she just wants to finish the race. A couple of other battles going on track, including for position. This is Darren Ng with Ashish Shakur. Daryl Ng.
Yeah, Daryl Ng, just ahead of him here. Ashish Shakur, Baba Car. This is actually going to be an attempt to try to get some points, I guess, for the AM class. I think, yeah, relatively, I think, might be points. Well, you count that out there.
Yeah, it is.
It is going to be for points.
Yeah,
so
fringe points. 40.
Fringe points, but points nevertheless here. So.
Oh, Praveen! What happened there?
Oh,
Praveen
contact.
Peter! He was actually fighting in the top 10 with Sharanya Mendes, and involved as well is one of the Apex Racing Brunei Astons.
What has happened? There's definitely contact between the two of them. Henry Crooks rejoining the race here, getting up ahead of Joshua Uy. Praveen is definitely looking beside himself right now. 15 minutes left in the race, and this just had to happen here.
And he was not even a contact through, he was not even involved in any of that. Literally, his name, the car's number is just collateral. He wasn't involved at all in this collision.
That is very strange. Regardless, he's going to be rejoining, still in 12th position. Mendes still ahead of him here so far.
Ooh. And tell you what, sorry to cut you off there, but this might be a potential podium then for Sharanya Mendes if she's close enough, but I don't think so because Nafafi with that penalty is still quite far away.
Yeah, 5-second penalty there for Nafa 5th, but Mendes is still 50 seconds. Oh, half a minute away. So yeah, I'm not going to be able to benefit from that unless by some miracle somehow Nafa 5th spins out somewhere. Then there could be an opportunity.
Yes, or a drive-through, whichever comes first. But regardless of that, Praveen Peter then loses one position to Chi Xiang, and Chi Xiang gets a 5th place for his troubles throughout the day here in, well, not some troubles, but most of the time it's just solid driving to get up to P5 in the AM class. Meanwhile, a second disqualification in the race has come in the way of the Bigo
Derek.
car. No, it's Derek Daniel, would you believe it? So, 2 cars have been disqualified from this race. One from iTan and the other one is from Bigo Racing Division. So, unfortunately for them, they have the ignominy of putting that in their results sheets.
It's just heartbreaking sometimes to see this happen, but you know, rules are the rules. If you cut the track limits too many times, unfortunately it's a disqualification here in ACC, so that's just unfortunate here for Derek Daniel. As right now Sean Tang trying to catch up to Peter here, having to get past a lapped car here. We'll be able to dispatch him now, so getting a little bit close. Only still about 6/10 of a second away here. Could be the battle to try to finish things off here for us in this final 13 minutes of racing here.
Let's see then, Sean Tang. He's also been involved in some of the wars here today, but looks as though the Team Uncle car might just finish strongly today in 4th place in the silver category. So not much in the way of trying to get past probably Peter for position, but it's just for a bit of pride, I guess.
Certainly going to be a lot of pride here for Team Unk. Just making sure that, you know, they're showing the youngins, you know, how it's done. I love it. You know, it's just a testament to how long-standing really the sim racing community has been in Malaysia, isn't it? Seeing all these guys, young and old.
Yes. Well, in this case, they're a Singaporean team.
Yeah, fair enough. MYSG, how about that?
Ah, yes. I mean, if you want to count Singapore still being part of Malaysia,
Well,
we can claim.
we can claim.
We call them South Malaysia. Oh,
Oh,
Joshua!
Joshua, watch
whoa.
out for that, though. Forcing Chan Teng as well with a concertina to also make evasive action, almost running into the back of Pravin Peter here. Oh, boy. So we did anticipate there might be some action, but this is now kicking off now between Sean as well as Pravin. Now there's a bit of car in the inside there, so that's not going to give an opportunity for Sean to try to make a move here. Joshua always still being a bit of a spoiler right now in this fight, quite literally, as Sean Teng now has to take a little bit of slipstream off of him, trying to keep up with Peter. Slipping on the inside there. Joshua is going to take him to the outside in the wide line to allow the faster cars through, so Sean Teng will be able to get through unscathed, as will Mateen just behind him as well. No. Yeah, that was a little bit too close for comfort, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
again, 11 minutes to the end of the race here. You don't want to crash out of this.
And certainly with the fact that you wouldn't want to be the one to cause it. And Joshua then, well, I know for a fact that he is still relatively young. I think still 16 or 17 like that, being involved in sim racing. But sometimes you might have to feel that you need to be very temperate with your way of driving. And certainly Joshua then got a bit over exuberant then.
With the position of the sun, I think coming out of turn one, going to be a little bit blinded by the light here. So, well, we'll see how this is going to help. Oh, okay, a lot of shade going on here, so don't worry about that, actually, now thinking about it. But Sean Teng is certainly under pressure here, this time from Mateen coming in from behind. That evasive action he had to do lost him quite a bit of time, and now Mateen is threatening to try to take his track position away, but Sean Teng still is able to break neatly here for turn number 3, keeping Abdul Mateen stuck onto the sausage curb, slowing him down a little bit coming out of turn.
Yeah, that is crazy. That after all this time, some cars are still stuck together, and for Mateen and his team right behind, yeah, they're on different laps. Crooks is not pretty much even in this fight, but they just have been glued together here for the longest time.
And Sean is still chasing hard into Pravin Peter, still almost half a second behind him coming out of Schlossgold, so it's still a three-way battle right now, and this is going to be for I mean, it's not really for position when it comes to Sean himself, but it is potential for Abdul Mateen. If he does successfully find his way past Teng, he could use this next 10 minutes to try to fight Peter for actual AM class position. The car is coming in between there. That slows down Sean enough to allow Mateen to get through, and he does get through now. He's right up against Peter here. Will have the slipstream on the main straight. This is now a pass for position, a pass for points here in the amateur class.
Indeed, and Mateen took his opportunity well, 2 for 1. Now he's going to try into turn number 1 here against Pravin Peter, but thought better of it because there's no way through just yet. But he is merging himself up for a move into turn number 4.
I think he slipped out of the slipstream a little bit too early there. He should have stuck behind Peter through that in order to be able to stay closer to him into the breaking point of turn 1. But nevertheless, he still will have opportunities again. We only got 9.5 minutes to go here. Abdul Mateen now has an opportunity here with himself getting close to to Pravin Peter. Tries to get this side draft, didn't quite work out. Still has to take the main slipstream coming off of the back of Pravin Peter's spoiler. Still can't quite find his way through here. Pravin is still doing everything he can to try to weave out of the way there to try to force Abdul Mateen to get out of his slipstream there. But still, a lot of pressure coming in from Mateen.
Indeed, and Pravin then, of course, he still has a bit of damage from that collision earlier with Henry Crooks. Is probably trying to nurse the car on the way back. Doesn't seem too bad. It's just a couple of dents here and there, but not as scuffed as compared to what we saw to Fahad's car.
Not at all. Abdul Mateen now trying to gain as we come around towards Rind corner. Still having to bide his time a little bit. Again, coming up to the main straight. That will be his best opportunity. Oh, he might just find the opportunity right here from the final turn. Gets right in front of Peter. A bit of a bump there. He's onto the grass, trying to keep under control here. Sean Teng is able to drive back in here, getting alongside Abdul Mateen, trying to spoil this fight between him and Pravin Peter. He does get between the two of them, putting them in their back into their respective positions earlier.
Well, you know that Martin was actually trying to do the same move he did a couple of laps back, and he just got outwitted there by the fact that Praveen knocked him out a bit. Oh, wow. It's all kicking off, and it's 4 points as well in the top 10 for the AM class. So, no wonder that Martin's fighting hard. It is for 5th place, but unfortunately, now that Sean's gotten back in between the both of them, he'll have to regroup here. Meanwhile, something happened to the front of the field. This is the battle for the win by the looks of it.
What's happened in the front of the field? McKenna's okay right now.
I mean, because on our timing screens, the gap says minus 4.8, but is it the relative gap or is it the actual gap? We're not really entirely sure right now.
Not sure. I mean, Aaron Ryan was supposedly like one lap ahead.
It is, but is it the timing says minus 4.5, but clearly it says +1 on the race leaderboard. So we're not entirely sure if that is actually to be believed or not.
Could be a timing error. Could be just like some missing packets. Where exactly is Eamon Ryan in the...
Behind him.
Just behind him, is it?
On the track, but...
oh, okay. I guess it's just a little bit of like a timing snafu, if anything else.
Yeah,
here.
because we gotta be excited at thinking, oh, might be a change of lead, but no,
no. It would be exciting. It would be exciting though, actually, for McKenna if it actually came to pass. Ooh, sliding a little bit though, coming out of the final corner. You can certainly see the sun just getting very low here. Mateen going for round 2 again. He's already gotten past Sean. Now he's going to try to get past Praveen Peter. This time it's going to be alongside. This time the side draft will work here for Abdul Mateen. Slipping on by the Ferrari versus Aston Martin. They come to blows just right around the MotoGP chicane. But still, Mateen's not able to get the momentum he needs. He's going to try to do it under braking, though. Closes it, gets to the apex first, gets ahead of Praveen Peter, and keeps himself in position. That's a handy amount of points he's going to get there.
Yeah, points for P5, 11. That was a good bit of driving from Mateen, and very measured. I don't know how he got past Sean so quickly, but he dispatched 2 cars in one fell swoop. Now, he will try to probably give himself a bit of a half chance to get by to chase up to Chi Xiang, but that will be a bit too far, isn't it? For this is P6. He'll try to get it to P5. Way too far.
Yeah, it's going to be too far. It's only less than 6 minutes to go here, so barring any kind of like divine intervention, I think Abdul Mateen is going to be pretty much settled in 13th overall. 10th, I believe. No, actually, it's less than 10. It's like 7 or 8 here for Abdul Mateen. A good amount of points he's going to be able to get, and dramatically so in the closing stages of this race. Rajamir Shaukat has fallen further and further back. He's now behind the silver class second placed Muhammad Askar. So again, still very, very much again, it still boggles my mind that he was fighting so hard with Zed McKenna when his car is so stricken, and you can just clearly see that he's not on the pace at all. So why risk the wrath of these race stewards just to be able to keep that second overall place? It just boggles my mind, as I said.
Yeah, but I think there's the racist mentality. If you have someone to race with, you are trying to either attack them or defend your position for your life. So I don't blame Raja, but at the same time, he should have probably had someone in his ear telling, no, don't fight. The car's damaged, just keep it out of harm's way. So Ethan might just need to do his part to just keep Raja's head in his, out of the clouds.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. So, oh, Hammond, wait, Tim Hammond? Okay, sorry, I thought it was Will Hammond. Or was it Tim?
Tim is his dad.
Tim is his dad, okay. Will has caught up to silver leader. Yeah.
Just a warning? Yeah, that's why I think...
Yeah, I mean...
It's a bit lenient on the stewards' part because the way that he was driving was actually much more aggressive than what, most other drivers are doing fighting position that way. So, but the thing is, luckily for McKenna and for Will Hammond, they are well in the clear on this one. So, at least a second place overall and a win in the silver class will just be recompense for the efforts they had to put in there.
Exactly. So 4 minutes still remains though. So anyone else wants to create some dramatic moments before things close out? I really know it is getting close. Fahad got 4 here, so he's already got a couple of cars that he's dispatched on his way there, and he's now got only a bit of tarmac between himself and Fahad.
Yeah, but for how long can he actually keep up here? Because Fahad, we know, is very fast, but because the car was scuffed earlier, and the fact that he's driving with a red mist, no doubt. he is driving the red mist. Look at how he's attacking Ian Wong. He definitely is. Right. He's definitely also a driver that probably is close to losing the plot.
Well, again, not at any threat of losing actually did lose his podium. I've been repeating that so many times in this race so far, but it actually had literally come to pass here for 5-4. He does get past Ian Wong though, but this time Aprilino might actually be getting in on the action here, getting alongside Ian Wong, trying to get the draft off of the Ferrari in front of him, and might actually catch him going to turn number 3. Braking hard here, 5-4, taking very defensive lines against Aprilino at this point, still trying to keep him behind. Aprilino will be able to clear Ian Wong, keeps the door closed. Oh, bit of contact behind here as Afif tries to actually wrestle his way through past Ian Wong. Didn't quite make it clean though, as Ian Wong had to avoid a bit of contact there, avoid a bit of dramatic happenings here as Nafa Afif still continues to try to fight with Chia alongside him.
And that actually is for position as well. So now Fif's actually, Naufal Afif, gotten by him so quickly then.
Yeah, so we'll see. At the moment, still going to be all eyes on Aprilino as he tries to catch 5-4. 2 minutes still remaining. I think we're going to be coming up to the final 2 laps of this race now as our race leader, who is funny enough behind Zed McKenna here. Funny enough. Oh, it's okay. It's already passed him. He just only passed him here.
Yep. So I think McKenna can save himself a lap by just being overtaken by Iman Ryan. So really then, all they have to do now is to just complete one more tour of the circuit and they are home free here. The 2 race leaders in their respective classes crossing the line together. That's almost perfect symmetry.
Yeah, it's going to be a perfect photo opportunity, actually. So that's nice. That's going to be a good checkered flag to celebrate here for the 2 leaders of the. Oh, Jin Bin! What happened with him and Ngo?
Oh my word! What a big accident! That was massive. Who was the other one that was involved there?
Sean Tang, I think, was the one that got collected by Jin Bin, and a 3rd car as well got into the mix there. Okay. Sean Tang will be able to continue on unabated.
Michael Ngo. It was Michael Ngo that caused it. So there we go. Jin Bin hits into the side of Ngo, and then in turn, Sean Tang was just the literal bystander and all that in front of our race leaders. Wow, imagine that would have been a turn out for the books.
I was asking a question earlier, and literally got answered immediately on the same lap. Well, Iman Ryan now coming in to complete his final lap, pulling ahead here, trying to catch up to Peter Pitatong.
Pipapong. Yeah, I mean, just for good measure, there's the full name, Tanat Prada Pipapong. Yeah, what a way to
try to say it like 4 times as fast, I suppose. Well, still actually going to give Iman Ryan a bit of a run for his money, though, coming through turn 2, but Iman will be able to come through unscathed here. So final lap is underway now for all of our racers here. Iman Ryan leading the way here. What an incredible race he's had. 1 whole lap ahead of the competition, who's literally just behind him here in the form of silver class leader Zed McKenna and Will Hammond.
Okay, that's Michael Ngo being given a warning. So, Hobby Culture have had the mix of both the highs and the ultra lows. The number 23 car is going to win in the silver class, while the number 3 car has made a whole highlight for themselves. And that's probably Peter getting his also recompense for that one. But regardless of that, Iman then, well, they set out a game plan between himself and Amirul Naim, and they played that to perfection. They are well and truly the class of the field today, Big. And look at that! Wow. He could have fought a bit of a slide.
Trying to drift his way to victory, it seems here for Iman Ryan. Or rather, his tires starting to give up the ghost. But just in the nick of time, checkered flag is out here for Iman Ryan, who takes the win for the pro class. Zed McKenna falls behind him to take the win in the silver class. Celebrations abroad here for Apex Racing Brunei and Hobby Culture at the same time. Mama Aska will be coming in to try to take 2nd position here. Second position in the silver class. Then we also got Rajamil Shaukat coming through. Oh, he has drive-through penalty. He's probably going to finish it in the pit lane here, likely. No, actually, we'll take it on the line here. Okay, so that's going to be upgraded to a 30-second penalty for him. While Wilson Woon, in the meantime, leader of the AM class, will be coming home to take the checkered flag here to take the win in round number 2 for the AM class.
Wow, and all of them coming around at the same time, so that is just almost perfect symmetry. And Raja, I think, manages to just keep it, or he will just lose the overall position, but he won't lose the podium spot to Velasquez.
Yeah.
But look at this. this is something for the CMSC esports team to be proud about. They are going to cross the line in second place in the AM class. That will be really something celebratory for them.
Celebrate indeed here for the Sri Lankan contingent. Sabi Ratnayake coming around the final two corners out of Rint into the last corner and to the checkered flag for Sabi Ratnayake. Second place in the amateur class. Velasquez will be coming to take checkered flag as well. That will be for third place for the pro class.
And, yeah.
Yeah, and Ahmad Jusmin going on a little bit of a tour together with Aska, fellow countrymen here, to celebrate Aska's second place second place in the silver class.
And third place as well, actually, for Jusmin in the silver class. So there's your podium right there. The rest of the field now actually are just waiting to come by and finish this all off. But I think we might have had our podium finishes in all three classes cross the line already.
Yeah, checkered flag's already out for all of them. There's still going to be a lot of things to sort out in the race control here as far as penalties and incidents are concerned, but Zed certainly will be happy enough that he survived all of the trials and tribulations, as is Will Hammond, as well as his dad, who has been cheering in the sidelines here for them. And imagine if they were able to join us here for round number 1. They could have been already in the lead at this point here for the silver class, but there's still going to be rounds to go here in the Endurance Edition, so certainly chances are abound here for the Hobby Culture Racing Evo car number 23.
Yeah, man, he goes the long way around, going to the pits. That's exactly what we love to see. The drivers and teams that probably put the most discipline in trying to make it as real as possible. And for good measure, look, he's stopping in where normally the podium finishes are when F1, the Park Fermi area.
Yeah, Ryan teleports away, fades away, but well done here for car number 333, Iman Ryan, as well as Amirul Naim, taking absolute victory here, both on track and in the pro class.
Yep. On the other hand, we have, obviously we couldn't show the full results here, but the top 3 in each of the classes are featured there. So, Apex Racing Brunei win with 333, Iman Ryan and Amirul Naim. Zed McKenna, Will Hammond win it in the silver class for Hobby Culture Evo. And then Wilson Moon and Jaden Liao win it for LOR Ascent in the AM class. And a couple more question marks will be put into some of the results after this, but our stewards will be working to get that, and we can publish it on the same day later on.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 2 of the Endurance Edition season 2026 is now officially over. That's the provisional results you're seeing on the screen. Make sure you guys follow us on our Facebook and our Instagram pages, where we'll be announcing the official results once everything has been tabulated, as well as to see where the standings are for all the teams involved here as we get ourselves prepared for round number 3. That's going to be coming in a couple of weeks' time, so make sure you guys also follow us along in our 2 channels here, both on YouTube, where we've been seeing a lot of support, and also on Facebook as well, where we'll be streaming these races live. So that's the end of the 4 hours here, Ammo.
Yep, indeed, and nothing more to add, but can't wait to see what the Nürburgring has in store, because it's been 5 years since we actually last raced there. So 2021 was the last time we had it, and hopefully it'll throw up a good race here. Maybe weather can come to play, who knows?
We'll see about that, but until then, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure having you guys along us for the journey. Make sure you guys join us for the 3rd round here of our 4-round Endurance Edition. My name is Victor Cax. Join me here is Ammo, and we have been bringing you guys Endurance Edition round number 2. So see you guys in the next one. Until then, good night and good luck.